열심히 뛰어오는데.
네, 하지만
코그모가 일단
코그모가
전장 합류.
엉금엉금 귀여우고
제일 이게 앞라인이 좀 든든해서.
아 이거 브레이크라?
코그모가.
자 이렇게 데뷔 떠오르면서 코그모가 데뷔가 좋습니다.
빠져야 돼요. 이거는 광동 입장에서도
네,
요건이 전장이 없었기 때문에.
그렇죠.
자, 그리고
아직까지 불 끄기 직전. 자 조여놓고 어디 발까지 가나요?
잠깐만.
실쿨이에요. 자 이제 들어가서. 때려 코그모가. 코그모 연속킬. 아니 더블킬. 계속해 트리플킬까지 갑니다.
메인 캐리를 맡고 있는 선수들이 조금
그렇죠. 성장세가 더딥니다.
네.
여기도 사이온이 저렇게 대놓고 왔는데 이게 효과가 있어요. 제이스 위기. 들어갑니다. 그리고 이기는데요? 허리야 이렇게 그랩이 아니 그랩이 미쳤는데요. 아니 무슨 얼마 전까지 아카데미 있었다면서요. 허리가 시작했습니다. 계속
그렇죠. 만들어가겠다.
오늘부터 내가 하이 커리어 무조건 우승하겠다.
아니 이거
그리고 폭을
다 때려보시고
아니 가져요. 프라이 데미지 봐요. 이거 맞아요? 없어졌습니다.
그냥 이대로 게임을 끝내는데요.
간단해요.
이건 기회야. 불가고.
지우가 또 때립니다.
스포츠 아카데미.
미끼로 만들어요. 바로는 미끼로 만들고
오히려 다 쓸릴 수 있어. 먹으려다가.
메인 기스는 한타가 돼야 되거든요.
근데 이게 5천.
일단 4점.
그러니까 버벅 2천.
맞게! 그리고 멈춤 선수님!
그리고 앞에 브리딜. 그 상태가 없어졌어요. 그리고 그때는 먹기 먹었는데.
상대방이 빵빵빵.
내려오는
그래서
과정에서
먼저 선톱.
앞에 좀 멀어요.
카닉스.
맞게!
이거를 노려봤고.
이쪽 브라운 전멸 빠졌고요.
프레스
이거 블락.
이거 구도가 어디야? 호비. 와, 호비.
선물로
근데
맞게
포기 안 해요.
빠졌고.
포기 안 해요.
포레스트가 죽겠다. 오고 있는 상황이에요.
그렇죠. 포레스가 오고 있어요.
앞에 다리.
어디 들어있어 오늘
앞으로 들어가면서.
아이보리.
아니 코비의 진짜 현란한 개인기.
드리블.
하이하이 반갑다. 물 좀 혹시 받을 수 있을까? 물은 저기 대기실에 다 있어요. 조금만 가져와. 챙겨줘. 여기가 팀이에요.
We are the team.
팀 맞아야 돼.
We are the team이.
그랜드 마스터 팀 아니야? 그만 3명인 거 알아?
왜 3명이야?
그 가운데 있는 애는
뭐라고?
가운데 있는 애가 그랜드 마스터로 바뀌었어.
진심이야 지훈아?
그랜드 마스터.
아 지훈아 좋았다 그랜드 마스터즈.
너 몇 점이야? 야야야.
알았어. 안 나댈게.
같이
안 나댈게 지훈아.
미안해. 우리 뭐 다 똑같죠?
지훈이 형
어?
왔어?
도착했어 오랜만에.
아 왔어? 뭐하다 거기까지 왔어?
너네 동네 소개 좀 해주고.
아 이게 MG긴 해.
찜이돼야?
This is MG. 아에이요.
바다로 와서 바바라라. 바다로 와서. 야. 반갑다.
하이.
오케이 조현상. 들어왔어. 내가 큰일 났어.
네?
나 긴장돼. 잘해보자.
나요?
나 천천히 할게.
천천히 해보자 천천히.
답답해도
저도 돼.
뭐라도 해보고 지자.
지는 게 정배야. 지는 게 정배야. 뭐야 이거 니 나가 그냥.
하다 보면 이게.
넌 나가. 야, 나가라고. 부담 가지지 말라고 하는 소리지.
잠깐만 나 갑자기 긴장되는데? 노래 들어도 돼?
네.
안 돼?
유튜브 틀면 안 돼.
아 그래
정신 좀 차려라. 어떻게 해야 될까 저거?
노래를 듣지 말고 형이 노래를 불러주자.
니
이런 거 오프 더 레코드에 나간다.
민우 형 물.
어?
물 갖다 달라.
저 주셔.
쓰레기 어디다 놔?
쓰레기는 그냥 주머니에 넣긴 해.
190kg.
뱉어 그냥.
게임 소리가
어?
엄청 작거든요. 어떻게 해야 돼?
너 올려 너가. 지금 어때?
아 이거 성훈아 ESC 설정했어?
그거 올린 거야?
아 저걸로 하면 돼. 저걸로 하면 돼.
아 그래? 이걸로 해봐. 너가 맞춰봐.
아.
앞에 잡았어.
제리바지 이겼어.
비카리스어.
이러면 플레이가 재미가.
그냥 믿어.
나이스. 어땠어? 짠데 어떤데?
나이스.
잘 풀었다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Summer. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here today as we bring you two glorious best-of-3 series that could not be better. So good, we have in fact bought some bros from the LCK to kick us off. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Chorus and Effort are going to be playing in challenges, so it should be fun to see how they perform. Of course, is Ivory better than Chorus? Is he getting pulled up to the LCK? We don't know officially. We will know tomorrow. We don't know yet.
Yeah, and maybe it's because, you know, Azir got some buffs and some help, and maybe Karis needs to test it out in Challenger before he can bust it out in the LCK. We don't necessarily know whether this is a swap for this week, but it does kind of lead us to make some assumptions in that department. So make sure that you're checking out the LCK to see whether we are going to have some Ivory in the mid lane or not.
Would be pretty interesting to see. And let's see how Karis plays today, because he's been having a really rough time in the LCK. No real way to sugarcoat it. We actually spent a lot of time talking about it in Pog State as well, which will be coming out late tonight or tomorrow morning. I'm looking forward to seeing how today's matches go. I do think we have two matches that will probably be one-sided, but it is Challengers, so you never know. And I wasn't able to catch the games yesterday, but I did see the drafts. I saw the Sin Lee Sin. I saw the Belveth coming through. It didn't do very well. I don't know if that's really patch indicative or more Challengers indicative. Maybe we'll learn something a little bit more here today before we go into LCK.
Yeah, we could potentially. I watched the majority of the games yesterday, although I missed the one interesting one, which was the Lee Sin. I came back and apparently Lee Sin support had been played. So that was cool. It was good to know. I think that was a little bit of a team diff type issue in that particular game. So we'll just have to see whether today is going to be a little bit more competitive, because if so, then maybe we'll see whether the patch has changed things. The one thing that we've seen so far on the patch, though, is that the Aphelios priority remains unchanged, and no one's really discovered yet that Zeri is completely busted, and she keeps getting through. And we did see her lose. She was at the mercy of the Lee Sin support, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was also a Belveth draft, Ghost Belveth.
Yeah.
So at a bit of a team diff, like you mentioned. So I don't know how indicative that is of Zeri's power level. Triforce nerfed, so you know maybe that's maybe it helps a little bit, maybe a little bit, just like maybe a little bit. Like I'm really hoping.
When it came to Jiwoo Zeri, then yeah, I guess maybe it may have worked. Let's have a look at the standings here. D plus Kia yet to drop a game already. DRX in the same boat, so our standings actually shaken out to be very similar to what they were last year. Of course, during the regular season, DRX were a little bit higher, but at the very beginning, D plus Kia did look like the strongest team. The thing for me that's the most cathartic, Wolf, is the fact that T1's Challenger team is in 7th place, where they belong.
Yeah, they did kind of trick us a little bit last season. At least they tricked me. I was like, oh, wait, are they actually maybe, like, they're strong? And they had that one really good series where they came with some good strategies and good execution, then fell on their faces, unfortunately, in the following series and didn't go to the finals or anything like that. They also don't have Bay, and it shows. Weirdly, you know, I've never been the biggest Bay fan, but
yeah,
he was quite important to the roster, I think, so... Yeah, we'll see how they do, but not the greatest start so far here in halfway through week 2.
Yeah, and today's matchup, as you can see on your screen, the Bros going to be taking on Liv Sandbox here in our first match. Liv Sandbox looked horrendous, and Bro managed to come out with a victory against a Hama Life Esports that then completely trashed T1 yesterday. So we're not entirely sure as to the power level of Bro, but also they brought up and down and switched around a whole bunch of players, so who really knows? We don't really know what to expect there. Gen.G versus KT. KT should win. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're thinking here.
That's the expectation. KT's sitting on 1-1 right now. We'll see if they can move the momentum forward here, as I think the 1-1 scoreline isn't really indicative of their power level at this moment in time. Although, not having the same sort of banger start that they did in spring. And I look at Bro today, I'm like, well, it isn't even, like you said, it's not even the same Bro we saw actually taking that upset win over Hanwha, so it's really just hard to judge, but I think that the sad truth is Liv Sandbox looks to be potentially our strongest, or rather, excuse me, weakest team in the LCK Challengers here for summer, so the expectation is they will continue to struggle. A lot of potential on this roster, a lot of really young players, but maybe if it starts somewhere, maybe it starts here tonight.
Yep, and it's a whole bunch of 4th place teams versus a 9th place team. Is sort of what we're seeing here. We've got ties between Bro, T1, and Gen.G right now. Sorry, Bro, KT,
yeah,
and Gen.G. T1 on the mind after their loss yesterday. But here we are, into our first series. Bro taking on Liv Sandbox. Frim, Raptor, Karis, Enosh, and Effort. Gyosu is not going to be playing here today. Neither is Ivory. And we have some LCK talent. Like, isn't it insane that Effort, a guy on like a world championship team, is now playing in Challenger alongside Raptor?
Yeah,
it's just, I don't know, it's a crazy time to be alive, Wolf.
It really is. It's not the career trajectory you're looking for, but it's certainly an opportunity for these players to prove that they're still a tier above challengers, or you know, they may fail here and actually we realize maybe they are the challengers players after all, and Ivory is going to get called up. I mean, Ivory really the player I'm most focused on here in terms of these potential call-ups, so we'll find out if they're happening or not tomorrow, just because Karis has been weirdly enough a bigger liability than Effort has been so far in week 1 of LCK. And I don't want to focus on all the negatives, but for Breon, it has been a really rough start. And honestly, the worst start I think they've had since franchising came in.
Yeah, and apparently, Madge Atlas, question mark. I'm a little bit confused. Leprecoco, you'll have to explain as to what you mean. Not Madge. I'm actually really excited. And I'm pretty keen to see whether Karis can regain his mantle, because he was a Challenger MVP. The reason why he was called up to the LCK and got a start in his professional career on the main stage was because of how well he played Lissandra. I mean, how well he played the mid lane. He was absolutely fantastic during that season a couple of years ago. So hoping that now that he's back in his natural habitat, everything's going to be all right. Dive up towards that top side. Vincenzo in the jungle. Goody, Diablo, and Plan B. It's going to be your Live Sandbox roster, and the problem is that like nothing's changed, and it feels like they're just not as good, which is a bit sad.
Yeah.
Although I guess they weren't that good in spring.
It's honestly true, right? They weren't that great, but Diablo had his moments. Guti did upset win over Pulbe on that flanking game we like to joke about a lot in the LCK. Some say he's still flanking on Akali today, but yeah, he's had his moments, but it has obviously been a team that we're a little bit disappointed with that they didn't level up. You know, like every other Challengers team kind of slowly got better. Getting better doesn't necessarily mean you're moving up in the standings because all the teams are getting better, right? But Live Sandbox didn't move up the standings, didn't actually seem to improve that much. So hoping to see that change. It's still early days here.
Yeah, and
summer.
we're early days into the draft as well. Bro going to be on our blue side, Live Sandbox on the red. Cassante already banned away. Homework being done here in this draft. Love to see it. Vi also taken off the board. There's the Nico ban. Melio to follow up. Zeri last ban. Is it going to be optimal? Optimal red side bans, Wolf?
I'm guessing so.
No, it's not going to be. Because they'll ban like something weird third and we'll be sad.
Maokai probably needs a look here. You know, I think he's pretty strong.
Ooh, Gwen.
That is
Ban Cassante
interesting.
and Gwen.
And then pick Sion on blue side, question mark?
First pick Sion?
A very strange choice, but let's see what they do end up going with because this may kind of make more sense later. It may not. It's Challengers. It doesn't always have to make sense. But what I would like to see is, yeah, either a Yuumi or a Zeri. Would have preferred the Zeri. Yuumi, I'll take it. And it weakens the Zeri quite significantly. But this is that Maokai I was talking about. The reason why they didn't ban it is because they wanted to first pick it here for Raptor.
The mystical tree towards that top side of the map. Let's see what kind of secrets he can uncover from beyond the veil. As Sejuani and Lucian being considered here for Live Sandbox. Pretty cute that they're locking in the Lucian. Love that. Bro gonna lock in Zeri Lulu, and we're gonna be very upset with the Lucian Nami Zeri Lulu. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be Aphelios.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Although I don't really like him.
Aphelios Lulu? I haven't seen that one in a while. Yumi's banned, so that's the good thing is we're not going to see Aphelios Yuumi, which I'm not a huge fan of at all.
Yeah, that hasn't really been working, has it?
So, you know, we've seen this one before. We've seen this one a lot. But it's got a Maokai with it, so there's a lot of ways to punish the Lucian in the early game here for Bro.
Yep. Ooh, there's going to be a tree in the forest, and Raptor could be at the Raptors.
It's true.
Isn't that cool? That is actually so cool. I hope that we can zoom in whenever Maokai takes the Raptors, because that's a lot of trees and Raptors, guys.
Yeah. Well, we'll see some AD mid-bans here. Tristana, the first to be taken off the board. And we might see even like a Yone ban coming through.
Yundo says, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Yundo.
Okay, we got
Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks for listening.
Tristana Na, and what is going to be another one of these mid lane bans that could come through? Goody, I think possibly protecting what could be a Ari pickup, an Annie pickup, any of those sorts of things I think would be absolutely fine.
I think that's definitely what he's probably fishing for. The Gnar ban makes it seem like Frim wants to play Gragas. We'll see if Live Sandbox are going to either pick that away, which seems unlikely because Annie's still available, or if they're going to ban it here.
Okay, Kevin
Sion, okay.
OK Savings Bank Breon are going to choose some champions pretty soon, but first, they're going to ban one. OK Savings Bank Breon would like to ban the Jace, and they will do so.
Yeah, so let's see if that Annie's going to come through here. They already have a great comp setup, but the Gragas is actually going to be chosen. Gnar was banned away. They're like, cool, we'll take that. Thank you very much. And Sion taken off the board here as well with the Gwen ban there. It was still a strong pick here for Breon. Or excuse me, for OK Savings Bank Breon.
Yeah, OK Savings Bank Breon.
Sorry,
yes.
Kevin.
Yeah. Make sure that make sure that Kevin is happy with what's going on here. He does actually sponsor the broadcast, so we need to listen to him. Ari going to be picked up, and I'm a bit sad. I just thought that it was time for Karis to experiment with
the
more
new Azir. Yeah, maybe not in game one. Maybe we'll see it later. As Renekton, this is something I thought about when I saw the Gwen ban earlier. I was like, maybe they're going to play Renekton. It's stronger on this patch. He got some buffs to his cooldowns and his ultimate. But,
true, there it is.
You know, it's Not significant changes, I would say, but does make him stronger, obviously, albeit slightly. And Silas? No. Guti on his ear.
Do it.
By the
Don't
way,
be
this
scared.
is like Guti's worst pick, basically. he did win that one famous game where Pulbe was flanking, but that is it. I think he's like 1 in 10.
Oh man, they're locking it in. This feels personal, Wolf.
Yeah.
This feels like an okay man bro situation, not an okay savings bank situation.
No, yeah, I think you summed it up very nicely there. So we'll be, of course, the Ahri in the mid lane, Renekton on the top side of the map here. And with the Maokai Ahri, the Azir is very fragile in the early levels. It's Sejuani Azir, so there is some old synergy post 6 where you could try to make a play on Ahri, but she's just so mobile that it's difficult to gank her. With the fact that also, you know, there's a Lulu in the game here, I just like the draft for Brionne so much better. They have ways to shut down this low-range Lucian with the Renekton and the Wild Growth, so... Would you kind of put everything together? The Azir is kind of a question mark here for Liv Sandbox. They have really good engage and setup for the Lucian. But if they use it aggressively and they come up with nothing, then it's really easy for Brionne to just turn fights and punish super hard.
I agree. I do feel like the Liv Sandbox comp is more cohesive. Something about like double magic damage out of the jungle mid that I don't really like that much, although Sejuani Azir is kind of similar, but they do have that ult synergy that kind of works out. Ahri, very single target. Maokai, very AoE. Renekton, very Renekton. And Aphelios, low range, so can capitalize, but they don't have anything that's higher range at all. They have almost zero engage outside of a Nature's Grasp, which often is used as follow-up to some other kind of CC, so you don't just have them wander away from it and then be okay, because they will have Sejuani to stand in front and things like that. I think Liv Sandbox have so much of an ability to dictate the pace of this game with Tidal Wave, Glacial Prison, Cask, like even Emperor's Divide from Azir can be used to start fights. Like, they have so many options.
I think they really need to get this early game going, though, and I think Guti needs to win lane. I do think we're going to have to see a strong performance individually from these players. And then, yes, that synergy will be relevant, you know, with what the composition is looking to do.
Yeah. And now it is time to get onto the riff for game number 1. Oh, heck yeah.
I have really leveled up this
You have.
season. I'm like, I was messing it up every time. I'm like kind of on it right now, though.
No, you're like KT, man. You just get better in summer. That's just how it goes. That's how it works. It needs to be warmed up, and it is definitely warming up here in Korea, and it's only going to get worse as time goes on.
I looked at the weather today, and I mean, not today's weather, but the forecast for like when is it going to get hot, and it was like pretty clearly about in the middle of this coming week, and I'm like,
oh god,
it's going to be like 32 degrees. It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be ugly. It's not going to be cloudy either, so you're just going to be having that sun right on top of you.
Oh god.
And I'm not going to be in the beach, you know. I'm going to be on my way to work.
You know what I'm going to be? I'm going to be in my air conditioning for as long as possible, and then a very short walk to the train station and then to work that is also air conditioned. That's what I'm doing. I'm traveling from air conditioning.
We are going to be spending a lot of time in air conditioned studios away from the sun.
And thankfully, right now, WDG, glorious little air conditioned studio that we have here. Yes, there are some blaring lights. However, there is our own personal aircon, and we are just loving it. The opposite of toasty up in here. As Plan B, taking a little bit of damage here from Effort. Look at that, showing his LCK prowess. Did you see that? I don't think a challenger support could have Glitter Lance like that.
No, certainly not.
Especially when he didn't take Glitter Lance, and I think it was a health picks, but never mind.
Yeah, I think it was a picks, actually. I think you're right. But look, the Ahri is rocking. We're doing some damage. Aphelios using the Caliban range.
Look at this guy.
And B's going to have to chug some consumables.
Yeah, I want to know. Look, he might have to go back to Plan A.
Look at that. The damage is real.
Look at that double value with the double Glitter Lance Wolf. What does it even mean?
The Aries just pass by each other.
Okay, Enoch getting some work done here is Effort. Okay, that's a little bit more on speed. As Vincenzo making his way forward. Karis moving quickly after throwing out that Orb of Deception and will be A-okay. As Goody just using Karis's champion against him.
Yeah, it's really hard to make anything happen pre-6 for the Azir and the Sejuani unless Karis is really messing up and really playing disrespectfully. I think the same could be said, of course, of the Maokai, and I do agree. There's not a lot of great synergy between Ahri and Maokai in the early levels when Ahri doesn't have that much damage. Even if you double CC, like, Goody can just shuffle away and be fine. So you need level 6 really to actually have that additional layer of CC, I think, to get a kill. He's trading very nicely, though, here so far in the lane.
Yep, putting on the pressure. Like to see it. I do want to say that Yundo let us down. We didn't watch Raptor
Oh, yeah, I was
in the forest
promised.
as the forest at the Raptors, taking the Raptors for the first time around. Either he's not the one actually...
Show a replay of it and confuse the Korean casters.
that would actually just be the best if we
The
could
Korean
do that.
casters like, wait, did he make a mistake? Like, what's going on? They're like checking his flash. They're like, I mean, maybe he could have queued a little bit more efficiently. Like,
Yeah. No, I'm just a little bit sad. I'm disappointed. And I had such high hope. Oh, there we go, there we go! Oh my god, it's Raptor at the Raptors taking their... Oh, it's glorious. Okay, he's redeemed. 100% redeemed. Effort, 150 health.
saved.
Oh, glorious. Absolutely incredible. Have I told you just how much I love Yundo and how incredible he is at every facet of his job?
Yeah.
Oh, he's just extraordinary.
He's great,
Yeah.
man.
He should be hired by everyone ever, although not, because we need him to stay here.
Yeah,
But
just
still,
hired
he's
by
just the
everyone that
best.
we work with only.
Yeah. Or hired by other things when he's not required at the LCK. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Plan B related to Doinby? No. Because he's part of the plan. Doinby's part of the Doin. It's different.
Yeah. It's my favorite cut of meat.
They are secondaries of whatever they are, I think. I'm not sure what a Doin is, though. It's all right. Frim, just doing a bit of damage. Dahyuk here. Dahyuk making a bit of a sound of his own name. Do you reckon his name is an onomatopoeia, Wolf?
Yeah, maybe.
No?
I don't know.
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm
I have a
actually
feeling
not,
it's
like-
completely not.
It's probably not, but his name is Minhyuk, so it's actually probably related to his name in some way.
I would say that that's probably true. It's like a Yahoo situation.
Yeah. I try not to think about the Yahoo situation.
Going to connect here is Diablo, doing a lot of damage here to Effort. Effort in somewhat trouble, you could say.
Yeah, that was a troubling scenario, no doubt.
Some real Banjo-Kazooie vibes. That's the Dahyuk.
No, I literally always think about Banjo when I read his name.
And then you think of Kazooie, and then you think of Bottles, and you're like, Bottles had
rest in
the
peace.
best. He had the best voice. It was so good. Didn't he have the
Wait, you
same
don't like
voice when he was
Grunty?
Ghost Bottles? Yeah, that's true. Like, Grunty's pretty good. Ooh, Bubble. Will connect here onto Enosh, trying to get some damage back onto Diablo here as they're looking to fight this one out. They do have jungle support coming on down as Enosh not wanting to get baited in here as Effort has an idea of what's going on. And here we go. Winter's Wrath going to come forward. Enosh already flashed. Effort going to do the same. Misses the Glitter Lance. And now with no flashes or anything else, they're going to have to go home.
Did he actually? No, he didn't have a ward like Enosh to actually ward that brush. I'm not entirely sure why he wanted to go up into that brush towards. I guess so they couldn't see him, but they weren't gonna go. They weren't gonna push that far into that. That was a bit bizarre.
Ooh, it's Raptor at the Raptors as a forest in the forest. Raptor,
Two
Raptor,
for three.
forest.
Two for
Love to see
three.
it.
Yeah.
I do have to deviate from the video game just for a moment here, Wolf, because Hard Zombie has a question for me. He's asking whether I should pull for Silverwolf's E1. And there was a fantastic video. I can't remember what the guy's name was who brought it out, but you could look up some Silverwolf guides. He has a few things to say about E1 being a little overrated. A lot of people think that E1 and E2 is extraordinarily powerful, but I don't think you necessarily need them, especially if you're using her as a support just to get the defense down and all of those sorts of things, adding the weakness and stuff like that. So
I like it
worth
when
thinking
Atlas
about.
speaks English on the show. It's really weird when he speaks this language. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I guess we're global commentators, not English commentators, you know?
You know, sometimes you just got to answer the questions that are thrown to you in chat, you know, and that's how it goes. And yes, this is probably the most informative that I've ever been on a Challenger stream.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Hard Zombie. Make sure that you check that one out. Now, back to your regularly scheduled Karis in Challenger.
So despite the summoners being blown there on the bottom side for Inish and Effort, they're still able to come down here and take this Drake. So 1 Drake lead here. We have Chemtech coming through as a regular Drake, not the Soul. So that's always a good thing. That's always a good sign.
We've got, like, most likely an amazing Soul. Like, it's just like, if it's not Ocean, we are just vibing.
Yeah, and Ocean is actually really bad in this game for both of these teams. It's like, not helpful at all. So yeah, not going to be great if that actually comes to pass. So I think you've probably just cursed it. So we'll just leave that. We'll thank
looking
you for that
forward
one.
to the Ocean.
Yeah, looking
but I
forward
mean,
to the Ocean.
it is the prettiest rift, you know. So you got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really good for Breon with the Ahri and the Renekton. If it is Ocean Rift, I guess, to potentially set some traps if they have the...
Yep, and you've got saplings, so you're not as affected by it, because you get on-demand vision, kind of like that.
Are they just going to get both objectives here? Or Live Sandbox just going to let it happen? Diehook doesn't have teleport, he just backed here. There's a control ward in this, so Raptor's like, yeah, I mean, you guys have the scuttle, but just going to take this, and there's no way to contest.
I think he might have even avoided vision there. You saw him started off with the sapling and then twisted advance over the wall. So it might just be that they had no idea that this was even happening, as Raptor with sapling support is going to be absolutely fine. Vincenzo thinking about coming around and looking for Karis, but I don't think Karis is going to get spotted, has that wave pushing in towards him. So as far as how these exchanges are going in this bottom lane, it's on Live Sandboxes now. Glacial Prison is going to connect. It lands onto Effort, who just blows up. There is nothing that he can do about it. Diablo's going to fall, so they go 1 for 1, and now Frim down here looking to try and get some damage onto Vincenzo, but instead he's slicing, he's dicing, and he's back in the jungle.
And he's given away his teleport here, and this will allow Diehook to catch up a little bit, but that teleport advantage he had from his early laning phase could have resulted in some bigger play down here if they stayed longer. Diablo, unfortunately, taking a lot of damage from this turret, decides to dash away, doesn't flash early, will die to the... barely died to that
yeah, it was like
damage.
One last chakram or something.
Yeah, really unfortunate there, but that's enough. Aphelios picking up a kill, and yes, Effort did die, and yes, they got the teleport, but I think the biggest win here is really the Aphelios starting to come online here now. Is the rest of this comp for Live Sandbox, you know, it needs time, and Lucian picking up a kill, yeah, it's nice, but I think the Aphelios, at this stage in the game with how these comps kind of work, it feels much better that he's able to pick up that kill. And, you know, I'm worried here for Live Sandbox because it's Tank Gragas coming through, which normally we like, but in this game I'm not so sure about how it's going to work out here when you're talking about the Aphelios' long-term damage. You don't have extra damage to burst the Aphelios down. You've got to get through a Maokai and an Ahri. Wild Growth exists. Maybe going to be missing some of that damage as Diehook.
Yeah, just getting to work down here towards his bottom side. Bobby Metro booming. These casters do read chat. You have your caps lock key down. Just maybe check that one out and see whether you can address it, because Nightbot can get upset if you write too many things with capital letters. Just a little bit of a warning. The other casters were chill. These ones can be chill.
We're not always
just have
chill.
To see. Yeah, we might be chill, because we're like, at least on the bro side, we're kind of 40% LCK commentators right now. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, about 40%.
Yeah, about 40%.
Exactly 40%.
Yeah, approximately exactly 40%.
And Raptor, former LCK?
Hey, so it is.
Play in
it
the
is
LCK?
very, maybe 42%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 42%. As here comes Live Sandbox towards his bottom side. Vincenzo, Glacial Prison at the ready. There's the culling. Enosh taking a bit of damage there as Raptor just stands in front. And as it turns out, nothing really happening. Frim's got a couple of plates here on this top side. And Diehook making some sounds. And Karis going to get a Shifting Sands out of Goody. Yeah. And Goody going to wander away.
So I saw a really good question in chat.
Oh, what was
what's
that?
Our favorite kind of kimchi?
Ooh, I like the red one.
Very, very descriptive. I mean, there are
I'm a classic
white
cabbage guy. I'm a classic cabbage kimchi guy.
So white kimchi is my second favorite. Okay, hold on. I thought we were going to see engage, but no, we're not. Just plates exchanged. My favorite is definitely Chanlado kimchi, which is like the kimchi from the Chanlado region, which is a little bit spicier.
You're a fish sauce kimchi guy.
Yeah.
I'm not a fishy kimchi guy. I'm more a soul kimchi guy. But that's interesting. I should tell Cherry. She'd be proud of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best one for sure. And I try to eat it when I can, and it actually tastes like the best if you go to like Gwangju and you're like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah. I mean, it depends where you go, because I've had the best kimchi ever in Gwangju, but I've also like had the overly fish saucy ones, and I'm just like not a massive fish sauce guy. So that's where I sort of like have a little bit of an issue. Have you had the spring onion kimchi though?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh god, like leek. It's pretty much leek because it's like bigger, but man, that is so good.
We are gonna have a fight here with Tidal Wave starting off. Goody looking for the flank.
We're going surfing, but there's some nature grasping at them as well, as Goody gonna have to shift more sands. And you said that we're gonna have some action, but Brim's gonna turn it. We are actually going to. There's the Emperor's Divide as out goes Karis. Does have his ultimate as they dive on forward. Raptor, massive journey there with the twisted advance, and it's actually just him that's going to go down at the end of the fight.
That was a huge ult from Enish, but he's still just sitting on a Noon Quiver, so it's just not the damage at this point in time that they need to finish off those kills. And it was a pretty wild fight. I thought Guti was going to either have the Emperor's Divide that decided it, or was just going to get collapsed on and die, but he had Crown, so it was a little bit more difficult for Brion to actually decide they were going to go in. Tidal Waves used early, traded, of course, with the Nature's Grasp, and then you see Guti dashes away, and the target here is Prim, so he's like, okay, well, I am actually Renekton. Very difficult to kill. I'm going to go in and Q. And I don't think he actually has his Goredrinker just yet, but he did a lot of healing there. And then Raptor just decides he's going in without any follow-up. We saw that Aphelios ult, and he's like, I'm following that. But with a low-range champion like Aphelios, he certainly had a hard time getting the killing to happen. He did a lot of damage with his ultimate, but didn't really do much after that, so he dies. And Goredrinker is done now. I don't think it was already in that last fight. I could be wrong, but still almost a disastrous fight for Liv Sandbox. And Raptor just decided to give them a little treat.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually kind of liked it. Of course, Twisted Advance is one of those things that's difficult to really predict where you're going to end up, because you press that button and then the champion that you've pressed has the ability to take you wherever
There's a lot of mobility right now in the League of Legends meta.
It is very, very true. So, you know, I kind of liked it just because it was right on the reuse of the Moonlight Vigil, and so it sort of looked like things could happen, but then he kind of went boom. The biggest problem there was not having a ward in the brush. So Diablo survived with absolutely nothing, and then there was no way for him to be targeted after he walks into the brush when he gets stunned by Frim. So it was nicely played by Liv Sandbox. Emperor's Divide positioning was good as well. So
I actually didn't notice until just now that it's not Cloud Soul, or rather Ocean Soul. It's Hextech Soul, as Frim is looking for an angle here. Does not have Flash. Diablo's positioning pretty good thus far.
Cool, Goody. Does have his crown still active. As, okay, Nature's Grasp going to come forward. It is traded for the Tidal Wave. Nice position there to try and get a little bit of space. As, speaking of which, Frim trying to create as much as he can. That is a flash forward. Dahyuk, not sure about that one. That was not in my in the best moves category.
It was not in the good Bomba slot.
Yeah, that was a negative Bomba situation.
Yeah, it was not in the good Bomba column. It was definitely not exactly what he was looking for. The follow-ups, though, for Raptors' ults have been very lackluster in this game here for Brion, though. OK Savings Bank Bro here struggling to actually follow up on what has been like some pretty solid Maokai ults here from Raptor. And then you have Vincenzo completely blocking Karas out in that fight, so he actually can't get on top of any of the carries in the back line. Goody has a crown, so it's very difficult to kill him and punish him. Then it just ended up being a whole lot of nothing here for Brion at the end of the day.
Somewhat negatory situation, as Goody going to have his crown popped. I do want to see that one again, because Kevin Kim did actually point out that I think it was a reaction from Enosh that made Dahyuk look really silly. So we'll have to double check. But to me, it just looked like he sort of body slammed the air, and that was not great.
Yeah, you know, you have to, of course, be prepared for those types of flash engages, but you also need to know that if the enemy AD carry has flash, you probably don't want to be trading flash like that, you know, unless you're going to win the fight. Because now you don't have flashes. Gragas, Enish has Gale Force, or he will have Gale Force eventually. I actually thought maybe we'd see less Stormrazor and less Aphelios in general with both of those things being nerfed on this patch, but at least in Challengers so far, nope, we're still doing it.
Yeah, and yesterday was exactly the same thing. Just a lot of Aphelios being picked up all over the place. as Raptor. Vision on him. Brim in the area as well. So maybe Live Sandbox without all of the information as they get a control ward down, and there it is. Do know exactly what's going on. 30 seconds on this Dragon that Bro is setting up for. That's going to be Soul Point for a Hextech Soul, and that feels fantastic here for Bro, or for anyone who's picking up a Hextech Soul. Also, Hextech Rift does mean that it's sort of like trainer wheels, like macro trainer wheels that you add, because you can go for resets and then get back to wherever you want to be extraordinarily quickly with those Hex Gates. So kind of helps out for a lot of our challenger
Macro
teams.
booster.
Yeah, the macro booster. You love. Oh, that sapling. What's the value? What's the gold value on that sapling? I'd say it's about 600 gold.
He got the shield off of Guti. No more crown.
Rift Herald is trying to charge. Not really going to work out as the team fight is broken out as well. Wild Growth onto the tree. They do deal with Shirley, and they're trying to deal with Prim as well. As, oh man, those chakrams starting to hurt here as Enosh had pretty good guns for that fight, but he can't really auto-attack. We were talking about range issues and things like this.
Yeah, I mean, they won the fight, but
working.
They didn't kill anybody. Vincenzo just trying to heal up a little bit here on the side, and they are going to stick around. Guti still has ultimate. His crown is probably coming back online here very soon as well. Prim?
Yeah, Prim just going to flash on forward, kind of realized that he needs to make some sort of move, and he survives. The Emperor's Divide actually helping him out there. Praise Guti for helping the Crocodile. That is Shuriman synergy right there. No, Mr. Crocodile, I love you, my son. Please get out.
So this game is so like it's on a knife's edge every single fight. Like everybody is so extremely low, but the execution in terms of actually getting those final hits on, getting the actual elimination secured, is just not happening.
No, it's not a thing.
It's just not happening. Nobody is dying, but Breon are starting to pull ahead in gold here. They went from like 800 gold to 1,000 gold. Now they're sitting at 1,400 gold, the lead here, and they just keep taking these objectives. And Hextech Soul is, as you guys know, very important to prevent. And I'm not entirely sure if Live Sandbox is going to be able to do that, as Guti has had some not so great Emperor's Divides this game. Again, just to point it out, like I don't remember his career win rate on the champion, but I remember last season he was something like 0-8 on it before he won his first game. So
yeah,
it's arguably his worst pick, and they decided to pick it here anyways. It's not working out so far.
And you might look at these drafts, and if you missed the draft phase of the game, you might be like, oh, it makes sense. They picked the Azir away from Karis. It was an R5, so it doesn't even have that, which is a little bit of a shame. Where's Susan for the full Shuriman Ascended comp? Yeah, I agree. That would be very cool. We could do with a Talia there as well for a bit more of that Shuriman flavor. However, not necessarily one of those in that particular group. But still from the same vicinity.
Relevant, you know, these days.
Yeah. But I mean, she's surfing around while they're hanging out in their temples and stuff like that.
I mean, the Everfrost build that Showmaker kind of popularized, it's still out there, you know. It still could appear. Maybe when Effort hovers it in the draft, that's like as close as we're going to get today, but...
Yeah. Oh, is the new TFT set out today? Oh, Danny Cell, that's really cool information. I should be checking that out.
By the way, did you see that guy in the chat? We didn't acknowledge him, but he said, if you guys see this, I'll shave my head. And I saw it, but I guess you didn't see it, so I guess
no,
it's
I didn't.
safe.
Oh, okay, there we go. Well, I mean, it's not 100%. I mean, he needs to shave half of it because you saw it. Is that how it works?
No, I think
I saw a person reacting to
it,
but otherwise not. Oh, Atlas, for a school project, how do you think League of Legends has affected the social climate of Korea?
PC Bang culture has changed, I think, over time because of League of Legends.
I would say so too. I think probably it's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily know, because when I got here, PC Bang culture was entirely League of Legends, and I didn't experience what it was like during the StarCraft era.
It was one of the first games where you could get a huge benefit of playing it in the PC Bang, because all champions were unlocked for play, and they still are. But I think a lot of people who've been playing for many years have like most of the champs they want to play anyways. But you know, when a new champ comes out, if you can't afford it, you can go to PC Bang, you know, with your friends between classes or something, and play a game of, you know, whatever champ just came out. Decide if you want to buy it, you know. And I think it pushed people to play more games together, because StarCraft is kind of, you go to the PC Bang with your friend. You're probably not going to play against them because you're sitting next to each other. You might play like 3v3, but it's not
2v2s and
stuff. It's not the competitive, you know, version of StarCraft that you're really playing. So kind of different.
For me, I would be playing all of like the side games and stuff in the map editor and all that sort of business. Whoa! That's a bit of an engage. Goodbye effort. Yeah, he was swept up in the sands.
Goody made a play. He did it. He made a thing happen. He's 2-0 now.
He collected. You love to see it. Okay, fantastically done.
No flash there from Effort, just not able to react quickly enough. Pretty far forward there. Goody sees an opportunity. Now he will respawn before this Drake spawns in about 70 seconds time, and he will still have his flash, so feels good at least about that.
Well, Foxfire was at least precast there for Karis, and now Goody going to come on down. Nice charm, but I don't know whether it's going to quite be enough here as the Winter's Wrath comes through. That is going to be the Everfrost that will secure his life. Karis holds on to flash.
Yeah, so 2 flashes held on to here for the side of OK Savings Bank. Breon, Karis coming over here to clear this wave. Pings going down on the Dragon. A lot of request pings here for Breon as everybody's going to reset here and set up for that Dragon fight. And I know it's a 1-3 kill score. It's 23.5 minutes in, but this could be like the fight that decides the game, actually, just simply because this Hextech Soul is so incredibly strong. If Live Sandbox win the fight and take the Drake, it won't be game winning for them, but if Breon take this, it basically is. So Live Sandbox need to show up here. Guti's ult coming back online, his flash as well. Really important timing to have those. He's got his second item complete here.
Cool for him, teleporting in. Could have been dangerous if there was a bubble at the ready, but it was not. Sandbox moving towards this river. 4 seconds. And there it is, the Hextech Drake has come on out. See what Bro can actually get done here, because I agree with you. I think this is an incredibly important moment. The charm is going to connect onto Daihak, but he's pretty tanky. Should be okay for now. Enosh, fantastic guns as the Glacial Prison goes wide. Tidal Wave does the same thing, but they have control of the Drake. Karis looking for his opportunity to get forward. There's the Nature's Grasp. They dive on in. It's not going to be the Soul, but can they actually win a fight? Can anyone die in this fight? As already Dynami is seafood. The Gragas to follow suit, and Bro are coming alive. OK Savings Bank destruction here on the Rift.
Yep.
I don't know what that means.
Gold.
What does that mean? No,
I don't know, but I think it means Breon are going to put that extra gold they picked up in this team fight in the bank. There you go. Yeah. Get some extra interest on that one, because this game is going to go on at least 5 more minutes here as Live Sandbox do secure that Drake, as you mentioned, so preventing the Soul. Breon will pick up some more money to put in the bank here with this Baron. There's a lot of standing gold on the map, including that mid turret that's still up here, so Bro going to be able to pick up so much money from this Baron alone, but I think Live Sandbox will get one more opportunity at a team fight. And Maokai just warps these fights so much, because you toss this ultimate out here, yes, a cast comes through, but nobody can really follow up. And look at where Prim is here, getting into the back line. Diablo doing no damage. Guti really no impact in this fight. Doesn't get the opportunity to Emperor's Divide because he's locked down by the Maokai ultimate. So Emperor's Divide's defensively here, but it's ultimately too late.
Yeah, and he managed to get Prim away from Diablo, but did really feel like the damage had majoritively been done, as Bro now moving towards this top side. Thinking about getting some pressure down with the newly acquired Baron that they picked up for themselves. For him, yeah, it's just going to say, welcome, my Shuriman brother.
Crown value.
Yeah, there we go.
He's living.
He is. Not exactly doing much more than that, as Vincenzo picks up his essence of Brambleback and now heads towards this top side. Raptor slightly out of position here, but Prim pretty good on this front line right now, as Karis moving towards the outer turret in mid with his Baron buff attached.
Yeah.
And he's split.
He is split, and he's going to force a reaction here, or he might even be able to threaten that inner turret, as this is going to mean the Sandbox comes down. And speaking of inners, this top one now fairly vulnerable here. Guti still has his ultimate.
Prim looking to try and get out, possibly out of position here as Diablo's flashing forward. Does have Dominus, there's Wild Growth as well, and finally he does fall down, but the... Oh, Enosh! He's going to get pushed under the turret. He manages to get Diablo, though, as we need Karis to turn up to this fight. It was 4 versus 5.
He's
Bro
going to
made
get
it
the
look
turret, though.
somewhat competitive.
Right? Get the turret, Karis. Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
He is going to get it, so I think still worth. And Guti actually made a big play again here with the Emperor's Divide. Didn't have flash. Waited for a very long time to use it. I was kind of concerned that he was just going to once again just sit on the ultimate and not utilize it here, as they're actually able to do so much damage to Prim. He holds it in this moment. Prim has so much healing, of course, with his Gorge Drinker, and then the Emperor's Divide comes through here. So they still secure the kill onto the Renekton. I was worried that they weren't going to with all that healing, but they kill him. Emperor's Divide is good, but still, trade back there from Inish was fantastic. As you mentioned, that's his 3rd kill of the game, and they get that extra gold in mid. So still, Brion feeling very comfortable with their situation, but you know, credit where it's due, Guti was able to make a play happen here. He's sitting on 5 stacks of that Dark Seal too, because he's 3-0-1.
Yeah.
I mean, he's relevant in this game. He needs to have one more of those to secure the second Hextech Drake for his team, and then maybe there's a comeback angle here. But right now, Brion's still in firm control.
Yep. Lucid still pointing out that Diablo autoed the wrong person. I'm not sure whether Diablo's in this game, but Diablo may have had a bit of a whoopsie on that front. But we don't want to nitpick. That's not what this is about. This is Challenger, and that was Goody making a good play. 3-0-1, like it is pretty crazy that he has been able to put together such a nice scoreline in a game where they really have not done many positive things outside of that one play on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, Crown is, I think, the reason why he has 0 deaths still. Obviously, almost getting picked on the top side of the map. You can see him on the player cam here. I think he's a player that really has...
Bigu Bosu Boborosu is like, not only does he have the best name, but also has like the best questions.
He's on a strict 20 beer every 20,
yeah.
every 12 hours KFC Zinger box diet.
You're not even halfway to a Gragas belly. Do you have any advice? Well, I'd probably suggest like
don't do that.
Sitting down a lot and playing a lot of video games. If your goal is the Gragas belly,
I'm not gonna be okay with the Gragas belly goal. I think that's probably not a good goal for you.
No, it's a bad goal. However, if it is your goal, we're gonna help you achieve it. You know, because that's what it's about: inclusivity and making sure that if that's what you want, you can achieve it. So, Bigu Bosu Boborosu, I really hope that you can get the belly of your dreams.
And Diablo was way up in the front there. They did not have vision initially, so he was able to escape. But I was very concerned for him as the low-range Lucian. Now he's in a good spot here, but once again, it's on Guti. He's got his crown. See what that engage, you know, when he uses it here. It doesn't have flash, so we'll have to shuffle. That's really the only hope here for Liv Sandbox.
Ooh, I'm going to go wide there as a lot of damage from Karis as Brim tanking up the majority of that culling. Still, Diablo taking a lot there as well.
Brim has TP, so he can come back, and that's what it looks like
he is going to. And there it is! That's Hextech Soul picked up for Bro! And the polymorph, absolutely fantastic. Meant that Daiha couldn't do anything there. Moonlight Vigil is going to fly forward, and that will spell the demise of Liv Sandbox in this one. No teleport required. Frim decided that he only needed about 400 health as plan B. Well, yeah, it's if this was plan B, I don't want to know what plan C is going to have to be moving into the next one.
We're going to plan X now.
Planet X.
Well, you know, Guti, he was saving his Emperor's Divide for game 2.
Well,
then he didn't save. Then he used it at the end because he
Yeah.
decided, like, maybe I should probably use it this game. It doesn't roll over. That's what I just found out. It's sad because he had some good Emperor's Divides this game, but otherwise didn't use them in fights that really needed to decide the fight. And when your crown is
his
here,
only death.
Yeah, when your crown is here, as this game is over, when your crown is here, like, you are kind of just a Emperor's Divide button in these fights. You don't offer that much damage. You don't have Leandri's, you don't have Luden's Burst, so it's binary. Did you have the big ult? You know, you had the crown to get yourself there. Did you do it, or did you wait till the end of the fight? Like, a little bit rough for him on this one. Once again, we'll watch this final fight. He's level 16 as well. And this is just a great play from Raptor. Flashes in, steals the Drake away despite them not being in position.
Polymorph timing was absolutely fantastic there from Epic as well. He waited until the very end of the CC from the Nature's Grasp just to make sure that he could get maximum value out of that one. It was very nicely done.
And like, with the position they were in there, in defense of Goody a little bit, the way that he could have Emperor's Divide, like the options he had were very limited, and he did use it very well to actually push Frim back. And you're like, okay, there's an Ahri running at us. I need to keep this 80 carry alive. But he did the most damage in the game on this Azir. But the impact, even with the 3-0 there, felt fairly low in really critical team fights.
We need to vote for some POG.
Right.
I'm kind of
a Maokai voter, I think.
I feel like I might be a...
Just gonna vote for jungle. Kind of a boring one, but
I'm a crop voter.
That's all right.
I feel like he some good positively.
Yeah, I mean, he actually did do quite a lot of damage, and he threatened a lot of different angles, even though he didn't really get kills secured. Like the angles he took and the damage he did and how long he survived in fights made it really difficult for Goody to engage.
Yeah, I thought it was well played. But honestly, as you can see with the damage grab, it was team effort. Everyone really bringing out a whole lot. Effort, not necessarily, although team effort kind of feels like it should be effort. He is just the name of the effort that was put in from the rest of his team. And yeah, man, based on how this one went, I would say that we're not being represented by a bank era of around 2008. This is much more recent.
Yeah, this is no recession here being shown.
No. We're on a it's a bull market. Or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Bull's not playing today, but
he
did play yesterday, and it wasn't.
And he's kind of represented by a bit of a bear situation as well.
Yeah,
would say.
bit of hibernation at the moment, little hibernation, but it's okay.
I don't know financial speak all that well, so I'm going to stop trying to figure it out. Interest rates are bringing in the wins. Heck yeah, that's what it's all about. But nicely done here from Bro. Is Frim's going to pick it up?
Yeah, good call from you.
There we go.
70% kill participation, had a really good game on the Renekton. Also his laning phase, which we didn't zoom in on that much, was pretty insane. He was able to hold his teleport and basically beat the Gragas even after he teleported back, and he had such high health that he was able to then teleport bottom side to try to save that play. It didn't actually end up being needed there, but he was super dominant, so and tanked a lot of damage. I mean, that's the real key. Like his survivability in those fights, like his ability to get in there, heal up, do a ton of damage was really quite nice.
Yeah, and he was trying to get back for that teleport in, still didn't die even though he went in with like 15% HP. Absolutely love it. Big Bosu Bobarosu, I hope you're okay. I would probably, just maybe talk to someone about what we can do, because I just don't know whether the routine is necessarily what you need. Easy Zealot, you probably have the nail on the head right there.
I got the confirmation that there will be no subs for OK Savings Bank Breon. Unsurprising, but sometimes in challenges you have these players come in and then they win a game like this, and then the coaching staff is like, all right, well, that's it. That's what we came here to do with you today, and now we're going back to the regular roster, but not today. We're sticking in.
Really nicely done here by OK Savings Bank Breon. And I just think that being able to mix up your roster like this is very, very cool. We were talking about this when it actually became a rule, when you could sort of mix up your Challenger squad and your LCK squad sort of on the fly, and no one was really utilizing it. And now you've got Bro figuring it out to a victory here in their first game. Really cool stuff.
I mean, there's a world in which these players play for OK Savings Bank Breon's Challengers team today, and then also play this week in LCK, and it's just like giving them additional games, getting their confidence back maybe. I mean, that's a strat. I mean, that's a way you can approach things.
Heck yeah, but I think it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, we'll see whether OK Savings Bank Breon can do it again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's LCK Challenger time. It's 2023 summer. I'm Atlas. Once again, this is Wolf that is joining me. And we are ready to get into game number 2. OK Savings Bank Breon coming away with a victory in game number 1 with, you know, a former World Championship representative in effort, just cheerleading this squad to a victory.
Yeah, not a whole lot of action. Or, well, there was some strong team fighting, or like not strong team fight. Well, I'm not going to go that far. There were some team fights that happened that just didn't result to kills, so it felt like a very slow game, but they were able to kind of wear away at Live Sandbox and continue to take those objectives, taking Baron really the backbreaker. And we'll see if Live Sandbox, I assume they're going to pick blue side. It maybe hasn't been selected yet because it's like written, they selected blank on our little information memo that we have here, and we'll see what they do. But I think they're going to pick blue side. Maybe we'll see Diablo on a like late game 80 carry this time instead of the Lucian, because I'm kind of hoping for that. Like I don't think it was bad necessarily, but it just they didn't seem confident with the composition they put together. Because I think their comp was fine. Yeah, it was a good comp. They just didn't seem like they were very comfortable playing it. So I want to see something else.
Ooh, Gatoran with the Valdez and myself emotes. What a god! Look at this guy, absolutely killing it. We are great today, Gatoran. Thank you very much for asking. And Witter is asking whether I follow any Australian creators. There was one. Oh man, and she was fantastic, but I can't quite remember her name. Maybe I'll have to look it up.
Literal demons from the void stand no chance against the belly. No magic, just strict discipline of belly. I'm just an average bricklayer, not a dragon.
Big Boss and Barbarossa, I hope you're all right. When a player plays a champion in such a way that cannot be replicated by other pros, but is clearly overpowered when done by said player, should that champion be nerfed? I would say no. I would say that if the champion is above a certain win rate in solo queue, they should be nerfed. I think that is generally the way to do it.
Yeah, I actually think that if you have the greatest player of all time breaking the game, that's just a thing that you celebrate about that player.
Yeah, and then you thank goodness that bans exist. I think that's how it works. Where is the Powerade, Yundo? Where is the Powerade? I was wondering about that myself. Yeah, when are we seeing the casters 1v1? In what game? In what world are we seeing that?
Yeah, come at me in StarCraft.
Yeah. Hi, Catboy Cooties. How you doing? So far, we see absolutely no change when it comes to the same. Yumi needs to come through here. We're going to go for exactly the same situation.
Wait, they actually picked red side. Yeah, I was like, wait, why are these the same? Because Live Sandbox actually chose. They have selected red side. They opted into this. So maybe the first time we've seen this the entire season of both leagues.
Whoa! Whoa! Ah! Whoa! That was too much.
Somebody pressed
that
the
was
rotate
too
button.
much. Too much rotation. Whoa, Monte Cristo would be proud.
Yeah, he would.
There we go. 1v1 at rock paper scissors. All right, let's do it right now. We can do it right now.
Well, shouldn't we do it on camera?
No. We have to actually say the word. So we go 1, 2, 3, and then you say whichever one you want. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, rock.
Wow. 1,
2, 3, paper. 1, 2, 3,
paper.
paper.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, paper. Oh, I got wrecked. I went for the triple paper play. Triple paper play is too much. That is too much. Okay.
All right.
We've got Lucian Nami. They are going to be locked in here as Aphelios Lulu are going to come through, and Live Sandbox will maybe then just pick Gragas. Surprise.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed. I really don't like this for Live Sandbox because it almost makes it seem like they're thinking like, oh, no, like we just got a little bit unlucky in the last game. I'm like, I don't think that's what happened. I don't.
Maybe pick away Ari or something. I think Ari works really well in the mid-game with Lucian Nami.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then just change up your jungle.
Just pick Sejuani. Sure. By the way, we've been analyzed. Atlas trying to stack up paper for the rock pivot R4. Amazing. I love to see it. Thank you, Kizzo.
I actually just thought he was going back to rock, and I was like, well, if he goes paper again, I scissors, I win. If he goes rock, then we're done with this because it was going on for too long. So I was like, it's gonna end right here. I was like, there's no way he goes scissors. I just knew there's no way he goes scissors. So it's 50-50, and either way, it's over. But I won, so
You
know,
won
I'm
the
clearly
flip.
better.
Yeah, yeah. I think rock paper scissors is a skill-based game.
Oh, I
100%.
like this Renekton ban, by the way. That's some adaptation.
Yeah, gets POG, not allowed to play the champion again. Kind of like it as well. And if Live Sandbox do go for like the RER4, I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah, no, I actually think the draft becomes pretty good. It's not the greatest synergy with Sejuani's Permafrost, but it's still great, obviously, in terms of the stuns you can set up if you can hit the charm. You don't necessarily need Permafrost to actually be a successful Sejuani ganker. And yeah, I do like that option here. Also denies it from Karis. I just don't want to see the Azir again. I don't think that it's bad on this patch. Like, I think it is significantly better, but Guti is not a great Azir player, unfortunately.
There is the Nah ban, so Dahyuk not going to be playing that one. There's the Gragas, pretty understandable.
We're just rolling it back, aren't we? We're just rolling it back. With the exception of the Renekton that can't be played.
Yep. And we're expecting that to go top lane once again, but of course, theoretically, is a flex. Which makes sense when you're playing on red side. So, bro, what do they do?
They
Just the same thing?
Play Ahri again. I think it's totally fine. In terms of the top lane, maybe we just see Ornn, and they just play a little bit more front to back. I'm trying to think of what other picks they could do if they really wanted to go like aggressive. Frim could play like Aurelia if they really want to just be like, no, we're forcing it hard. And Ahri does come through. Ornn is the standard LCK approach.
Yeah,
I'd
I want to have a
love to
look
see
at
like Gangplank or
pool.
something else, you know, that would be really fun. But I don't think it's going to happen. It's just going to be the Ornn. Sorry for letting you guys know the hard truth, but it was just going to... I knew it was going to be boring, and it's going to be boring, but that's okay.
Hey, there's nothing
It's
boring
standard.
about Ornn. I just think that they lack damage quite a fair bit with
But
this.
he'll
But they do
make
have
up for it
engage.
if
They do have engage.
Yeah, and he'll make up for it in the later parts of the game, right, with his ornaments. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. 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 Maybe.
No! Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Nope, 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 no, no, go back, go back. Scroll one back to the Annie.
I think you basically can't play Annie into Maokai Ornn, though. I don't
really
know
hard.
how you ever find an angle. So it makes sense to not pick Annie, but it doesn't make sense to once again pick Azir.
Yeah, well, he didn't find very many angles on the Azir except when Bro were diving turrets, basically. Look, again, I think this Azir pick and the comp is actually good. Like, I think you and I agree that this comp is pretty good, but after what we saw last game, and the Maokai just makes every good comp seem slightly worse because the ultimate is just so oppressive. I think we might see a similar game here, and honestly, I think Brionne, they could have won even harder if their follow-ups to some of those fights were better. Then Inish actually gets fed, and the game is even more one-sided. So that's my concern. I think running this back for the Sandbox makes me wonder, like, did they just come into today going, this is how we want to draft, we want to pull this off on red side, and even if we lose, let's, like, treat this like a scrim? It's not the winning strategy, but maybe it's a way to improve and grow as a team. I don't know.
Yeah, could be something like that. But I think that at least this time around, Dahyuk's going to have a better time in the top lane. Ornn doesn't necessarily run over lanes anymore, and he, like, for him, was having a field day on the Renekton. So him pivoting to something with a little bit less pressure up there might open up the game for Live Sandbox a bit, especially around some of these Herald fights that we did see last time. Could be a thing. Could also just be a repeat of what we saw last time because, guys, we're not going to beat around the bush. There is one change, and that is it. And that is Ornn now instead of Renekton.
It was a good change to ban the Renekton from Live Sandbox. Like, I thought it was a good choice, a simple but wise adaptation.
Yep. By the way, you can still have a bit of a gamble on this game. You just need to put in the team that you think is going to win right now, and then we'll keep track in our heads, and then congratulate you afterwards.
Yeah.
So just take this
channel points.
Yeah, we don't need channel points. It's not about channel points. It's about being right, and we'll see whether you can be right. So just make sure you just type down right now as we get ready to rock out. Oh, clean.
Clean as always, you know.
Yeah, it's just perfect.
You and I missed the one that wasn't our fault on day one, where it just didn't happen.
Yeah, that we just didn't have do at all.
But of all of the guitar riff do possibilities, we are 100% win rate so
Heck
far.
yeah. We're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Frim and Dahyuk not going to dance around. I think they saw Rascal with the huge party foul
Yeah.
last week, which was like inexcusably awful of him to do. Even broke a bone plating as well, and everyone's hearts at the same time. Just terrible.
Yeah, that's why they both took second wind here. They were like,
Yeah.
that's gonna get value if he does party foul me.
Yep. Channel points at 25k followers. Is that how many we need? How many followers do we have on our channel?
16.5 according to your laptop over there.
We need to, if you haven't followed, follow please, because we might be able to get there. That might be when we unlock 7TV,
Yeah,
you know?
I actually, like, it says 16.5k. I think it's actually 16.5 kajillion, because everybody loves challengers. I think that's what it means.
I mean,
So
I think
we've already
everyone
unlocked
loves it, but I don't think everyone knows that they love it yet, you know? It's one of
True.
those things. So just make sure you tell your friends and all that sort of stuff, and we can all just enjoy it together. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean,
Blade Princess didn't even know it existed until tonight, and now they're a fan forever.
is that what TN stands for?
Yeah.
I've never heard that one before. Today I learned.
Oh, well, tonight you learned.
Yeah, TN I learned.
Yeah, TN you learned. There you go. Choco Mint Cookie says that they're here for competitive rock, paper, scissors, and thankfully we have that in spades or in shovels. Do you know what the difference is between a shovel and a spade? Let's not go into it. Maybe we can, though.
Isn't the spade the smaller one that you use for, like, it's more triangular and...
Yeah, I think a shovel has like more of a depth to it.
It has a wider, I mean, it has a longer, like, handle or stick.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's another word I'd use, but I don't know if I can say that on TV.
Ooh, Raptor might find himself a stray piggy and is actually just, gonna have to punch that one away.
Smashes him away and,
Okay, does avoid the CC very
Aftershock.
nicely. Wow, that timing is real tight.
yeah,
Avoiding
that was actually
permafrost
pretty
CC.
clean. And now effort's over here.
Yeah,
Good
Raptor getting
polymorph.
babysat. You like that one a lot. Throwing the sapling in, and Vincenzo may need to leave here. We'll see. Might just be a 50-50 on this one, or Raptor might just give it up, and he does so. So Vincenzo going to be able to get out of there with the red buff.
Already a big adaptation in the early game here from Live Sandbox. Like last time they were winning lane in the bottom 2v2 and then kind of had an awkward back timing and then just lost the Drake for free. This time they're actually able to come in there and disrupt the jungle, force effort back. And you'd see Inish was a little bit vulnerable there on the bottom side of the map for a moment. Good escape there from Raptor. I think, like you said, if Raptor doesn't play that as well, there's actually a real possibility that he ends up getting taken out there or forced to flash. So,
There's a great question in chat. Does Yorick use a spade or a shovel?
I think it's a shovel.
I think so too, because I know that Dampe from Ocarina of Time
That's definitely a
also
shovel.
uses a shovel, and I'm pretty sure Yorick is just Dampe.
I actually have the same thoughts. I
That's how it goes.
always think of the opposite when I'm playing Zelda. I think about
Yeah.
Yorick, and then when I'm playing League and I see Yorick, I think about Dampe. So
It's perfect. It's like cross promotion.
they didn't put Dampe in any form in any of the new Zelda games like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, right?
I feel like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, they do sort of have him in like the guy that sells the monster parts and stuff. He's like got the vibes.
He's got the vibe for sure.
But it's not the same, you know? But it's similar.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a spade here, man. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I do know that Effort's taking way too much damage here. They're trying to turn it onto Diablo, who has absolutely no mana left. But our health bars are the ones that are in trouble here on the bro side. Still being able to even out the trade with Diablo at least, but Plan B is still very, very healthy.
Yeah, Lucian is really reliant on his abilities to win fights like this, so he needs to eat that cookie to get the mana back. I love the poke that we saw there from the Inferno from Enish to just try to push him back. And it won't end up amounting to anything. As like you mentioned, up here, the top lane actually playable for Dahyuk this time around. He's actually doing things. He's trying to be relevant.
Yeah, avoids the brittle really nicely there as well with the body slam. So you like to see it, actually understanding the intricacies of this particular matchup. But still, Fren is ahead in farm by a decent margin, even though we just witnessed him missing ACS. Sometimes Barmy Cinder trolls you like that. It's just how it goes. Oh, and again, yeah, that's why we have to cut the video, have to move away.
It could be up even more in CS.
Exactly, that's the whole thing. But I learned from Afromu that as long as you're beating your opponent, it doesn't matter what the number is. You
Yeah.
just, like, the most important thing is to stop your opponent from being able to do it. That's
If you have
the way.
one more than them, you're winning.
Yep. At least that's what he
That's
told
the
me
number.
in 2013. I assume that it's probably still the same because, you know, killing minions hasn't really changed.
This is Challengers, not Academy, but thank you. Welcome, first-time chatter. Is this still map 1? No, it's map 2.
Yeah, this
Thank
is
you
map
for using
2.
map.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing.
And also, there was someone that was a bit confused by the fact that Effort and Karis are playing. Yeah, Bro has just moved them into their Challenger roster today. We don't know whether it's necessarily for this week or not, as Vincenzo, as the actual Zoid skin on the Sejuani. You love to see it. Which one was that? It had a special name.
Yeah.
This is like the main character guy.
I actually really liked
Zoid.
Zoids when I was a kid.
Oh,
like,
me
a
too.
lot.
Man, that show was so cool. Just the coolest. It was like Transformers, but like actually cool.
What was that other show? Oh, Voltron. That was like the...
Yeah, Voltron was pretty
Voltron
dope
was
as well.
actually like the best version of that weird era where
Yeah.
every anime was like, and I'll form the head, but
Yeah, it was just Power
Voltron
Rangers.
actually they said I'll form the head.
Absolutely amazing. Bro are just kind of like being fine, although they are down in gold just a little bit here, largely to do with the fact that in the mid lane, Goody is ahead in a bit of farm. And we do have a camp lead here for Vincenzo as Karis is going to move on down, but I've seen this story play out before, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower this time around. It's not Hextech
Oh,
Soul. Oh,
That is ult for ult.
that is
You
why
probably take it.
yeah, it's hard to kill Ahri with this pick, but you still are able to trade ultimates as you mentioned.
I think slightly longer cooldown on the Emperor's Divide in comparison to the Spirit Rush.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so too, but it's, as you can see on this, actually no, according to our cooldown bars here, not quite, actually a little bit faster for Emperor's Divide, but Ahri's been changed so many times, like, you know, it's hard to remember exactly what her ult cooldown is unless
It's
you're...
a Liga. That was the name of the Zoid.
Ah, yes, that's right.
So it just came into my brain.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think ultimately here for Guti, like, even though he is going to have his ult faster, it doesn't really matter. And, like, he wants to try to get an advantage here with this play. He did come up short. Karis reacted very quickly. Karis is, you know, apparently nowadays kind of a bit of a Azir one-trick himself. So, you know, he's got that down. He knows how to react.
Yep. And, okay, so, as we take stock, Bro, we're trying to get some control around this Rift Herald that spawned about 40 seconds ago. Vincenzo eating kitty cats as he finds one in this pixel brush, but we'll be able to clear out vision quite nicely. All the deception, pretty satisfying clearing out that wave. And look at this, the value of these kitty cats is pretty high. Being able to get all of this vision available. Winter's Wrath used just to get this Herald down, 50%, and I think we're going to see a team fight.
No ult for
Oh,
Guti.
that is going to be a really nice engage onto Effort, but the Ram's going to come through and look at this. They are avenging their support gloriously on the side of OK Savings Bank. Breon, I believe, oh no, not able to quite take the Rift Herald, so that is all that Live Sandbox will get, but that is an ace.
An ace at sub 10 minutes here.
That
the
engage from
positioning-
Effort was amazing.
The positioning here for Live Sandbox is extremely suspect. Goody at least is able to avoid this turn, but he doesn't have ult. So when Vincenzo goes in and they commit everything onto a Lulu without knowing where the angle for Prim is here, they know that there's a Maokai with ult. Like,
My goodness.
it's kind of an unforgivable setup here for Live Sandbox for me. Like, you really just kind of walked headfirst in this one. They just looked so uncomfortable with this comp again. That they ran back here. And
I mean, they managed to kill Lulu real good.
yeah,
But they used
true.
every cooldown that they had to kill the Lulu.
As well as committed even further into a bad position
Yeah.
to where it was going to be guaranteed disaster.
Yeah, with their flank entirely open. Enosh, he could die here. As the culling does come in, there's a wild growth. Effort is going to make sure that Enosh is going to survive.
And he did pop his barrier as well, so they got
Yep.
something out of this.
There we go. As Rift Herald going to come through and collect some plates for Diablo. Raptor going to come down. It is going to be a charge, but we'll see exactly what's going to happen here. There might be a 3v3. As Raptor just going to punch Vincenzo. And I think that Bro just kind of want this to dissipate.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the end of it right here. Raptor does have his ultimate, and he does have flash too if he wanted to go for a long-range engage onto Diablo, so needs to be respected. as Karis is now starting to really run away with this lane. Crown picked up now again, unsurprisingly. Frim, yeah, he was having like less control in lane, quote unquote, had a CS lead. Now it's even, but his engage in that last fight was pretty phenomenal, and
I don't know what changed, man. Like Frim had,
he's good. He's a good player. I don't know.
He's been really good, but he certainly struggled so much last season. He got his hands on Cassante so many times, right? Renekton was his most played. He got so many more wins on that. So coming into this, I was like, oh well, he's off comfort now. But his on looking brilliant, was also good in the laning phase, and Liv Sandbox certainly struggling. And this maybe it's just moving a couple of players into the roster that just spices it up, gives you a new lease on what you're doing, and it's certainly working out so far here for Brion.
And if it is a confidence thing that the OK Savings Bank Brion coaching staff is looking for in LCK, I mean, this is how you do it, right? You put Karis and effort on against the weakest team in Challengers, they absolutely bop, and then maybe they feel better going into their upcoming Challengers matches. We talked about it a little bit at the end of LCK Week 1 for Summer, but it's a pretty tough schedule for Brion this week in the LCK. It's hard to sugarcoat it. It is going to be a really tough week, and they might end up going 0-4 at the end of it. But at least getting your confidence back here as Karis, if he will be playing in the LCK, going to feel good about that one so far, because I think he has certainly looked much better here.
Yeah, and maybe it is the week to start experimenting, right? Because you think on paper they're probably going to lose. Oh dear, that is Glacial Prison. In goes Raptor though. He flashes forward, but the bubble is just phenomenal, CC. Diablo will be knocked up though. The Ram comes in, and oh man, that headbutt to death from this On, and he's playing the On like it's an assassin. Speaking of assassins, Karis is... Where did Goody go?
He disappeared, man. He got assassinated. He died in a solo queue. We have a pause here, so perhaps something related to...
Ooh, Goody just wanted it in a colorway of Shurima. He's like, I would play better if everything looked like it was Sandy.
Somebody said I'm not a bro fan in the chat. I will not take this slander. I'm a fan of all 10 teams in the LCK in no particular order, as well as their Challengers and Academy teams.
I'm a fan of all 10 teams in the LCK in a particular order, but I am a fan of all 10 teams. But just some more than others.
I have no particular order. I love Brion the same as I love T1, the same as I love KT Rolster. And, I'll even give some shout-outs to some Academy teams, like Shadow Corp in the past, but I love that team equally as well when they are appearing in Academy series. So we'll let you guys know what is going on as soon as we know here. Maybe hardware related, but I don't think so, just based on the fact that the ref is communicating via mobile phone right now, and no one's peripherals are being touched or moved around.
Yep. It's interesting though, because we didn't really see. Oh, okay, Goody having a little bit of a issue with his monitor.
Okay, so it is a hardware issue.
So maybe that's why he died. His monitor turned off. I kind of doubt it though. Oh no, another device issue. We're going to Europe again.
Yeah.
Or at least we're calling. I don't want to do that joke again.
Yeah, just let it go.
Yeah. I think it's time.
So, okay, so the referees, part of the reason why they stand behind the players is for moments like this where, for example, all gameplay is recorded, just so you guys know. So if Guti, for example, had a frame drop, they could actually review that and be like, oh yeah, no, he dropped frames actually in that moment. But something like a monitor turning off or flickering or anything weird like that, if he claims it turned off, for example, the referee would have to verify that, right? Because that's not something that you can actually record or track.
Yeah.
I don't know if his monitor turned off or if it flickered or if it went black and white for a second. It certainly went into grayscale for a second, but I thought perhaps they were going to get a replay. Not entirely sure what happened.
No, I think what he did was he said that something went wrong, and they were like, "You just died, dude." And
yeah, I think that's probably. I mean, that's. Yeah, I don't know if the monitor was why he went forward like that. Oh boy!
Sick play from Karis, to be honest. And yeah, monitor or not, I think you're going to die to that. Man, that was an outplay though. That was that was super clean from Karis.
The shuffle is what put him in harm's way, and then he decided okay, well, I'm probably just gonna have to burn ult here. This is not it. And then with Karas's outplay, he dies.
Yeah, and he probably just didn't see the cue, and so didn't have time to flash because he got hit by basically the initial hit and the return instantly because it was right at the tip.
Yeah.
Feels
you
bad.
gotta feel for him, man. You know, he's been around for this entire year. He's played a lot of his year. He hasn't done a lot of winning on it, unfortunately, but he is having a bit of a rough series here. I mean, look, he had his moments in game 1.
Yeah, he did.
Some defensive Emperor's Divides were okay, but
he had that one in top lane as well that was actually good. Like actively good.
I just don't want to take out like my draft frustrations on this one player, but Live Sandbox, like we've talked about, comp is good, but like they don't seem comfortable with it, so I would have liked to see something else.
I think, yeah, comp is fine. Team doesn't know how to confidently play around it, right? Like, with mid-game compositions like this, it is actually kind of difficult to switch your mindset exactly when these item spikes come in. Like, right now, you've got Lucian Nami at almost the peak of their power in comparison, because there is that Gale Force and there is the Mandate. And so now you should be really wielding them as weapons, but you can see, I mean, it's just Diablo collecting waves in mid, and you're not really getting too much for it. So we're going to look towards the next Rift Herald in 12 seconds for potentially a battle. We do have an Infernal Soul this time. Look at the power of the dragons here.
The souls have been quite beefy tonight, huh?
Yeah, this is high value. Definitely high
Karras
value.
is once again going to get this turret. Like, there's a lot of deja vu going on in this series. Now he can teleport back into this fight. I don't think he wants to go on that controller, but in the pit, there's another one he could go to.
Yeah, immediately just teleports to the turret, though. Makes sure that he is going to be here. Ward comes down. Karras knows that he's being seen as Nature's Grasp comes forward. Karras just going to find the Nami in the backline. Emperor's Divide is decent onto 3, but it does absolutely no damage. The grab at him is gigantic. Locks up all of Live Sandbox, and they have just nothing. Charm goes wide. It does not matter. And Live Sandbox are done in this game, I think. It looks like they may have lost a bit of hope.
Yeah, I think that it's been a good season so far here, honestly, for OK Savings Bank Bria. Like, this team actually looks pretty good. And yeah, weak opponent here in Live Sandbox, but the coordination is good. The team fighting is clean. The macro decisions are better than what we saw from them in spring. And yeah, you've got Karras and Effort in here, but even without them, they were looking like a better team so far in summer. And, you know, I'm not getting, you know, into a point where I'm like, oh, this could be like a playoffs contender team, but I'm definitely glad to see that they have leveled up. And watching this fight once again, Karras just with such a great angle. Teleported mid, so we could have the flank angle you were talking about. Look at this ult from Frim. The grabbing him you talk about is so massive. And this fight, I mean, there's just not even a chance for Live Sandbox, not even close.
Just beautifully played. Karras there off to the side. Like, man, this is like, we were having a conversation on the Pogstar. You guys can watch the episode. We were like, what happened to Karras, man? What happened to him? We remember having so much hype. He was so good. That last season that he played in Challenger, he was, like, that was when Gen.G's Challenger roster was really good. I'm pretty sure he was on Gen.G in his last season. Yes, he played a lot of Lissandra, but still, he was just amazing. His Ari's been really good. Dayhawk now out of position as Nature's Grasp is going to stop anyone from being able to help out, but it's a decent pass. See whether the bomb is going to work out there, as Zanosh is now going to have perfect guns, but it doesn't really matter. Gets over the wall, gets the kill, and Karras wasn't even here. He was taking stuff.
He flanked so well, but his ult was like 3 seconds off cooldown, so he couldn't actually capitalize. I think if his ult was ready there, he actually just gets double knock up and they wipe and end the game at like 19 minutes. But he's not quite able, unfortunately, to set that up. Karras, though, going to grab double turret, looks like here, with the Rift Herald coming through for its first charge on Inner.
This is like 7 times the amount of kills that we saw in the last
game. I'm like, the last game was very one-sided. This game is somehow not only more one-sided, but
it's
to an extreme degree. I mean, yeah, like,
oh my god. Yeah, this is an absolute demolition. And you know what? This is perfect advertising for the OK Savings Bank. Because, like, if there's anyone that I want taking care of my investments, it's the bank that knows that Breon were going to be better this season.
They took their gold lead from game 1, and it's compounded in game 2.
Yeah, like, look at this. There's a whole lot of economic stuff that I don't even understand that I'm learning about. Thanks to OK Savings Bank Breon.
Yeah, it feels very secure. Feels like a very safe and solid bank to keep your money in, keep your League of Legends gold in, the little L coins. It's really weird the coins have L's on them, but that's just how it is.
That's just how it is.
That's what Riot decided.
Yeah. And there are coins with all sorts of things on them, and we support those ones. I want the one with an OK on the back. I don't want to flip a coin and call heads or tails. I want to call O's or K's. That's what I want to call. Like, Chom going to come through here as that is a very dead Nami, and that's in the face of 3 people.
He's not okay.
Yeah, Karis looking for even more. Are you okay, man, bro? Savings bank. Chom connects again onto Dive. The mind games are coming through for this Ari player. And man, it's just so good to see Karis with some confidence. And yes, it took them a victory in a very slow game in game 1 to get there, but man, it feels worth it. As we're going to take ourselves a inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. We're going to call it a day on that one. 3.2k lead for just the Ari alone. Everybody else just making bank.
I voted for Frim.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
And like the game isn't over yet.
I'm voting for Karis.
The Nexus hasn't exploded yet, but yeah, there have been some pretty phenomenal plays from Karis this game so far, as this is one of them, where he's able to get over the wall here, avoids, or nearly avoids the tidal wave. Actually doesn't matter.
Avoids the bubble though.
Yeah, gets out of the bubble, and does half of the health bar of Diablo as well shortly afterwards. He picked up a Magi's. He thinks he's POG, that's for sure.
Oh,
he's
100%.
He's on the same page as you.
Oh yeah.
It's a Magi's page.
I mean, I wrote it down. I think that Frim, as you say, has been great, and as you can see, this damage dealt, once again, it's a very similar
even,
damage
yeah.
graph. I mean, it's a similar draft. It's a very similar damage graph to what we saw in the last game. Bro just understanding this comp very well. Oh, Raptor takes the Raptor. Had to see that one coming, didn't you? It's going to throw a sapling in this brush. And bro, I mean, we are dot and T's, crossing I's, dot and J's. They are doing all sorts of things. They are crossing F's.
Dot and T's and crossing I's.
Yeah. Yeah, they're cross-eyed, and it's feeling pretty good if you're a bro fan. Oh, chat poll for POG. All right, put down who you think is POG, and explain to me why it's Karis in the chat, and we'll change our votes.
I'm not changing my vote because Embrage said Frim.
Oh.
Some Raptor voters.
Terry, just being a little bit out there. Got some Frim fans in the chat. Like to see it. It's gonna be Karis. That's fine. As in goes Raptor. Okay, Nature's Grasp going to come down and look at the power of these wallets. They are just layered with so much gold. It is absurd. Look at what they managed to pull out of their safety deposit box from the bank. It's on a velvet little like
the base
setting here, and oh, it's looking beautiful.
Falling apart to super minions stacked on this bottom Nexus turret. It is going to go down, in fact, and they are going to get the Baron buff. They could probably just TP to end on the bottom wave, but they're going topside for some reason. As yeah, this is like, it's just wallets, as you mentioned, and they could just engage from so far away. Look at the follow-up here from Frim as well. It's just
man,
perfect.
Yeah, triple knockup.
And, I mean, I actually, even though I voted for Frim, I do think Karis is going to get it because I know how the Korean commentators vote, and
They vote for the best player, yeah.
well,
In the game.
I think you really have to have the subtle understanding that chat has to really know why it's actually Frim. But like, for normal people, it's okay to think it's Karis. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Or for like correct people that are correct. Like
I mean, you will be correct in terms of who will win, but like, you know, you just
and who is the most valuable, the player of the game, as it were.
You know, you just have to see the subtleties of Frim's play to really know. Like,
yeah, that's true. He does wield a hammer in a different way to what we've seen from some other blacksmiths on the top side of the map. On the top side of the map. I know that I am being outvoted on this one, and maybe it is just me being happy.
No, but I
that
think you're
Karis
actually
is
going to be
finally playing well.
I think you're going to get the 2 for 2 though, because I didn't vote for Frim in game 1, even though he got it. And I think actually the Korean cast is going for Karis.
Setsuna's Frim's rock solid, like how you want your savings account. 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
The bank jokes are really coming through too hard. As Diablo, really nice Captain Jack there to make sure that they have a gap in the Nature's Grasp.
The Korean,
doesn't really matter.
The Korean casters also don't have Twitch chat open, so how would they know to vote?
Yeah, they wouldn't understand. The Ram is going to come through. It's interrupted. Oh, actually, just barely not. Gets the knock up as well there as he's just bellowing and breathing in this team fight. It's looking beautiful as finally Karis will turn up. There's the MVP, the player of the game. He looks for as many options as he can find. as he's spirit rushing around, and Diablo is the one that falls out.
Oh,
At
Frim,
the
by
end,
the
as
way.
that is going to be
Frim.
Goody falling down. Look at all of the summoner spells that have been used. Quickly, Frim, use your teleport.
Who's going to get the last hit? Is it going to be Frim?
Ah.
Oh, yeah, it was.
All right, so he killed the Nexus
Player
and therefore
of the game.
player of the game. There we go. His last ult was definitely good. Well, actually, no, his last ult wasn't great. But his last headbutt into the inhibitor was very good. I just think that, honestly, Bro played really well.
This was one of the most one-sided series we've seen all year in Challengers, I think.
I mean, outside of, like, the Lee Sin support game yesterday, which I assume, like, because that won, it's more one-sided.
Yeah. But I feel like,
yeah.
I mean, this was just... Like I said before, when I was talking about them running back the draft list sandbox, I was like, yeah, I think it could have been even worse if OK Savings Bank Bro actually were able to make some of those kills happen, because it was very close to being way more one-sided. This time, with a different top lane engaged champion, they were able to make the kills happen. It was more one-sided. And yeah, 13,000 gold, 13.5. The lead here as the Nexus falls, 2 deaths.
Yeah, this was really clean by Bro. And it just shows, like, maybe if you bring down a couple of your, like, main roster players, especially one with, like, 4 years of extensive experience. Like, 4 years ago, he was at the World Championship. Like, Effort has been around the block. And even though, like, he got caught out in that last fight, you could imagine that that probably just gives him more space to micromanage team fights and things like this. Because you did definitely... I could sense an added sense of purpose than what we've seen from other challenger teams. And I don't know whether that's necessarily Effort, like, because we don't have comms. I don't know what's being said. Maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of an idea of that. But
They were pretty decisive, though. I do agree. And you bring veterans in, and people do just, I mean, naturally shout call more because they have that experience.
Hard Zombie, Bro demolished Live Sandbox as quick as OK Savings Bank processes transactions.
There you go.
Amen. Wow. Like, as far as sponsorships are concerned, this one's getting a call out like none other. Oh, man. Maybe we need to start, changing. Maybe we need to talk about life insurance more often when Hanwha's playing. We'll just have to see.
Of course, shout-outs to Udi Bank, our main sponsor.
Yeah. Shout out to Udi Bank. Are they sponsoring Challenger though?
I believe so. Yeah, I think
sponsor it all.
I think so.
Well, I'm going to. I could check to see who's sponsoring Challenger on my KT-powered phone that I have right here. All it says is Generations of Gaming. What's Gen.G?
I told you Carson was going to get it, even though it's incorrect.
I mean, it's a 10 out of 11. It's a. I don't know why you're laughing at me when I'm right.
No, I'm just laughing because it was so predictable. Because I knew that Karas was going to get it, and I could tell by the observing that he was getting
it. Oh man, so I could have frimmed it. I could have switched it to a frim. That's what Yundo's saying.
I just knew that it wasn't going to be Frim, but I wanted to vote for Frim. I thought it was Frim.
No, I can understand. I've been an Ornn voter before as well. But I think that Karas deserves the nod.
He played very well.
The fact that, like, in comparison to the last time we saw Karas play, this was like an extraordinarily, exponentially more massive improvement to how he actually played the game.
Oh, Yundo voted for Frim. That's because he's in chat and he knows the real truth.
he knew the way. So I apologize, everyone, for not being a Frim voter. I just had to be correct this time.
It's okay. No, look, I mean, you just.
I would have been correct the other way as well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
we would have just both been correct.
You just had to say, like, you had to go with the narrative of, like, Karas is gonna win, but Frim voters know, Hey,
that way you can be right twice.
Yeah.
Even when you're wrong.
Because Atlas also knows. But he voted for Karas because he also had to. If he didn't vote for Karas, then the narrative, it wouldn't have been off script. Like, Karas would have actually won.
That's true. So I had to save it.
And we did see, of course, the giant Udi and Hang logo there.
So it is.
I was like second guessing myself for a second, but I'm like, no, they're like right.
And it's
there.
another bank as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So shout outs to our main sponsor, of course.
Yeah, so we had Uri Bank and then KEB because that's Live Sandbox. That's their main sponsor. And then we've got OK Savings Bank. And we just spent the entire game talking about only one bank when there's 3 banks being represented.
Not to mention
DRX with Shinhan.
Yeah.
Whoo! Who's Hana Bank going to sponsor? We just need to get all the banks in here.
Yeah.
What are the other main, like, I'm with Hana, but there's like other ones as well.
There's I'm trying to think of what banks historically have sponsored esports that like Shinhan is definitely one of the biggest ones, but I'm trying to think if there's like any that aren't represented here, and I don't think so. We pretty much
have all the
did it.
rest, basically.
Yeah. I'm like looking at chat to see if there's any that like or that they're not jumping out at me, but we got a lot of banks going on, which is usually a good sign for the health of an esport. Just saying.
Yeah, Shinhan, KB, Uri, and OK. It's nutty. We also don't have LGU plus in the telecom war. Oh, it feels bad, man.
I have every bank that's in the LCK. I have an account with each and every one.
Yeah,
I
me
love
too.
them all
Me
equally.
too. Yeah, that's,
except when Worry Bank is on screen, I definitely use them.
I put the most money into OK Savings Bank now, though, because I know that I can guarantee the savings.
Thank you to our sponsors. We're not trying to meme you. Please,
huge
please
shout
don't
out.
get us in trouble. We
And
love
if you
all
are
of you.
if you are one of the 1,000-odd people that are watching, and you're a sponsor of Challenger, thank you.
Thanks.
No, that's
Sponsors like you make this show possible.
exactly. I hope you can understand what we're saying, given the fact that you are, probably Korean. And yeah, maybe it's time for us to have a little bit of a chat to you guys and see what you have had going on, because we have spent a fair bit of time, talking about banks and the video games. And congratulations to OK Savings Bank Breon. But maybe it's about you. Maybe it's about you. Are there any questions? I really hope that Bobby Ross is doing all right. We haven't heard too much about his belly.
Did you see the announcement for that new Atlas game that is not actually a Persona game, but looks
Not
like
the
one?
Persona 3 Reload or whatever?
No, it's called like Fantasy something. It looks really cool.
Is it Phantasy Star Offline?
No, not that. I don't
Oh.
know. Someone in chat's going to know, but that looks really cool. No, not Persona 3 Remake. Metaphor? Yeah, I think that's the one. It looks very
Metaphor.
good. Yeah, Metaphor.
I wonder whether I can watch it like right now, or at least have a look at it.
I'll have to load really quick, but I think
I hope that if I look
I
up
think it looks-
Atlas Metaphor, it is just some of the metaphors that I've said in the past.
I
That's
think
what
it's
I would
definitely up your
expect
alley.
if I Google
I think
it.
you're gonna like it. So I'm just bringing it up. But
Atlas Metaphor.
no, Yakuza 8 trailer came out yesterday too. That was pretty cool.
Ooh, nice.
Maybe some Hawaii action. going
Payday
on.
3? What the heck?
Payday 3.
Didn't Payday 2 come out like 15, 20 years ago? Damn. Ooh. Re-Fantasio? It's
Yeah, I think that's
Metaphor
the one.
Re-Fantasio.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It looks pretty interesting.
Sega.
The art style is really nice. I'm looking forward to it.
Ooh, brought to you by the creators of
Yeah,
Persona
it's
3,
like
4, and
basically
5.
a Mega 10 game, but it's not.
Wow, did you know that Atlas made Personas 3, 4, and 5?
Mhm.
That's crazy that
Um,
they made all of them.
It might shock you that they made some of the ones before that as well.
Oh, like 1 and
But I
2?
think
Surely not.
All of the, I think not necessarily 1. I'm not actually sure about that, but I
Oh, yeah,
think
wasn't it
2.
like
I think they made 2.
Was there a Namco? There was a Namco one or something like that. It started off. I don't know. I don't actually.
We just
remember.
don't know.
I did watch. Have you watched any of those like the iceberg videos? There's a dude that just does like come and like explore the iceberg of Final Fantasy or Zelda, and he like just goes into everything from like the
Oh,
whole
like
franchise.
the video game historian type
yeah,
channel.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, I watch some of those sometimes when like I've already seen the news. I know what's going on. I'm like, I'll watch some old video game stuff while I eat dinner.
Yep.
Sometimes I watch that.
Yeah, I kind of enjoy it.
I like it.
Yeah, those iceberg videos are awesome. I'm glad you understand. I think I watched the Persona one, but I can't quite.
Okay, so they
remember.
were Atlas, but a different dev team. Okay,
Oh, okay.
so that's why like the director is similar. Oh, they even have it listed: the director, the character designer, and the composer as well.
Yeah, they
Those
do.
are probably the creators they're referencing.
Heck yeah, really really cool. Yeah, not skipping anyone upcoming. I might be skipping what's his face, Blade. Probably not interested in him. Otherwise, I think everyone else looks dope. High speed rail. Yes, indeed, Denunciator. You are absolutely correct there. Feels 2K. What do you have to say here? Karis and Effort play DK and T1
Oh
this
my
week.
God, Bucket's
Ooh,
stranded
yeah, true.
in YouTube chat. We have to help him.
Oh, buckets and gloves. Are you all right? Oh, can you tell Twitch chat I missed them? You're stranded in YouTube
How
chat.
is he? Did he get like got by a Nightbot or something? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. What are you doing over there, buckets and gloves?
YouTube chat's a lot
Do you need
better
to?
these
Do you need
days,
us to
but
throw you a
I don't
rope?
know.
Throw him a rope. Oh
Is
man.
Valdez in the chat? Can you check on him? Can you get him out of there?
Oh, they
they
blocked.
blocked on
Work Wi-Fi. Okay, fair enough.
Don't make
could
sure you don't
VPN to
get
get
YouTube
back.
banned because that's going to be a rough time.
Just so you know, like Twitch chat misses you, buckets and gloves, and they're hoping you can come back soon. Next week, we could hope, or at least if you're coming back.
Yeah, that's
in the middle of
definitely
this
what
broadcast.
they said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they said. It wasn't just like Fs and stuff. There was one Bible thump, actually, like for real. You don't simply come back from YouTube.
Yeah,
chat.
get around's a little bit. He's
True though.
yeah. Twitch chat saying only nice things about you right now. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't you worry about it. Twitch chat always to be trusted.
Is
when it
this
comes
the
to saying nice
longest
things.
interview in Challengers history?
No, I feel like we're only halfway through.
Nah,
I
I
don't
think
reckon
it's
there's-
pretty long.
I don't reckon stop comments coming. I don't reckon it's coming for like at least another 3 or so minutes.
I just really want to eat my dinner. I'm really
I'm
hungry.
a bit hungry
Yeah,
too.
I'm enjoying chatting with you guys, but we're gonna chat with you guys in a little bit. Like, let me
Yeah,
eat my
yeah.
dinner first, okay? And then we can come back.
Maybe we need to get some thoughts on KT versus Gen.G. And also, have we seen what Quid's been up to on 100 Thieves yet? Have we seen anything?
I haven't.
I know nothing about it.
because I mean LCS hasn't started yet. So
Atlas doesn't get to eat after not voting for Frim. You know what, Gatoran? Yes, I do.
he actually does get to eat. It's,
Oh no! Don't put a 2 there. Oh god. Okay, if this gets quoted 800 times, I won't eat. Okay. Call your friends. Get them in here.
800.
800. There needs to be a bracket.
Nightbot is on
all
your side.
800
Nightbot's
of
gonna
them.
prevent you from
See, we got 4.
3 in a row. 3 to 3 though. That's a little bit rough. You guys
By the
messed
way-
up the count.
Mashed potatoes on neat is a great name.
Wait, they did it 800 times. Look at that. Oh my god, you can't eat, dude.
1,000? So it went over. MTBLI.
No, it's clearly 800. Look, it says right there.
No, it says 800, but like, whoa, 4,000, 420.69? That's a large real number of 1 million with Laugh Lowry. You guys need to calm down. Yeah. Be honest, do you agree with no passive button policy? I don't know. Do you know what I agree with? Stopping the comment.
It's time to stop it.
It's
Time to eat dinner.
It is time to eat dinner, but you know what? We're going to have a short break. When we get back, our final series of the day. We'll see you there. Don't miss us too much.
비를 한번
열심히 뛰어오는데
네, 하지만
코그모가 일단
코그모가
전장 합류.
엉금엉금 귀여워
네.
재능이
이게 앞라인이 좀 든든해서
아 이거 브레이크 지나죠.
코그모가
자 이제 브레이크 데뷔 떠오르면서 코그모가 안 됩니다. 됩니다.
빠져야 돼요. 이거는 광동 입장에서도
네,
녹걸이 전장이 없었기 때문에
그렇죠.
자 그리고
아직까지 불 끄기 직전. 자 조여놓고 어떻게 불까지 가나요?
잠깐만.
실쿨이에요. 자 이제 들어가서. 코그모가 때려 코그모가. 코그모 연속킬. 아니 계속해 트리플킥까지 갑니다.
메인 캐리를 맡고 있는 선수들이 조금
그렇죠. 성장의 새가 더딥니다.
네.
여기도 사이온이 저렇게 대놓고 왔는데 이게 제이스 위기. 들어갑니다. 이겼는데요? 아니요 이렇게 그랩이 아니 그랩이 미쳤는데요. 아니 무슨 얼마 전까지 아카데미 있었다면서요. 커리어 쌓겠습니다. 계속
그렇죠. 들어가겠다.
오늘부터 내가 하이 커리어 무조건 우승하겠다.
아니 이거
그리고 그랩
다 때려보시고
아유 감사합니다. 플라이 데미지 맞아요. 이거 맞아요? 없어졌습니다.
그냥 이대로 게임을 끝내는데요. 단단해요. 이건 기회야. 불가고.
여기서 부셔졌어요? 지우가 또 때립니다. 야.
그렇죠.
민기로 만들어야 돼요. 바로는 민기로 만들고
오히려 다 쓸릴 수 있어요. 바로 먹으려다가.
메인 디스는 한타가 돼야 되거든요.
근데 이게 5초. 일단 4초. 일단 버텨.
맞게! 그리고 멈출 수 없는데.
그리고 앞에 브리딜. 그 상태가 없어졌어요. 그럼 그때를 먹기 먹었는데 상대방이 빵빵빵. 속도로 내려오는 과정에서
먼저 선톱.
앞에 좀 멀어요. 파닉트.
맞게.
이거 노려봤고 뒤쪽 브라운 쪽을 빠졌고요.
프랑스
이거 구도가 어디야? 호비. 와, 호비.
선물로 빠져.
맞게
포기 안 해요.
빠졌고.
포기 안 해요.
포레스트가 집갔다 오고 있는 상황이에요.
그렇죠. 포레스트가 오고 있습니다.
앞에 다리.
어디 소리가 오늘
앞으로 들어갔어.
아이보리.
아니 코비의 그 썰랄한 개인기 드리블.
하이하이 반갑다. 물 좀 혹시 받을 수 있을까? 물은 저기 대기실에 다 있어요. 조금만 가져와. 챙겨서 먹어야지. 여기가 팀이에요.
We are the team.
팀 맞아야 돼.
We are the team이.
그랜드 마스터 팀 아니야? 그만 3명인 거 알아?
왜 3명이야?
그 가운데 있는 애는
뭐라고?
가운데 있는 애가 그랜드 마스터로 바뀌었어.
진심이야 지훈아?
그랜드 마스터.
아 지훈아 좋았다 그랜드 마스터즈.
너 몇 점이야? 야야야.
알았어.
겁박.
안 나댈게.
같이
안 나댈게 지훈아.
미안해. 우리 뭐 다 똑같죠?
지훈이 형. 왔어?
도착했어 오랜만에.
아 왔어? 뭐하다 거기까지 왔어?
너네 동네 소개 좀 해주고.
아 이게 MG긴 해.
집이래야?
This MG. 아에이요.
바다로 와서 바바라라. 바다로 와서.
야.
반갑다.
오케이 조현상.
불러왔어.
나 큰일 났어.
네.
나 긴장돼.
잘해보자.
나요? 나 천천히 할게.
천천히 해보자 천천히.
답답해도
안 쳐도 돼.
뭐라도 해보고 지자.
지는 게 정배야. 지는 게 정배야. 뭐야 이 새끼. 니 나가 그냥.
하다 보면 이게
넌 나가. 야 나가라고.
부담 가지지 말라고 하는 소리지.
처음에 나 갑자기 긴장되는데. 노래 들어도 돼? 안 돼?
유튜브 틀면 안 돼.
그래.
정신 좀 차려라.
어떻게 해야 될까 저거?
노래를 듣지 말고 형이 노래를 불러주자. 니 이런 거 오프 더 레코드에 나간다.
민우 형 물.
어?
물 갖다 달라.
저 주셔.
쓰레기 어디다 놔?
쓰레기는 그냥 주머니에 넣긴 해.
190분.
뱉어 그냥.
게임 소리가
어?
엄청 작거든요. 어떻게 해야 돼?
너 올려 너가. 지금 어때? 아 이거 성훈아 ESC 설정해서 그거 올린 거야? 아 저걸로 하면 돼. 저걸로 하면 돼. 아 그래? 이걸로 해봐. 너가 맞춰봐.
아.
앞에. 잡았어.
제리바디 이겼어. 비카리스어.
이러면 제리가.
근데 미드.
나이스. 어땠어? 딴데 어떤데? 나이스. 잘 풀었다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Challenger 2023 Summer. I'm once again Atlas, joined by Wolf here, and we had quite a long break because OK Savings Bank Breon absolutely destroyed Live Sandbox Youth. It was a sad time for a Live Sandbox fan, but a great time if you are a Bro enjoyer, which I imagine most of you are.
Or a Frim/Karis enjoyer.
Yeah,
they
true.
both had a great series. I thought Enish looked pretty good as well on the Aphelios. Like, he played very well overall. His positioning was good, and might be a one-sided night of LCK Challengers on our hands that we have, though, because our next series is going to be, of course, KT Rolster up against Gen.G. And while the scoreline for both these teams is 1-1 each, I think we definitely have a clear favorite in KT.
Yeah, we have an idea of who we think is going to be walking away with the win here. Of course, KT didn't look super great, but I believe they were against D+ in their first match. And then they went on to absolutely destroy after that. So hoping to see a continued bounce back there, and maybe Gen.G can surprise us, as they are quidless right now. Very difficult for a Gen.G, even though Quid wasn't even all that great. I felt like he was the heart and soul of that team, you know, the mid-Sejuani guy, now overstealing stuff in North America.
He was the most popular player on the team, I would say.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Gen.G has sometimes had some really fast and unusual meta reads. But, yeah, we, as mentioned, did have the 2-0. And we're ramping up for our 7:30 start time on this Gen.G versus KT. We'll be, you know, introducing the players and all that, but that one is coming up very soon.
Yeah.
And after that win for Bro, they were tied for 4th. They both moved down to 5th.
Exactly. That's what I just saw as well, Wolf. We had the whole thing locked up. We had Bro, Gen.G, KT, all of them at 4th place at the beginning of the day, and already KT has plummeted. Gen.G plummeted to 5th place, and now the only opportunity is to tie with Bro. They need a 2-0 in order to do so. If this is a 3-game series, then we will have that full separation, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that is not the case now. Gen.G Global Academy versus KT Rolster will be the matchup that we're looking at here for this evening. And yeah, I think it should be KT favored, but Gen.G, they may just have some tricks up their sleeve. We'll see.
They certainly could, as Carfe is making faces here.
Is indeed.
Ophelia has replaced Quid, and we talked about this a lot last week, you and I.
His hair, man.
His hair is great. His play at his peaks was also great. I think that he had a bit of a rough one last week, but we'll see if he can bounce back in a big way. Lospa has a little bit of LCK experience himself. He's the Alistair in Good Job Alistair from that moment where Ruler was like, I don't know who this guy is, but we're playing together.
Yep.
And, you know, Zest and Winner, 2 players that I think have kind of been middle of the pack in their role here in Challengers, but the team as a whole together just hasn't been able to pick up those big wins.
No, I feel like there has been moments for both of these players, but yeah, Zest definitely not really getting the better end of the majority of matchups that he's in, but he doesn't feel like a player that I want to talk negatively about, if that makes sense. Like, he's just been a role player throughout the whole thing, and I think this is a squad that just doesn't really have a star yet, right? Like, Carfe hasn't really got off the ground, and they have had like a few moments here or there, but you can't really like stand up and tell me that they have like the hype of this team, like, right? Like KT definitely in their bottom laner do have that player that they can get behind that can reliably win games, and we're gonna have a look at him right here in the middle of your screen right there. Feisty as well, having a phenomenal season last season. I really enjoyed Wei as well, and even though we did have to say goodbye to Rebel, I think Wei is a great stand-in, so I don't think that it has really hindered KT's chances this season.
And they both played all the time too, sometimes swapping
especially
back
end of the
forth.
season, right?
So it's just swapping back and forth in a series for seemingly no real reason except to share playing time between the 2 of them. Hambak also, I think, overall had a pretty good season. There were some low points for him, but I think at his highs, he was a very good Elise player. He's really good at just AP junglers in general right now. His Maokai is very good, so definitely one that I think we'll be looking at in the draft. That was one of the big defining picks of our previous series, as well as a lot of what we saw in LCK when it was left open in week 1.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. These are our 2 teams that also like to go rotisserie style top lane, because we have, you know, Castle and Perfect that have been trading positions a lot on KT's side, and Casting and Zest have also been sharing a heck of a lot of time. And it almost feels like for no reason as well with a lot of these teams. So make sure that you get your Zest time in, that, you know, you get your Castle time in, because it's likely that we're going to have a completely different top lane matchup in our next one, and that may be the last one. You never really know. Here we are, though, into the draft for our first game. KT are on the blue side to start us off. And I believe that means that Gen.G selected red, because I'm pretty sure that Gen.G are on the home side.
I think you're probably right about that, so that's quite bizarre.
It is interesting.
We might get confirmation, but we saw that did not work out for the Sandbox Youth earlier.
No,
as we
playing
will
the
see,
same comp twice didn't really work.
I mean, sometimes being on red side, you get the opportunity to have the free, easy bans. You know you're banning Emilio, you know you're banning Nico, you're probably going to ban Yumi or Zeri. And then you feel like, okay, let's just react and respond to all of the other busted picks in this meta that the blue side team can first pick. We will see Maokai banned, actually by KT Rolsters, that Hambak angle there gone. Ooh. And they'll ban Zeri, so that's you know, unusual for blue side, but good news for me.
Now, I've always been a KT fan, Wolf, but now I think I'm the biggest KT fan in the universe. You mentioned that we love all of our teams equally. I don't anymore. I am now a KT fan through and through. KT Sante going to be locked in here for Castle. He's very happy about that pickup. And the Lucian was the final ban. Gen.G are going to look at Lospa's Rakan.
Interesting.
Doesn't necessarily mean Zaya's coming in, but with Annie picked up, I have a feeling that it might be. Annie being picked while Maokai has been banned away definitely feels a whole lot better, and I think that we are going to have a very different series to last time. And I think it has to be because we saw 2 of the same game last time, so it was a bit weird.
It's a really easy Aphelios call here. I mean, to be totally frank, I think Aphelios Nautilus is very strong in this position. I also think even like Aphelios Leona, even though we don't see Leona at all in this meta, it's a very safe option here because the Rakan is so fragile. You have a Cassante for pretty amazing frontlining here. Now, we'll see if they just want to go a little bit deeper here and pick up a prio mid pick for Feisty. You know, we've seen him enjoy the Syndra, for example, going into Annie, but Actually, just going to be Lulu to come across here into the Rakan matchup. So not going for more pressure in the lane. Just going to be playing it slow, playing it safe. Does raise the stock of picks like Wukong, for example, also in the jungle.
I have a feeling that we might just see Gen.G go for a Wukong if it's left up, but I'd highly doubt that it is, pardon me, going to be. So we'll just have to see where the priority is going to be. There we go. First ban off the rank, and unsurprising as well. But still, a heck of a lot of jungle is still left up, so you don't need to worry about it too much. Feisty's Syndra going to be banned away as well.
Yeah, that's, you know, kind of everything we're expecting here. Once the Lulu gets locked in, it becomes very obvious what these teams are going to do. Another Gwen ban, interestingly, here for KT, but obviously Gen.G can now capitalize on that if they'd like to.
This Gwen ban this Gwen ban makes more sense than the Gwen bans in the last series.
It really does.
Because this time at least they have Cassante.
Yeah, they have Cassante. I mean, you could have gone Sion and Cassante, but it's not very common to have both of those. It will be the Gragas to come through here instead.
Ooh. If it's like, imagine, it's like Gragas Nautilus, and then it's like mega flex everywhere all over the map. Man, that'd be cool. Lee Sin technically a flex as well. Hey, there we go. Oh no, so this is like...
It's just going to be Lee Sin for Krombach, I guess.
No. So this is mid lane Cassante, Lee Sin top, and then Gragas jungle. That's what it's got to be. That's the most. That way makes the most sense.
I mean,
right?
It could be actually, especially when you see the Sejuani being hovered there. You're like, let's see what Zest is playing. And Zest is like, oh, if you guys are gonna troll a little bit, I will troll a little bit.
Ooh, shout out to Pinkwood.
Oh my God, into the Gnar. Actually, they could play Lee Sin top.
They could seriously play Lee Sin top. I don't know whether Castle has put much time into it. I tried to find his solo queue account just a few minutes ago, and I could not find it.
I mean, it could be Lee Sin support Lulu mid. Okay.
Hey, yeah, see? That's what I'm thinking. I'm liking where your head's at. But of course, I think that Cassante doesn't really care about the Gnar matchup anyway.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he really cares about any matchup. Yeah. I don't even think he cares if his keyboard is plugged in like most of the time.
Ridiculous. But anyway, Annie in Ophelia's hands is going to be definitely good for him. He had some struggles in their first series at least. Hoping to see some more practice play. I believe played a fair bit of Annie in that first series, but just didn't really get much of his footing. So needing to find some of those angles. Of course, Gragas feels pretty good into the matchup. And as far as lanes go, I kind of like it for KT, but there is a lot of coherence on Gen.G's roster if they get to mid-game for these team fights. Like, pressing R buttons together feels great.
It really
Diego
does.
there for the cleanup.
I think there's a lot of damage here on this Lee Sin. I also really like Lee Sin and Xayah just in general, because with Xayah's disengage, you kind of get to decide how you want to use your Sonic Wave to collapse in after she's used it. Then you can kind of guarantee that you're going to get value no matter what. Great into Rakan as well. So I do like the Lee Sin, because if you're trying to flank as Lospa and you get found by Hambak, he just kicks you towards the rest of KT, and then your flank is done. You're actually just going to die instantly. So even though Lee Sin's not very strong, he is a gore drinker champion. I like how Chronicler kind of has defined him as that, and like I think that's why he's weak. But if you could utilize him very well, then I think he's strong in a draft like this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm very interested to see how this one's going to go, because I think there's a lot of inherent value in KT's composition, but so much just teamwork possibilities on Gen.G's side if they find team fights. We found rock and roll, let's go!
Got it.
Hell yeah, every time, baby. Every time. Let's look at this debonair chap in this jungle. Roaming around, got his gigantic keg of wine. Having a great time. Feisty, of course, one of our favorite players from last season.
Yeah, he was one of my front runners for MVP, and I just thought he was so consistent on a wide variety of champions, and his Syndra, for example, was drawing bans all the time, even when it didn't make sense because he was so good at it.
Yep.
His lane prowess is fantastic. His jungle 2v2s with Hambak were really, really good. So
when you said his Syndra was drawing bans, I almost heard you say Syndra was drawing bands, like as in like bands, because we were talking about rock and roll before.
Yeah. No,
if she was to draw a band, tell me which one it would be and why it would be Evanescence.
Well, I was actually kind of I was thinking it was going to be like Linkin Park, but
similar vibe.
Yeah.
Similar vibe.
That Syndra is like really about the stuff that's crawling in her skin. You know?
Yeah, or Paramore.
Paramore, yeah. I could see that. Who else? Like, I'm not really feeling like Sum 41 or anything like that. You know, it's not quite the vibe.
Yeah, a little bit too upbeat, I reckon. I feel like she would be a little more like...
Maybe like Trapped, you know? Headstrong listener.
Yeah. If Gragas was going to choose a band, it would be Real Big Fish. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. There was
What about
absolutely
Nar?
Nar,
Beethoven for babies? Like
the Wiggles. The Wiggles.
The Wiggles.
Definitely the Wiggles. And that would be Nar and Annie both jamming to the Wiggles together.
like in like Rakan, definitely like Maroon 5.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's just a top of the pops type guy. He's like, yeah.
I'm like Annie's like see Syndra's picks.
No. She's just watching Wiggles with Nar. Her and Nar are just wiggling. Nar 100% listens to Tool. Oh my god, that's so good. Tool and Spoon. Did you listen to much Spoon? Spoon's great.
Not really, no.
They had a very silly name.
This early game here for Hype and Wei is going very well for the Aphelios. He's just using his Calibrum very efficiently here and is very rarely even just switching to Severum. He's just poking and poking and poking, probably about to actually swap off.
Yeah, this is, it can be a tough lane, especially early, just because you have that range advantage with the Lulu.
It's hard to engage with a level deficit the Rakan any Lulu lane because she'll just buy more for you. And once you have level 3 as Wei, you're like, nope, can't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh! No, Gragas would listen to Weezer, dude. I was wrong. He's not a real big fan. He's a Weezer guy.
I mean, I also listen to Weezer.
Me too.
On the reg.
Yeah, same.
It's like probably this year my #1 band to listen to on the way to work.
Really?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Wow, that's a lot of Weezer. Are you one of those people that's like a Weezer fan, but you don't like Island in the Sun because it's not Weezer enough?
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, yes. Like when Island in the Sun
Weezer
comes
guy?
on, I often skip it. Actually, that's like you just know me so well, Alice. It's actually a little bit crazy. It's a little bit scary, to be honest.
That's one of my favorite songs, mainly because it's from like this like kind of bad 90s movie with Zach Galifianakis called Out Cold about snowboarders. And at the very beginning of the movie, there's like a scene where this guy meets a girl and Island in the Sun is playing. And they're in Mexico and they're drinking mojitos or something. And I enjoyed it. And then the rest of the soundtrack is Jimmy Eat World. It's the soundtrack is goated. It's actually just amazing.
Probably doesn't have pink triangle, but Hype. Well, that was a good flash. I mean, he's down flash now. Let's see if they can get a kill.
Oh, Cafe in so much trouble here as winner. Not going to be able to do anything. There's an army of minions as well. And so Hype getting really angry about the fact that his flash is down. And Cafe almost gets Glitterlance to the grave.
That Wei is looking for it there. Is not going to find it though.
No.
So both flashes down now here, but Hype will be able to pick up this plate, and a lot of CS being denied here as Carfe has to back. This is pretty massive here for the side of KT. The early laning has just been phenomenal. I mean, we talked about how it is hard for the Xayah Rakan into this matchup, but it's not usually a 20 CS deficit you see this early on, or really at all. So pretty massive, especially if you consider that he now has Berserker's Greaves online, is halfway through his Cull.
The cull difference, I think, is actually just so huge. So we're going to have to see a lot. At least Cafe managed to get Noon Quiver. There's at least that. Gives him a bit of extra power in the lane, but it's not going to be anything to change what's going on here.
Chicken Nugget bot lane.
Chicken Nuggets? I guess so. There's a fair bit of our feathered friends.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. I was like really trying to... I was like, Yeah. I don't really associate either of them with chickens, but yeah.
No, not so much because that's
not
the
bird
raptors.
that's not the bird that goes into my mind.
No, and like because chickens are the raptors and then pigeons are Azir. What kind of birds are they?
He's like, it's the penguin lane. I'm like, I guess so, man.
If Rakan was to be a bird, maybe he's a dove. Because he's like, couldn't be like a blackbird or anything.
No, yeah,
he's not a magpie.
He's certainly not like what's the word I'm looking for? A pigeon. He's certainly not a pigeon.
Not much of an eagle either. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Feels like there's more damage to be available
He could
there.
be like a kite, you know?
Oh yeah, true.
He's got like little spiky ears, like the spiky kite tail.
Probably likes Mary Poppins as well. Kind of cool. All right. Way going to slow down Carfe here as he makes his approach. Kind of an awkward situation as Humbug needs to safeguard his way out, and that's just a leash. Gen.G will say thank you very much for both the Rift Scuttler and the Dragon.
Winner with the Lee Sin emote as well versus Humbug's Lee Sin.
I like it a lot.
I like to see that. And Rakan is a peacock. He's absolutely not a peacock.
Oh yeah, no, actually Peacock works. Because he is that kind of guy, right? He's like the... he's a little bit of the show-off type vibe.
I mean,
I can see it.
I mean, look at his cape. Like
his cape is peacocky.
Yeah, I see what they're saying, but I don't know.
He's literally a peacock.
He's literally
Cockatoo works as well.
I don't think he's literally a peacock.
Well, Gatorance, is that canonically he's a peacock? Is that how it works?
Then
Gatorance?
what's Zaya? He's a turkey.
When he walks down the lane, like I haven't played Rakan in a really long time. Does he just say like go 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 on his way to lane?
Oh man.
Ooh, Lyrebird works.
It's the Thanksgiving lane.
Wait, is that like Australian detected as soon as you say Lyrebird? Are Lyrebirds in other countries as well? I know they're in Australia. I don't know whether they're in anywhere else. Have you heard about Lyrebirds?
No, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. So that's how I know I'm not
Lyrebird's
Australian.
call can be literally anything.
Oh, like a mockingbird.
Yeah, it's like a mockingbird, but Lyrebirds I think are louder and bigger. But yeah, if you ever go to a forest that's been chopped down, like Lyrebirds actually make chainsaw noises and stuff, which is pretty scary. Yeah, there we go. Nicodemus, he's right there with me on the chainsaws.
That's crazy.
I've heard it before. It's actually like it's uncanny. It's whack.
So Hype is going back to lane here, and they did kind of pseudo contest here. Let's see if we can actually stop Carfe from getting down to the bottom lane here. Hambak is because then that's another plate for Hype. So it feels okay here that they didn't contest. They've now given over both objectives, and while it was a delay of the rotation over, he should be able to defend that plate. And pretty big win here for Gen.G. They're 300 gold up now.
Yeah. And I wonder what can actually be gained here by KT, because you can see they're giving up a lot of stuff. And of course, like until Lee Sin gets level 6, he's way less powerful. And there are a lot of things that really do point to KT wanting to fight more around the mid-game than in the early stages. But still, I think this is great capitalization by Gen.G and showing a lot of proactivity in this early game.
And Winner's farm has been kind of out of control. He's up several camps here, and I think that's part of the reason why Gen.G have that gold advantage, despite the fact that the lane has not been great for Carfe. So, you know, I think finding some nice edges here, and he's going to be able to pick up his Divine Sunderer fairly soon here. Did just, of course, buy some components. He's going to be able to pick up some gold from that Rift Token when he does drop it down. And you know, it's a pretty even game, but it's looking a lot more hopeful for Gen.G than I thought. Not because of draft, but just because of the difference between these two teams historically here.
Yeah, and just in general, like what we saw last week as well.
Yeah.
Gen.G not really looking quite as powerful as KT in the game that KT wasn't playing against D+ Kia. And I think that, like, we have to remember this is Challenger, right? And, like, anything can happen, blah, blah, blah. But still, it's good look for Gen.G so far at the beginning of this game. We'll see whether they can hold on to this kind of lead, because KT, it's at the point where now if they find that skirmish that they're looking for as Hambug, they're gonna have to flash away, actually.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd. And I'm not entirely sure, like, the first part when he was hovering around Winner, I thought, okay, this kind of makes sense because even though he's a level down, he has Flash Kick, and he can try to then set up with Polymorph for a kill there. But then he kind of stayed around when the rest of Gen.G came over, and he's down a level. It's Viego, who I believe had red buff as well, so just got to be careful about that one. You know, not exactly where you want to be, and couldn't ward hop, so had to flash. Very unfortunate.
Too scary. This is the old ward hop and flash. But like the fact that he was flashing when he was standing right next to Wei as well, and Wei just kind of was like, "I'll just walk out of here, I guess. It'll be fine."
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Like, I want to watch. Like, we're not gonna watch it because nobody died, but I didn't see him actually use his safeguard, so I just thought that he was not in range of Wei and didn't flash, but I guess you were saying he did use it, and that's why he had to flash. He like safeguarded and then went over the wall.
Yeah, he did.
So.
But then, like, while he was doing that, Wei was just like, I'll just wander over here.
Yeah, he was just kind of nearby.
Yeah. Isn't Valor a Peregrine Falcon? Peregrine Falcons are very similar to Eagles, just a little bit smaller. And Quinn rides on Valor. I think Valor has to be an Eagle.
Wait, does she ride on him? I thought she just like became bird-like and flew.
No. Rides on Valor.
Huh.
Valor to me. You know.
Yeah, but I thought. I mean, I don't play that much Quinn.
Yeah, Valor picks her up.
Huh. Okay.
Pulls her down.
So I guess like she rides him, but it's more like he carries her.
Yeah, kind of like if you were to imagine like the Eagles picking up the hobbits at the end of Lord of the Rings.
Okay, I just always imagined she was kind of like flying randomly.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. So it makes more sense with the attack animation and stuff now too. Ooh, first strike gold.
There we go. That's high value.
Plus 37.
Second Drake goes to Gen.G as well. Like, so far, KT haven't really started doing anything outside of Castle now hitting Zest with some buttons. Apart from, like, there. Kind of misses everything. So went all out, and they both just teleported. And Castle going to have to go back to the drawing board on that one. Did have his Iceborne Gauntlet, his Frozen Fist, already put together. Frostfire Gauntlet, sorry.
Yeah, and Sunder is done now for winner. Like, he was able to pick the additional gold up right from the charge of the Herald, and now he's so significantly ahead in camps that, like, Hambuk just can't challenge him. He's still level up. And things are just not looking great for KT anywhere right now. Small leads in the mid lane, and there was a lead, of course, for Hype in the bottom lane, but that's now faded away. So it's quite bizarre to me to see Gen.G kind of play better suddenly out of nowhere. But, I mean, they're handling the early deficit they had in bottom very well. The objective control has been very clean.
Yeah, it's working. Whatever Gen.G's doing, it's working. But I think so much of this has to do with KT really not doing much in this game so far. And with Elise in, like, this is the time, like, you hit level 6, then you want to be going and finding these angles. And
you don't want to be flashing away from the enemy jungler at that timing, which is, unfortunately for Hambuk, what happened.
Yeah, and even though Viego is very strong, like, you picked this Lee Sin into the Viego. You were confident about being able to navigate this matchup. We can see that Winner is trying to prove that wrong, as he's like so many camps ahead of Hambuk right now.
Yeah,
it's we need to see KT just find some confidence to go and do a thing.
This is also, at least for today, I didn't keep track of all the builds yesterday, but the first time we've seen a Aphelios move away from the Stormrazor, actually going Kraken Slayer first here. No longer a mythic item, but I like this for Hype. And Hype is a player that you just know that even though it's not going KT's way right now, if it's a 1,000 gold deficit, he may just remedy that by having an amazing team fight later on, because he's that cracked of a player. Like, he's
that kraken of a player, know what I'm saying? Because that's the item that he chose.
That's probably what put the word in my head.
There we go. All right, this is not the Hambuk play that we were asking for. As he's going to get wildly growth. And this
on
is
the
the
flank
Q after he
with
gets
the
over that
flash.
wall. Yeah, this is a great angle for the Annie. Castle, I think, has a bit of an inkling as to what's going on, but he isn't actually going to blast going over there. And it looks like Shirley will belong to Gen.G. So far, 100% monopoly on these neutral objectives. Fourth of the game in the hands of Gen.G. Winner collects the eye. We'll see whether they can collect a turret for this one, because first turret blood would be huge. Feisty trying to get it down here towards the bottom side, but he doesn't have a lot of minions remaining.
Yeah, we'll get another wave coming through, though, and looks like he is winning the race versus Zest at this moment in time. Tibbers used here, so another engaged tool gone now for Gen.G, and it looks like Feisty should win this race. Zest not even going to commit to it as Castle is rotating over. So Gen.G heavily committing to try to control mid there, and aren't going to get a whole lot out of it, except the Herald, of course, that they will drop down, and it's not going to be enough on its own to kill this turret, but they do have a wave, they do have a bear, and actually that should be enough.
Yeah, they will definitely take the turret, but first turret blood did go to Gen.G, so as far as like the turret play is concerned, they're actually doing fine. As another charge comes down from Shirley. that will put it into Gen.G's favor well and truly. And they're ahead in gold, and if we have a look at the compositions, like, I think you're pretty happy about Gen.G's comp moving late, right? It's Zaya and Aphelios, both of them, scale just fine, but the
Viego scales way better too than the Lee Sin,
100%.
and he's already so ahead, and like he somehow just keeps getting more ahead. Like he's about to be just straight up 40 CS ahead in terms of the camp lead. He's like 10 camps up.
That's insane.
It's just wild how quickly Winner has been able to just hard farm while also making somewhat of an impact on these objectives. Like he has been on all of them, right? They've taken now 3 in a row, or actually 4. They got both Heralds, so both Heralds, both Drakes. He's been involved in all of that. He helped contest the second Drake to then get the flash of the Hambach, for example. And now he's going for 5, right? He's rotating over here. He's on the Drake. They have prio for spawn. And, you know, you and I were saying, like, maybe we have a 4-0 day. Like, it's looking like KT is going to be the massive favorites. But right now, I mean, Gen.G is outclassing them in every single way. Sure, hiccups in the laning phase for Carfe, but mostly this has just been Gen.G in complete control start to finish. Yeah, well, we're not finished yet, but you know what I'm saying. Start until present.
No, I 100% agree. And I think, like, Hambach is going to be here. Does at least bother the Drake just a little bit. But Winner's going to pick up that aggro. And now Castle holding in the wave in mid lane. Zest with a great Narbar position. And Lospa looking for that flank angle. Good wards for KT, but they haven't spotted the Rakan just yet.
Feisty here, though, on the flank.
Yeah, going to try and find it here. Phenomenal wombo combo comes through for KT as Lospa tries to get the work done. They do manage to take down the Cassante, and Feisty is so low. Zest survives for so long, and he'll get out as well. And Gen.G pick up the team fight. It's not even close, and they'll get another dragon.
The beginning of the fight looked so good for KT. The engage from Feisty was amazing. The follow-up ult from Height was really good, too, and his positioning in the fight looked like it was just going to be unbreakable, but ultimately Zest gets in there and gets the work done. And this is Zest, by the way, who's interrupted, unable to actually get his Gnar until late into this fight, but when he does pull it off, he gets the double knockback here. Lospa pushes Hype away from the fight, so even though Hype is exactly where he wants to be positioning-wise, in terms of the damage he's got too with the red-white guns, it's just too little too late. By the time he can actually get in there and do that big damage, the autos are coming through. Like, positioning pretty good, but the zoning there from Lospa also fantastic. And that was just a good fight from both teams. I think KT started the fight off brilliantly, but Gen.G's reaction and the turn was also amazing.
Yeah, I think Lospa's positioning in that backside, being able to get in at the right time. And I like the target selection, right? You kill the Viego, then you stop the issue of all of those resets, right? Like, the team fight could have potentially been worse if he survives there. Although, the only way it could be worse is if Wei also died.
Yeah, but I mean, I know what you're saying.
But it wouldn't have seemed as close.
It wouldn't have seemed as close. It would have been way more decisive, way more one-sided. But still, as you said, like, they did crushingly win it. Now they're up 3,000 gold. They also got the Drake, so they're on soul point, which is not an amazing soul for this team, unfortunately, but you know, it's still valuable, no doubt.
KT probably happy if Gen.G picks up the soul, because then they just
They're
go
like, give
for
me the
a
Elder.
flip. Yeah, like, let's flip on the Elder. Let's just let's see whether we can just make this game about one play.
I mean, Lee Sin is very good at stealing objectives, so
True.
Might be the angle, I suppose. I saw someone in the Twitch chat was talking about that earlier, jokingly, but I mean, it is, no pun intended, a way for this to potentially go towards KT.
Yep, first series was OK Savings Bank Breon. They managed to overcome Live Sandbox pretty comfortably.
Yeah,
that went into pretty much the same game.
Yeah, they were like, it's game 2 or game 1 part 2, but it's even worse for you this time.
Yeah, it's Al Renekton turned into an Ornn.
The bad movie wasn't better the second time.
No, no, this was the remake, but they actually just changed nothing. It's like, well, what? You could have at least got like a. They had one different actor.
Yeah, Renekton didn't come back for the sequel.
Yeah. It's like Robin Williams not deciding to do the genie voice in the Aladdin TV show for season 2.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, oh man, I don't even like this show anymore. Although I actually liked game 2 for Bro, so maybe it's a bad metaphor. You never know.
That's just gonna get this whole turret uncontested. Doesn't even have a hull breaker. He's just down here breaking holes anyways because no one is matching him. No one is pushing sides. There's no cross map here for KT, and during this time where before the Drake spawns, KT just want to hard farm and get that second item online here for the Aphelios, but He's just, I mean, he is farming. You can see the gold that he's 400 gold behind, but he doesn't have it, and like he's gonna need it. I think he will have it before this Drake spawns, but otherwise for KT, you're just giving more money over to the Snark. He's now on 2 items. I mean, it's all coming up Gen.G right now.
No, 100%. And Cafe will be just as good as a late game carry as Hype is as far as their champions are concerned. So it's not like KT like, oh, it's okay, we're scaling, because Gen.G are also scaling, but they also have way more money. And it's just not something you're going to be able to lean back on unless they just trust that Hype is a way better like late game carry player himself, which you could argue that. But look at, like, Winner is still ahead by forever on Humbug right now. Like, this Lee Sin has done practically nothing. Feisty as well hasn't really been able to find the angles, and this time Ophelia isn't getting caught in weird positions. That's what we were seeing in their previous series, was Ophelia looking a little bit weird, right? Like, always being
Annie
caught out.
It was actually like the problem as well. Now it's like part of the solution. I mean, looking at the Ophelio Scale Force now being done, this is a fight that KT needs to win. But also because of what you were talking about with the Elder Flip situation, as well as the lead that Gen.G has, Gen.G can actually just say, like, we'll trade that for a Baron, in fact, or we just won't opt into this fight if they don't feel like the setup is good enough. Now, KT clearing this vision on Baron and starting Baron, I think is like arguably one of the things you can't do as KT right now, but Gen.G with no vision at all are very timid about this, and see if KT gets away with it. Good angle
right now. Yeah, this Baron is extraordinarily low. Winner can get over that wall as in they go. That's a Cassante play. If ever I've seen one, Featherstorm does come out, but they do manage to trade for it. Cassante's dead though, so is the Lulu, and Gen.G, they just have too much availability. And I don't know whether Hype can do anything. He hopes, he prays, and the Gragas walks away. And it's Hype that's in the death chamber. That is going to be a decent timing for a Baron for Gen.G.
It's the best it could have gone for KT. Like, they somehow caught Azaya at the beginning of the fight, who had flash and ult, and Carfe still was able to survive for a long period of time, but KT took away the biggest threat. I think the real winner of this fight, or the real savior of this fight, is Ophelia, who has so much damage with the Leandries coming through, as Castle is able to yoink this Zaya into no man's land. And then Carfe, yes, lives, and they turn on Castle, and it's a trade. But look at the damage off the bear. Look at Lospa coming in for the follow-up. Zest doing so much damage here, even in Mininar form. And once Hype is dead, it's just done. I mean, before he's dead even, it's done. Once he doesn't have a front line anymore, it's just over, and that is going to be the Baron and the Soul going over to Gen.G. I don't think this game could be more one-sided. If things continued as they did after the first 2 objectives, I was like, well, there's just no way if KT don't do anything. And they decided to make their stand on trying to flip for a Baron rather than trying to use the prio they had to try to take the Drake. Interesting choices.
And sometimes you, like, realize that you're really far behind, you've lost control of the game, you have to go for a Hail Mary. I respect that. But I think Gen.G chose exactly the right time to engage, because KT had to make a very, very quick decision as 5 people whether to turn or whether to burn. And they didn't make the decision very well, but not very many teams would be able to very effectively turn on a dime in that moment to either get away from there or not. And with the Baron extremely low, like, it's a tough one.
I mean, Castle definitely, he was the only one who really knew what he wanted to do, and it was kind of a risk that he took because of the disengage options Carfe had, but he still is unable to kill Carfe quickly enough for it to be impactful, and he ultimately dies too, and then the rest of the team is like, well, that's it. I mean, it's an Ophelio's off. We can't actually continue to fight anymore without that.
By the way, pretty good trade for KT. Outer turret mid lane for inner inhibitor turret and inhibitor.
Yeah.
I think you'd probably take that because you get bounty gold. So it's pretty good. Not bad. And this is crazy. This is just not the KT that I was expecting to see in today's game.
Not at all. I mean, and also, like, more than it not being the KT, I feel like it's not the Gen.G I expected. I think Gen.G is playing very well, and big improvements have been made since we cast them last Monday. And I mean, like, it's kind of rare to see teams make sweeping improvements, especially in coordination, this quickly. It usually takes multiple weeks, right? And sometimes some substitutions and some moving of pieces. Not so much here. It's just the same roster we saw last week, playing way better.
Yeah, 100%. I think Winner as well is the... Like, Winner and Ophelia together are my 2 biggest standouts for this game.
Zesta's had a good game too.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's just been Gen.G playing together as a whole so much more coordinated than we've seen in the past.
It's
really
weird
great.
too, because like when I'm going down the list, I'm like the only person I feel like who can't get POG right now, and like they might make a play to get it, is Carfe. Like Lospa's also had an amazing game. Like the whole team is just playing so well right now, and KT. It's been a game where Hambak is invisible, but otherwise no one is really messing up. You know what I mean? And the beginning of the fight that they almost won earlier on, not the Baron fight, but the previous Drake fight, like the start of the fight was clean also. It's not that KT is having an off day as much as Gen.G is having an on day.
I agree. I think that like, I think
there are some aspects of it, sure.
It is an off day just because KT aren't doing anything. Like that's the kind of off, you know, like they forgot to turn on. Like there's just it's not really working. As Hype is
like
just dealing with
over here,
a full pack of minions trying to deal with the Nexus turrets. And Gen.G, is this just going to be like Gen.G cruising through for a victory? Like this is so textbook, cookie cutter, just I'm way better than you. And that's not what I was expecting from Gen.G today.
Yeah, and because there were so many objectives taken so freely for Gen.G, and it was done so quickly, it doesn't actually feel like we're 27.5 minutes into this game, you know what I mean? It feels like we're like actually sitting at like 23 to me. I'm like, wait, can they end right now? It's way too early, but we've actually gotten to a stage of the game where now Carfe has 3 items, right? 3 items for Ophelia as well, 3 items for the Gnar, who's picked up so much money just from hitting turrets.
Man.
He's going to have a GA but before this game ends if they won another fight.
CS up.
Yeah, it's wild. Against the Cassante. I mean, Gnar is one of the better matchups in the Cassante, obviously, but like, usually with the Lee Sin, like, the Gnar is under threat. The Gnar is just not just sitting there killing minions and taking down turrets.
Yep. And 2 minutes until the Elder Flip, so KT could still win this game, and it would be very KT if they were to win off an Elder Flip, but...
He has the biggest goal lead in the game because of that 70 CS gap, as you could see.
Yeah, no, it's gigantic. And Castle has just not really been able to find too many angles. Like, yes, he managed to get that great engage. Didn't have enough damage to one-shot Carfe, though. He managed to get that Feather Storm off. I think that's actually kind of a big deal because they had to extend even further during the time that he was up in the air, untargetable. And... it's just what happens when your mid-game composition does nothing in the mid-game. Because, like, you look at Gragas, Lee Sin, Lulu, all of these things have these level 6s that are very, very powerful if used correctly. But now, they're looking at Hype and they're like, hey, man, can you just carry in the late game? That's your job, right? And he's like, have you seen the enemy team?
Yeah, it's... For me, I'm kind of deciding now between Winner and Lospa for POG. And then, like, Ophelia is also kind of honorable mention. Like, I think it could be him, too. His plays hasn't been as flashy. He has a cool KDA. Like, he's 100% kill contribution, 305. But, like, it's a team effort, man. It's going to be a split vote for sure.
I think it's Lospa for me.
I think it's Lospa for me, too.
Because if you're Rakan, 100% kill contribution is, like... That's pretty huge. All right, there's the flash from Ophelia. Immediate cleanse from Hype does get him to relative safety. Knock up onto Humbug, but Gen.G can just back away now. As Castle, oh dear. He was doing the chess move, you know, where you swap around and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that left the king out to...
Well, I guess, like, the Nexus is still alive, huh?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, he's not. He sacrificed himself,
KT got, like, a full wave in mid of minions. All right, Feisty, you don't know about that one. He goes golden just to watch his mistake as Humbug. Oh, dear. Lospa will break the stopwatch because he took an ultimate from the Aphelios to the face as flashes come out. Wei wants nothing to do with this. As Feisty's like, come back and save me. And he's like, nope, not going to be able to do that. Wild Growth going to be used there to try and stop Zest, but there is no turret here, Wei. You are very dead. He's going to stop.
Level 18 is Zest now. This game is wild, man. This is an impressive game from Gen.G, and it's KT Rolster there absolutely dunking on.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely destroying, annihilating. Hype is trying to get Severum to heal, and
Feisty was like, Wild Growth me, and then Wei's like, no, I'm gonna use it on myself to avoid dying for maybe 1 second.
All right, I'm a Lospa footer. I'm going in.
I think it has to be the boy for me as well. I think he was just peacocking too powerfully, and he looked absolutely fantastic while doing it. So
I think it was a hard turkey from him.
It's a what was? Did they have bastings? Like, what was the accompaniments? Was there any of that? What's the sweet potato?
He got 3 strikes in a row, man.
I just wrote sup in the chat. I hope someone doesn't just say not much and then forget my vote.
Gen.G really showed the pecking order. Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Quillvest. I like that your name has somewhat of an avian vibe to it as well.
Zaya is just the partridge in the pear tree.
Yeah. Yeah. Not all the rest of the gifts and the fun stuff in the song.
There certainly were no 5 golden rings for KT.
Nope. No. Rakan's like all of the days. All of the days. And he played extraordinarily well. And that was also like, remember Rakan was first pick on red side as well. And I really like it when teams pick something very high priority and then it works. And that's what happened this time around. And last time, like on the other side of the thing, like KT, Cassante first pick, and it really did not quite work.
Yeah, no.
As we can see, almost tripled by the damage output of this Gnar.
And I really don't think they had to pick Lee Sin here. It felt like they were trying to prove something. And in Zaya Rakan, like I was saying before, I do like it like more than I normally like Lee Sin in this meta because I don't think he's very strong, but it just really did not work. He did very little this game. He's getting out damaged by Lulu. Wasn't it, unfortunately?
He just really didn't find any angles or didn't look for any angles, right? It was KT, it kind of looked like they were asleep. It might be that we get a better performance out of them in the next game, but I'm hoping to see more of this from Gen.G because we know that so many of these players have been doing this for a while, and Winner is the one that's going to pick it up. So just having full control of that jungle, I think so much about this jungle matchup had to do with us looking at Humbug not doing so well, and maybe we didn't give Winner the right amount of praise.
It was between him and Lospa for me, but I thought Lospa's team fights were very impressive. But yeah, a lot of the map control and the objective control, like both early Heralds, obviously, and the more than the Heralds, like the first Herald and the first 2 Drakes, he was exactly where he needed to be, forcing that flash on Humbug as well early on when Humbug made a bit of a mistake. Kind of just turned the game into Gen.G control early on, and then in the team fights, Lospa popped off, so I think both votes would have been fine.
Yep, and at least his name's correct for this particular game. That was the sad thing about last season. They didn't win very much, and so he looked a little bit silly. This time around looks fantastic and has a POG under his belt. I think it's a bit sad just because Lospa's engaged that won them the game was so incredibly beautiful, but I think it is definitely a team effort, and getting themselves to that position was largely to do with Winner being able to take control. So really nicely played, and it just shows like you don't necessarily need to be the flashy one to be the one that picks up the POG. And he wasn't that, but he definitely contributed fantastically. We are going to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, game number 2, we'll see where the KT can bounce back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Summer 2023, proudly presented by Uryunheng, or Urubang, and fans here in the audience to see Gen.G and KT, but they haven't seen KT yet. KT didn't really play the game in Game 1 and then got slaughtered, and Gen.G just outperforming our wildest expectations. Really beautiful play from them. Huge shout out to Winner picking up POG. I think his Viego took control of the jungle, but largely because he was uncontested throughout the majority of it.
He literally, the jungle belonged to him. He ended up going up 40 CS 10 camps ahead. We do have a substitution. We will be seeing the top lane swap. So Castle is out, Perfect is in. We don't know. Actually, no, we do know.
Confirmed, no swap on the other side.
Yeah, we also, I was going to say we don't know, but we actually, in fact, do know that KT picked red side.
Oh, yes.
It's not on our, like, official thing here, but I was told, I got the inside info, they picked red side. So that's also kind of unusual.
I like it, though, because I think switching it up is a good idea, right? Like getting counterpick, perhaps, like not allowing Perfect, who is now coming in sort of fresh-faced and stuff like that. Not allowing him to get counterpick is actually kind of cool, I think. But otherwise, I think that it's looking a little bit dire. We'll just have to see what Gen.G are going to be able to bring out on the blue side, whether it is going to be an ace in the hole that KT has to lock away for that 5th and final pick on red.
Yeah, I wonder if KT want to do some like Scion shenanigans here and try to get ahead in the laning phase, because the early part of the laning phase was very good for them. Carfe really struggled. Maybe if you pick the Scion and kind of disrupt that lane, maybe you can get somebody ahead like a Lucian or a Draven. Maybe that's their idea. I could see it.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any Zeri. I think that's going to get banned again. So
I think maybe a Rakan ban might come through as well. I think investing into one of those. KT have less ban flexibility because they're the ones that have elected to go onto the red side. And I think that's the main reason why I find it a little bit quizzical, because you can't make those draft adaptations in the bans if you're red.
yeah.
They're just going to have to pick up the slack, right? And Perfect going to come in. I think Castle had a pretty weak performance, to be honest. Like, I know they were probably going to switch these players anyway, but I think they're probably happy to do so.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think he wasn't the reason they lost per se, but like he also was not having his best game. But you could say that of pretty much every player. Maybe not Feisty, but Feisty actually had a pretty good one. But everybody else was struggling a little bit, and Gen.G has looked a better team.
Feisty had an okay one until it didn't matter, and then he completely messed it up. But it was irrelevant because they were so far behind. But let's see what happens here in the draft, Wolf. Already, the blue side Lucian takeaway is going to come forward. Just to remind you guys, our first round of bans involved Maokai, Vi, Zeri, and Milio, Nico, and Lucian. So Gen.G holding on to the Lucian ban.
Yep. Voodoo forcing Castle had a good engage on the Baron fight. That is true. He almost killed Carfe.
Yep, that was true.
I think a lot of that on Carfe, but still was a trade. And anyway, we don't want to talk about game one anymore, as we see Lucian, as you mentioned, and Jace. So not banning away the Draven. So that's still an option for KT if they are thinking the same thing that I was thinking as maybe a red side potential. It looks like Gen.G's at least considering that Lucian pick. So Nico gone, Milio I think will follow here. Ooh, Cassante actually banned, so changing it up a little bit here. Still a very strong ban on red side.
Yeah, not wanted to see that one first picked. And the interesting part about the last game was Milio now going to be banned away, but Yuumi was left up and available. And now Zeri or Yuumi are going to get through. Of course, we've seen Yuumi's played alongside Aphelios and things like this as well. We don't necessarily like that as much, but could be a possibility. 10 seconds to go. We'll see whether it is going to be the Pikachu-like person on the bottom side, or whether the cat is getting slapped down, and it will be Zeri banned away. You like to see it.
Pikachu.jpg.
Yeah.
What? They banned Zeri.
Ooh, Vi is open. That is a very good point, Widow.
And I don't know if you want to first pick it right now, because you don't know what AD carry hype is going to play, and it could be, like, if you knew it was going to be Aphelios, I think you'd be happy to pick it here, but it might be Draven, and then, while it's still not bad, it's not exactly what you're necessarily looking for in your draft. I do like this Gragas pickup early. Very flexible
favorite
pick
as well.
Yeah. Let's see what KT grab here, because I think we're going to find out what the AD carry pick is. Like, they could go themselves for something like Draven and Vi, and then be like, all right, well, we have a lot of setup to get those cash-ins, and then look for the Scion pick on 3 if they want.
Well, Vi Ahri also would be
Vi
a
Ahri,
decent one,
also
too.
sick, yeah. And you hide what your game plan is on the bottom side of the map, and you can play reactionary based on what Gen.G locks, and I actually really like that. I think that's...
Or just Vi Rakan. Because you can play
Yeah, not
Vi
bad.
with a whole lot of things, and it's absolutely fine. She enables a lot of more early game prio mid laners, so I'm kind of okay with, yeah, stealing away the bottom lane options. Is that's Xayah locked in?
Yeah, that's not what I expected.
Yeah.
It's funny because of the way we do challengers, like you can't tell which one it is until it's locked.
Yeah, Aphelios Rakan. Like, why not pick the Rakan?
Yeah, that's a little bit of an error, I think, here from the side of KT. Now you have a weaker Xayah lane. They have the Rakan engaged with Gragas. And what support are you going to pick that's going to make this vibe better than what Rakan could offer?
I thought that they like just had like the wrong thing loaded up. Like, I thought there's no way that you lock in Xayah.
Yeah, it's. I'm also with you. I don't think it's the right move. And I mean, the only other options here were going to be Nautilus or Leona. And since Leona is not really played right now, Nautilus is definitely the one that you.
It's way as
expect.
well. His
Yeah.
Nautilus has been really good, especially when he first started playing for KT Challenger. So
Yeah.
I guess there's that, but still, it's
Doesn't
an
feel
odd
good right
situation.
now. Yeah, does not feel good if you're a KT fan. And Gen.G here going to lose the Viego, so that's a nice draft adaptation here. Since they do commit to the Rakan rather than the jungle, you can lock that one out. Talia, an interesting choice here. Rather than banning the Ahri,
Yeah, that's a ban you could make. And now either Ahri or Syndra get through.
Yeah.
And you're happy to have either of those because, you know, Feisty Syndra is very good at the champion, and then via Ahri synergy is the other one.
Annie
So-
is still available for both of these teams to pick up here, and I think if they ban Ahri, then maybe KT just go, or sorry, if they ban, if they ban Ahri, they pick up the Annie instead of the Syndra at first. Jax ban, well, they already have Gragas, so some interesting bans here for Gen.G I don't really agree with that much.
Ophelia just doesn't care about what Feisty's playing, I guess.
And
Because,
it's
like,
they
Ahri
leave
can't,
Ahri
like-
open, and that's just that.
Huh. Well, I mean, the beginning of the draft went really well for Gen.G, and then they kind of just, like... Okay,
Actually, I think this draft is trash.
What is happening?
Like, what are we doing? I mean, look, Kindred and
it's-
Swain
it's-
have some synergy, obviously.
Oh,
but,
and Gragas Kindred. A lot of synergy there, too.
yeah, but this draft has so many conditions that have to be met in order for it to work, and then now they're going to have the Gnar counter pick into the Gragas.
I actually think that they've just demonically ascended. They just, like, throw away 2 bans. They've just chosen Violence Wolf. Like, they just don't care. They're like, this is the draft that we want to play. It doesn't matter what they're playing. Play some champions.
Well,
Whatever.
now the like the Jax ban kind of makes a little bit more sense because if they, not because Jax is bad into Gragas, but I think side laning demolishes Gen.G's comp. They just cannot deal with it very well, so they got rid of that. The Taliyah ban, Talia's pretty decent into Swain, but you know, fortunately for Gen.G, like the Ahri was always what they were going to pick, so it's kind of weird that they banned that. They could have just banned the Ahri and seen what KT did, since the KT were going to show mid next, and then save the counter pick for the top lane. I don't like the bans that much, but you could see probably why they did it, because they had this plan in mind. Taliyah is also decent into Kindred because you can knock people out of the ultimate and stuff like that, but I think overall KT has a lot more threats here, and if the Swain doesn't get good time in a team fight, and if the game isn't slow paced, I think KT just has so much more agency. That being said, they had some last game and they did nothing with it, so you know, I just don't know what to predict here.
I do think that Gen.G's bottom lane is in a better position this time around, right? They're not dealing with Lulu Aphelios as Xayah Rakan that can struggle a little bit in the early few levels. Will now, you know, be able to deny the Rakan from the Xayah and have it with Aphelios and this composition, right, that does play very well. We saw that Losper is in pretty good form today. So if you can find some more of those angles, then man, the team fight from Gen.G is just glorious. And you may not even necessarily need to worry about Carfe being out of position. Like, he has sometimes had these moments. They've got a backup AD carry. They've got a lot of damage all over the place.
The last thing I'll say is the one thing I hate the same way that Valdez hates blast cones is Swain. I just think he's so conditional. Not a big fan. Well, so I'm biased.
Let's see what he can do, even though Wolf doesn't like it. It's going to get to the point where we don't even mention it because we're so good.
Yeah.
As Ophelia and Feisty now just hanging out in this mid lane. And one reason, just to defend the Swain just a little bit, you'll have to bear with me, Wolf. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I mean, I want to hear about it. And like, I could try to defend it even though I don't like it.
Yeah, some of the mid lane changes with minion timings and things like that does mean that champions need to stay in mid lane more, and that helps Swain.
It really does.
Because he doesn't move very fast. The guy has a cane. He's just, you know, it's like him and Victor, like they just want to stay in their lane, you know? And so this will help with the fact that Feisty is an Ahri also, you know, does have a lot of mobility, but it's not necessarily a Taliyah that they banned away that can get to side lanes very quickly with things like the Weaver's Wall. Just have to see how it is all going to shake out here, because this is obviously a plan for Gen.G. They knew what to expect, and they're like, all right, it's time to do it. It's Kindred Swain time.
Yeah, electrocute Ahri in this game. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen that. Actually, see so many different other variants of Ahri.
Yeah.
Unsealed Spellbook, the more popular one last season. Now we're even seeing Fleet Footwork Ahri from Faker. So
yeah, that was a cool one.
Yeah, I thought his game was really interesting on the Ahri in particular. And in the early levels here, the Swain can just constantly Palpatine hands.
Yeah.
Level 2, really nice timing here from Ophelia. Actually gets the lockdown here on the Feisty, and that's a lot of damage. But what happens when we get outside of the lane and when Ophelia is not just kind of lane dominant here, looking for pressure, is where Swain becomes dependent on a really clean team fight setup, and he will get a ton of value out of the Kindred ultimate. That was so close.
Carfe. We got to check the third-party programs on the computer. That was very cool.
He
really
did
nice.
have a ward to help him out with that, but the reaction time was pristine.
Yeah, really nicely done. Anyway, Zest here just getting Mega Nard for a moment as the house does come through. Looks like the Oktoberfest Gragas is just having a great time, as he would in Oktoberfest. That seems like that's like Gragas' type of party.
Yeah. Just watching the Swain do Swain things. It's been a while. Like, Swain was really popular last year, I think around the early summer season, and then he stopped winning, and that's when I started to hate him, and that was like the beginning of my love-hate relationship with Swain. And
Last Worlds was when I fell back in love with Swain, though, because of that one Showmaker game where like every E was targeted.
That
and
was
he hits,
so
like,
sick.
hit like 5 in one team fight, and it was just unbelievable. So he certainly can work as Wei is roaming. Humbug's here as well. Ophelia, I think, might be dead. Don't want to give anything away, and that is going to be first blood very comfortably for Humbug.
Bit of a forced play here from KT, but Ophelia doesn't flash, and that's all it takes, you know?
Yeah.
Watch
He
this one more
also,
time.
I don't think he could flash. I think he was just dead.
Yeah, well, Feisty flashes into...
just moved away.
Yeah, and Feisty also goes basically into point-blank range with his flash, so it's very difficult to flash second in that case because he could just wait for your flash and then hit you anyways and react. So, yeah, not ideal here, but it is going to be Winner now also, taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, Ophelia not going to be able to find Humbug there with the Never Move. But it looks like Winner was able to grab at least a mark or two. Don't know whether there was a mark on that Raptor camp, but I'm pretty sure he did manage to get the marked Scuttler. So that is certainly good news, wanting to get to 4 as soon as he possibly can. I'll just have to keep you updated on the amount of marks that he has managed to pick up, as Perfect is continuing to be frustrating here for Zest.
He went for Green Smite, which is pretty common on Kindred. We both junglers going that in this case, so some additional mobility. He's going to be, I don't want to say a second AD carry, but will be a really big source of attack damage in these fights. And Ophelia is now, because he still has his flash, like somewhat safe, knowing Feisty doesn't have his own, but I'd like to see maybe an attempt to force Feisty out of lane on Lospo.
This is a little bit aggressive here as Hype takes 50% of his health bar. There's the Graviton.
Graviton's
Winner's going to
good.
rotate down. And now Wei could just be the target as Winner
They
just
want both.
dives on top of Hype. There's the flash and Winner just grabs it. Wolf is going to tear him apart. Shout out to the man on the desk next to me as Wei could be the next one to fall. Lospo will go down first though as Cafe just gets into the brush. He's really dead, but he will be able to pick up a kill. And in the end, I think it's an even trade between Gen.G and KT. Probably more than KT should have got in that moment.
Definitely way more than KT should have gotten. I think a little bit of greed here coming from the side of Gen.G here, splitting to try to get both kills. Successfully do so, but with KT's reaction there on the rotation down, they trade one back and are going to be able to get this Drake here. So first Drake of the game going KT's way. And you know, it was a clean gank. I thought we would see more pressure in the mid lane, especially because Ophelia has Flash Never Move, and that is definitely a way you can set up to kill this Ahri pre-6. Now Feisty has 6, so that opportunity is a little bit weaker, but you can see how heavily they are committed to really good engage from Lospa. The Graviton follow-up here is fantastic, and you can see there's a moment where they're like, oh, I guess we kill Nolus, and suddenly Winner is like, no, actually we kill Hype because he stayed, and he does not have ult. Really good flash here to follow, so trade a flash, they get kills. And then maybe here you just say, you know what, maybe we let Wei go because they don't have vision in this brush.
Yeah, I think you cut your losses at that point, as Cafe really desperately wanted to get that one kill. But that is not going to do it. So if they had just walked away, then it would have been a kill. They would have had lane priority, and now you can see that Hype has a 2-wave lead or something like that here on this bottom side. And sometimes it's those rushes of blood to the head that really do separate our LCK and LCK Challenger teams. Gen.G falling back into that habit just a little bit. But the real thing that we need to focus on is the fact that KT are actually doing things.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that. That's not the KT that I was promised in the last game.
Yeah, that's definitely not what we saw in game 1. As Perfect is trying his best to do Gnar and Gragas matchup things, to get some hyper procs. Zest trading back as best he can with Comets, as both of them have used their first teleport. And now we're moving into first Herald territory here as we get close to 8 minutes. KT do still have Prio here in mid, and on the top side of the map, obviously in the Gnar matchup, they have a lot of control. Gen.G, I don't think really want to contest this. I mean, they would love to if they had the power, but they do not. Winner, I mean, he is level 5, no ult to save him here, and that basically seals the fate of this Herald, you have to think.
Yeah, Winner desperately wanted to try and get over here and actually grab himself one of his camps, which he will be able to secure. That is going to give him level 6. It's actually kind of huge. As Vision of Empire comes on through, it's a great cast. It's a fail flash as well. And that is a kill going over. That's another mark as well for Winner. He was sitting on 1 mark for so long. This is actually huge for Gen.G.
2 kills now on this Kindred, and That's the second of the game for him, but it's just a fail flash here and an overextension.
Oh man,
And
Humbug couldn't have messed that up more, I don't think.
Yeah,
That's-
I really,
oh, man.
I am 100% with you here. And he tries to commit to the steal here with Zest available with Flash, Body Slam, with Cask. Like, so he stays there greedily, then decides he's going to actually turn this one around with perfect Znarbar expiring, then fails the Flash. Not the best passage of play here for Humbug, unfortunately, after having a very rough Lee Sin game at the beginning of this series. It's not his night.
No, it's not really working out. I think you just eat the Vision of Empire damage and then your Vault Breaker should be back up. He had about 3 points into it. So, I don't know. It's an interesting situation, and we're, of course, hindsighting just a little bit, but I don't think he quite made the right choices there.
Could have just kited back and waited for the engage and tried to play around Herald. They had so much control. It was just so much greed.
Yeah. Well, Humbug now going to be moving over towards the Wolves. Winner wants to collect his third mark.
I mean,
He
Winner
might be
is
able to
so
do
strong now. He's got Kraken Slayer. He's just going to come in here and say, you guys have no chance of taking any of this jungle. And Lospa is also here to support him with ult, with Flash.
Ooh, that was close. But Hype now going to get the Blade Caller as okay. Oh, they get on top of it. That was beautifully done by Lospa there. That could have been really, really poor if the timing on that Blast Cone was any worse. We could have seen like the Peter situation, if you remember from last season.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, I can almost hear the Benny Hill music with this game, though, as these two teams are taking leads and small advantages and trying to get basically win the whole game out of a small lead and keep tossing their leads back to the other side. I thought for sure after they stayed that long there that maybe we were going to see another throw here from Gen.G this time. But they do get out.
Yeah.
No summoners had to be used. No ultimates burned. Everything's okay.
And kind of worth as well, right? Because that is a third mark now picked up for Winner. He just needs one more to extend that range. And so that is certainly a very happy time for any Gen.G fans. Ooh, Raptor Camp going to be the next one. And Humbug is on a reset right now. Winner will spot the fact that he has been seen and then looks to go towards the Rift Scuttler instead. And I think that that's actually really smart, not wanting to go very obviously into the enemy jungle.
Yeah. Someone in chat saying it's clearly Swain carrying the game right now.
I think that's obvious, yeah. I think this is all like Wolf's a dummy and it's just the power of the Swain. I think that's
it's
it.
Always Swain is just so busted.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. He's literally perfect champion.
Yeah.
He's just not played because it's unfair.
Yeah.
To other teams. Like, teams just like to be respectful, but Gen.G there.
No, he's just so difficult to play. Like, you just need to have a skill level like Ophelia to even lock in the champion. Like, you need to get your Swain certification, and, like, Ophelia has it because, like, he's a great player. Like, Showmaker has it because he's a great player. Like, there's just not very many people that have been certified, like Swain certified. Because it's so tough. As Shelly going to get a bit of a charge here into this mid lane. They don't grab the next plate, but it looks like Gen.G are looking towards this Drake that is going to be on offer. They gave away their first dragon of the series just earlier on, and are now looking to remedy that by evening things out.
Feels bad, man, not able to clear it. Some additional vision here is KT have him trapped.
Yeah, that is going to be the Drake secured.
Oh.
Are they going to be able to find the Lambs for Spiders? The question is, they may not even need it. Winner locks down the kill after a fantastic Moonlight Vigil. It is Hex Gates being set up as now Winner dives in. What is this?
This might be a wipe.
Frontline Kindred. He is a monster. Kafe grabs another. And Gen.G, what did you have for breakfast? I need to know because I need to try it.
It was so decisive the way they took that fight, and Lospa, again, just is popping off on this Rakan pick. And it looks like KT are like, all right, well, yeah, you guys are going to get the Drake probably, but you're all locked in here. But Hype is so far away, he can't actually damage this Rakan, who has a great knock-up into the charms here, and he gets to walk away for free. By the time Hype shows up, the fight is already over. He has to try to stay alive. He's caught by the Never move here. And Winner, like I mentioned before, he is just so strong with that Kraken Slayer. He can just be up in the front line doing all that damage. And it was just a one-sided fight from start to finish. His ult not even needed. Doesn't matter at all. Lospa, he's like, I'm really going to try to earn my POG. I didn't get it in game one.
I'm hoping that when I vote for Ophelia and like his POG comes up, his picture is actually like him with his glorious hair holding up his Swain certificate. which just shows us exactly where all of this winning and power has come
Call
from.
the LCK thumbnail guy. He can make it happen.
Yeah, he can make it happen. Absolutely amazing. But no, he played that well. But honestly, this game is... It's feeling like it's just about Ophelia. 5 stacks! He has 5 stacks now! Good lord. That's a scary Kindred.
Yeah, she shoots real far.
Yeah, no, she only needs 1 more, and like that range is just like nuts. I think it's like 750 at 7 stacks.
Yeah, she
Sorry,
can shoot
more,
into Challengers week 3.
Yeah, no, actually, seriously. Like, if you're Gen.G's next opponent, you have to be worried as well. Because you could actually just like drop games without even noticing.
Yeah, it's like they like get into a game. It's like, how am I starting with 1 death?
Yeah. How are we already 1 down in the series? What's going on here? Well, as it turns out, Ophelia played Swain.
I mean,
He's
because Winner is in such a good spot in this game, and he's taken so many of the jungle camps away. He has 4 kills, which is quite significant. But like, once again, Hambach is invisible. He made 2 really big mistakes in the early game, and now he just can't even farm safely.
Yeah, he's 40 CS down now.
Yeah.
And we were talking about 30 being bad, and it was like 25 minutes in the last game, and now it's like 15 minutes, not even, and the lead is even larger. Just like, it's just extraordinarily impressive from Winner, I have to say. And look, we have to talk about the fact that this is Kindred. She is probably one of the most snowbally champions in the entire game. They're going to try and kill a Swain. Let's see whether they can. Remember, certification is in. Does he have a stopwatch? The answer is no, and so he's dead. Maybe we're rescinding.
Hey, how many did it take to kill him? It took 4 players to kill him.
Hey, that's true.
And they're going to get a turret, maybe 2 turrets here. Actually, second charge.
The officers are coming on over, and he's like, look what I got for this. You are not... What is that barrel?
Party cask!
Yeah, too much time at Oktoberfest, I think, for Zest here, but that's fine. They are able to grab themselves another charge.
So the hype is going to be able to get this turret, which is massive for the Xayah here. At least they're getting something back. But yeah, that's part of the Swain certification, is to be multifaceted and be able to make cross-map plays, you know? To be able to say, yeah, my team is going to get 2 turrets for my death, and identifying that and just being Swain under a turret.
Yeah.
And not even buying stopwatch, knowing that you don't need it for your team to get all that money. Then you save on the stopwatch gold as well.
Uh-huh. And he can't afford a stopwatch anyway because he's also 40 CS behind. As we can see.
That's just a trick of the eyes. He's actually
it's a bug.
Yeah,
I like that.
A trick of the eyes.
He's been giving the money actually to Winner. To be honest, like that's where all of his CS advantages come from. It's all actually not real.
Yeah, he's not struggling to buy his Merc Treads or anything like that. He's actually just, he's
He'd prefer not to. He wants full build.
Yeah. His Leandries, which I assume is what he's going to be buying next, is a little ways away, but, you know, we'll get there.
Polytoad has it. He has 1,120 CS, but the display only shows 3 digits.
Yeah, they took that. They took out the 4th digit.
Well, it's actually 1,245.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
They took out the 4th digit after Teddy got 1,000 CS in that Jenner game. They were like, ooh, let's do away with that.
1,300 for both him and Bang in that game?
Yeah, I just think Teddy got 1,000 first, though.
Yeah, he did. He hit 1,000 first. He actually has the record for most CS ever in a professional game because he had the most CS in that game. And
there you have it.
Top 3 are 3 players from that game. Ridiculous. KT are going to be able to grab this top outer turret, but Winner is going to be able to take this dragon. And, oh man, the Kindred is already a
dragon
problem.
is pretty valuable. Yeah, the fact that she could just do this by herself. And Kraken Slayer is not a mythic, so it's actually a huge spike for him to pick it up as quickly as he has for his camp clear timings, how much damage he does to single targets and objectives. And then when he gets Triforce, it's like, ooh, like it's just not, like I can't even fathom.
When I
like
saw
how
Kindle
hard it is going
Gem,
to be for
I was
KT.
like, oh, so he's going second night in BT. That's sad. Where's the Mythic? And then it's Triforce. I'm like, oh, Giga Chad.
He almost has it too, by the way. Like, he has all the components. He just has to finish it.
Yep, just looking for a little bit of extra money here before he does go back. It's going to be his Wolf Camp. Then he goes home. Then we're out onto the map to look for the next objective. And they managed to get the first Hextech Drake as well.
Is this it? He's buying it, dude. He's getting it at like 18 minutes. This is how fed he is. This is actually kind of disgusting.
This is like, no, he had to go and have a chat to Old Man Swain first to just say, like, can I have my allowance now? And he's like, yes, you can, my son, buy your Trinity Force.
So
And there it is.
I'm going to stand by, and I think the word I actually even used was trash. I think this draft is for Gen.G is not good, but when you get as ahead as Gen.G did, I mean, and like we knew there are some win conditions with this, right? Some of it's like you can cast people out of the Kindred ult, you can empower the Swain with the Kindred ult, and like it's a lot of extra
And
auto
it's
attack
very
damage.
divey, right?
Yeah.
Like the KT comp plays into Swain a lot.
But the Kindred has not ulted this game because it just doesn't matter. Winner doesn't need to ult. It's not important. It's not relevant. He just does the shooty shoot. He chases him down, and it's like,
Yeah, no, we're actually just like, this particular Ori from Ori and the Blind Forest is one with all of the power-ups. You know, like, we're playing number 2, and we have got like thousands of hours, and we haven't even started replaying the game, you know? Like, he's got all the power-ups, he's made sure he's like min-maxed everything, and Lamb and Wolf doing a whole lot of work. And it's really warped how we have to look at this game as well, right? Because you might be looking at the solo lanes being like, oh, but their solo lanes are so far behind, this is going to be a disaster. They have like an extra money sink that is in their jungle, and Winner is not going to be like a lot of other junglers that are just...
he's a carry. He's just straight up a carry.
We've just got another money sink, and it's Zest really that's kind of the jungler in this game, I think.
I mean, Winner is like weirdly the 80 carry actually in this game now. Like, he has the same amount of items that Carfe has. He's getting close to actually catching up to him in CS as well. Like, he's taken all of Hambok's jungle all the time, and just look at how quickly he can clear with this build.
Yeah, and like look at the CS numbers. Like he has more than his mid laner, and he's even with his top laner. And like all of them had the same basically.
Both of the solo laners also are going to be playing supportive roles in this game. I mean, obviously Swain kind of always is, but the Gragas with Everfrost and cooldown boots is just here to help set up both of these 80 carries for success. And I mean, it doesn't really matter that Gnar is ahead. It's Gnar who's an engaged tool with a kind of dive pick-based comp that KT has, but unfortunately, when there's a Kindred that stops dive, as well as a Kindred who will just kill the divers before they even close the gap because of how fed she is, I just don't know if there's really a way back into this one. If you look at the gold lead as well, like you're saying, you know, it's really only 500 gold. But where it is on the top carries here is the actual problem. The Aphelios is in a good spot. The Kindred's in a good spot. And the laners are just low econ. They don't need high eco to actually be relevant in this game anymore.
Nope, Rylai's is done for Ophelia. That's basically what you need, right? Just walk up to them, slow them down a little bit, and allow Winner to walk over the top. And the thing is, like, if Winner has good Lambs or Spy timings, it makes this composition so easy to play, right? Like, perfect dives in, looks for the big Gnar into the wall. They want 100 to 0, but if, like, Lambs or Spite's there, what's she going to do? And it's so telegraphed, right? Because it should be started with a hook landing or with cease and desist coming through from Hambok, right? To try and, like, force a fight, and Winner just gets to say, nah, prefer not to.
If he wants to ult, you know, this game, I mean, he might not be interested anymore.
Oh, that's true, that's true. He may not actually need to, because that requires him being under threat of being 100 to 0. And that's really not looking like a thing at this point in time. Kindle Gem now done, so he's going for third item, Black Cleaver. No surprises on that front. Oh, Horizon Focus collected here by Feisty, so one of those situations where the low damage Ahri build's feeling a little bit sad, right? Because he is one of the strongest members of this team, him and Perfect, but Perfect's gone for the split push build as well with Hullbreaker now completed, so not going to be helping out in that team fight. And so KT, they have sort of thrown away that idea, right? They are going far more towards side lane, split push.
They're just all-inning on the idea of it because they kind of have to. It was pretty clean, and they're just not even going to contest this. It is not, luckily for KT, because they were able to pick up that early Mountain Drake Soul. It's just Soul Point, but KT they went Horizon Focus on Feisty instead of the Cosmic Drive because they're just like, we need single target burst. We need to make that dive work. They're going to now try to start this Baron, but this actually could just be the end of the game if they get caught here. And there's a ward. There's actually 2 wards, in fact.
Zest gonna get charmed. There's the Everfrost as he tries to get over the wall. He does so, lands another party cast, gone to nothing. As there it is. Hambok not gonna find the Vault Breaker timing, but that does not matter because the Orb of Deception was in the air. So Gen.G, they stop the Baron for the moment, as Charm is gonna go wide as well. Feisty back over the wall into Fog of War. And this is
Still-
not a 50-50 I'd want to go for,
Yeah,
personally.
still a flip.
2-level advantage for winner as well, even though that doesn't matter so much anymore. The Swain is just dead, so... Huh, all right. KT, if they can just pick them off one after the other.
Yeah, are we just going to keep funneling in at this point? I mean, you might just have
that's
to
a
give.
flash now. Okay, winner going to be flashing away. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. And now Carfe is like, where did everyone go?
Humbug
I'm
also
afraid.
doesn't have ult, and he has flash, but he can't engage. They're not going to be able to stop him here. They didn't have vision in that brush, but he almost died because he was trying to hold Baron so that they could actually turn back to the Baron after pushing away. But is this stopped? Now Gen.G, with a faster respawn, Gear Zest is coming over. They're going to start this up. They still have Winner's ultimate.
Yep, teleport to come forward as well. They have just so much
silly.
damage onto this one as well. As Perfect teleported in. Feisty as well, Everfrost. Gonna go wide there as Zest doesn't quite find the Gnar perfectly. As this is a weird game, Wolf.
This game has just suddenly become so silly, and I think Gen.G really threw away a lot of their advantages here in this last Baron contest by just funneling through the way they did. Now Zest doesn't have flash, but he does have another cask available. See if this time he can toss it out of the frat house.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's been a little bit of a party night for him.
Yeah. The vision's blurry, but it's time to, like, you know, the parents came home early, dude. Like, we've just got to try and put on the brave face. See what can happen. It's okay. Perfect. Throwing houses over the wall. He'll just dive into the pit. Not sure about that one. It's a 50-50, and it's just stolen by Humbug. Gen.G, why? Just
He goes
why?
in, he flashes out, you can't explain
You
it.
see them flash in, you press R, you
Yeah,
keep the
that's
Baron
cool.
alive and kill them. Like, what?
I think Winner is actually trying to see, like, he's like, can I do this whole game without pressing R?
Yeah, I don't understand at all. Like,
I mean, he might have actually pressed R at some point this game and I missed it, but like, it feels like he hasn't had any impactful ults this game, which is, for me, like, the whole reason why you pick Kindred. It's not because you're actually going to be fed with 4 kills in the early game. That wasn't supposed to happen. It did happen and it warped the game, but now their late game team fighting has been very bad.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to point any fingers at Swain, but, you know, it's not functionally working here on the side of Gen.G. And
I mean,
I'm not saying it's over, but, like, they really need to win a decisive team fight.
They do, but I think it's nothing to do with the Swain and everything to do with all the decisions that they've made.
Yeah.
Not pressing R in the Baron pit for one of them being probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen. One of the reasons why Kindred is so strong is because you get to say no to Baron flips. You see them come over the wall, and then you press R, and they can't smite,
can't
and then
do
Perfect's
anything.
like, oh, but I'm inside a Baron pit now, and I want to not die, but it's like, no. And then you get cast out of the ultimate and then murdered. It's a thing. It's in the certification. Like,
Yeah,
this was in the exam
yeah,
that
it was.
Ophelia apparently
Yeah.
passed. He obviously didn't tell the rest of his teammates.
I think
you
he
know?
might have a fake certification. Might
Yeah,
not be
jealously
real.
hoarding that certification, I think, not
Yeah.
spreading it. I think that's part of when you get that certification is a promise
He also-
to help others.
He went Mandate, which I didn't think he was going to do, and I didn't really see it coming, but it's actually beautiful in this game. Like, I actually do really like the Imperial Mandate when you consider you have 2 high damage 80 carries that can do insane single target damage to everybody who's getting slowed by Rylai's. But, you know, it means that he's not really offering a lot of damage. The team needs to be playing the team fight with the ultimate coming in from Kindred. Like, Winner needs to be ulting correctly. They need to actually be setting this up well, using the cask as well in conjunction, because it's utility Gragas when Everfrost Zonias. Everything needs to be working together. We're not seeing good casts from Zest. And I'm starting to feel like, I mean, yeah, KT's lead is now really massive, and it's spread across 5 players, whereas Gen.G's still kind of like Kindred and Aphelios against the world. The rest of the team needs to be the backbone for these 2 players, or else I think we are going to a game 3 here.
Oh, never mind. Swain has the best item in the game now. Okay, that is a hook. The longest dredge line of all time. That was just a long way.
The
that it
second
went.
longest, the first one was the one we saw at LCK this week.
Ah, yes, true.
That like flew like halfway across the map. But
Yeah. This was
Second
still
highest.
pretty long.
it was long.
As the Drake going to be up in 5 seconds time. This is going to be Gen.G's potential.
Uh-oh.
Okay, never mind. That is lost for taking the majority of his health bar. Gen.G know the position of KT now, as they will pretty immediately start up this dragon. And I've seen this do-si-do before. Let's see whether Gen.G have learned. Ophelia can be Swain far more effectively with the timepiece that he has in his back pocket. As Winner Will they just leave him uncontested? As okay, there's the Demonic Ascension. There's now Zest, looks for the body slam, gets it onto Humbug there as the flash out from Winner. He will be able to use his ult potentially. We'll see whether he does. He decides not to as the Nara's already fallen down. Feisty now looking for more as Hype is in so much trouble, but he will survive as that is going to be Hextech Soul. Yakety sax, please, Wolf.
Oh my god.
I need saxophone, I need it
This
now.
is so silly. Like, I love how Winner is just like, I'm not going to ult, and I'm not going to help my team. I'm going to kill the dragon. I'm going to kill the dragon. We're going to get Hextech Soul, which is very valuable.
This is the guy in the raid that's like standing in all the mechanics, but then demanding that he gets the best item because he needs to improve his DPS.
So Ophelia has to go golden here early on in the fight, and he's just completely out of it. Carfe as well does a ton of damage, which is actually very critical. Because he does so much damage here, despite dying, Winner is just like, okay, with a full health Gragas, we should be able to actually keep them out, secure this objective. You know that Humbug doesn't have flash because he used it on the last one there on the Baron.
And he got
holds
interrupted
it.
on the Vault Breaker as well, so
Yeah.
that's body slammed him out of it.
Yeah,
Really nicely
so
done.
it's great plays from Zest overall in there, and then Carfe also doing as much damage as humanly possible, as much as Nephelios could ever do there against two people, 1v2, and then they win the fight without the Kindred. But like, Winner is just trying to prove a point or something in this game, man. I don't know.
But now it is Hextech Soul, triple Hextech Drake, Kindred Aphelios.
Yeah.
So like,
It does seem very good.
Yeah, like if the deck was stacked, like it's stacked pretty close to the Gen.G Academy side of things. The Gen.G Global Academy being their challenger team's name. But I don't know, man. Like,
They're global, man. We're here on the Global Cast.
Yeah, it is.
We're telling you about it.
Yeah.
Much to our chagrin, a little bit.
Most of this is globally being witnessed, whether we like it or not. But I mean,
he's looking for the Flame Horizon in this game as well. Like, he is very close.
Well, speaking of, I feel like Flame Horizons could happen in the solo lanes on the side of KT as well. You can see there's still 5,000 gold in the lead. Like, this is KT with a lot of power.
And it's spread across the entire team, like we were saying earlier. That's what's the scariest part about this, because there's no one threat for KT. The whole team is a threat. And now that the Ahri is about to have Death Cap, it's no longer just like, oh yeah, single target, this is a problem. Like, every single time an Orb of Deception rips through Gen.G's team, it's going to be doing a lot of work. So, plus the side laning you were talking about, both of the side laners in the Ahri and the Gnar can threaten inhibitors shortly here. We're getting very late into this game, so it needs to be Gen.G winning decisive team fights, and that requires objectives to be up. Baron is, so I think that's where the focal point needs to be here, because I think things get worse before they get better here for Gen.G unless they win a fight straight up.
As the blue buff is taken successfully. I was a little bit worried there by Winner, trying to take it on a ward, but he will live. You can see all of that that money being funneled into Winner is not really going to equate to too much. It's him and Swain doing a fair bit equally, but of course Winner in these team fights has certainly been doing a little bit less poke damage than this guy dropping Vision of Empire all the time.
Now, Winner did get that 100 CS gap, 101 now, so he has completed the Flame Horizon. One of the hardest roles to do it in jungle, but they're starting this up now. Let's see if we actually see Winner ult in this team fight. This is what you need. Later TP here from Zest.
Yeah, that's going to be the hook. It's actually blocked by the Swain, who just explodes, doesn't have a stopwatch this time. The most important item for these team fights, and Gen.G going to have to back away. Wei taking a lot of damage, but it was for the good of the colony, and it will work out. Man, Severum does a fair bit of work there as Humbug doesn't quite find the Vault Breaker.
What are we doing, Zest? This is not it.
Yeah, he's going to stun up perfect. This is just keeping them busy, keeping them interested, doing some things, being a Gragas.
Yeah, being a Gragas has got
He's
blue
gate
buff.
crashing. He was definitely gate crashing. Like, it was a different frat house
Yeah,
that he was
different
getting into. As that cask is actually going to save his life. Nicely done. And the Baron now back on the table, but Ophelia is well and truly
This
dead.
game is so wild, man. I mean, I still think Gen.G could win this, but I'm losing faith quickly.
Lost. Okay. Oh, Lamps Respite comes in. Never you mind. He'll grab himself a quick little heal.
Well, that
And
is...
we can confirm he leveled the R.
Yeah, and that is kind of the Baron going to KT, though, the fact he had a ult like that.
Zest's going to try and get out of there. They're looking for the team fight here, and Kindred's just dead. Winner, that is not a winner's mentality. As Hype has got a double already. Can he make it a triple? He can't, because Feisty's going to steal that one away. And KT, I thought it was going to be the Baron flip, the Elder flip that they were going to win and then win the game, but instead, it's Gen.G putting all of their money into a Kindred that puts all of his face into KT and dies.
I really just, you know, after game 1, I was like, wow, it's a different Gen.G, you know?
Yeah.
It's a great Gen.G. It's a Gen.G that's going to really have what it takes to maybe start being competitive here in Challengers. And after this game, I'm like, nope, I remember Gen.G from last season.
Yeah.
I remember Gen.G from 2022. And, you know, I'm having a little bit of flashbacks, you know? I'm not even going to break down that team fight. It was extremely self-explanatory. No Kindred ult, just trying to get in there and do some damage. Isn't going to happen. Without the Kindred ult, you can't win that fight. You never will.
Yeah.
They haven't ended the game, only getting one inhibitor thus far, but I have no faith that Gen.G will be able to pull it together here and win a miracle fight on this Elder in 40 seconds with their top inhibitor on the opposite side of the map down.
Well, Kindred does have a tool that allows her to secure things that she should otherwise be not able to do.
True.
But it's not going to happen this game because he's demonstrated already that he doesn't really understand how that one works.
He didn't even commit to the ult this game, man. He ulted in
Once
a sad way.
to save LSB.
Yeah, and
Which worked, to be fair. But just, yeah, it wasn't the way we really wanted it to happen. As LSB going to have to try and find some of this vision. And the Elder is 5 seconds away. KT, they could just barrel down the mid game, go for the Elder for Nexus type situation.
I think that's what they're going to try to do here. They can stop backs now as well. I think that's just kind of checkmate. Like, they can't stop them. Perfect has Hullbreaker.
Well, let's see what Winner can get done here as Zest is going to have to try and kill these minions as best he can. Lamb's Respite is not necessary at this point in time, as they should be able to take it. There it is. So the Elder has been secured. Now Feisty is running away. Yeah, they're going to be able to defend this one as Ophelia. He made it back. And look, anything you can do, I can do better is a phrase that I normally equate to someone that's winning to the next person. But like, this was like, anything you can do, we can do worse, says KT.
I mean, but also like just this entire game for both teams has felt this way. As Perfect will survive and try to come over here for a backdoor, but the rest of the team is pushing down in the bottom lane.
What is happening?
Ophelia's stopping backs here pretty successfully.
Everyone's all over the place, just doing things, and we can't keep track of it. Our observers are confused.
Perfect is going to, because he has Hullbreaker, survive
here. Is this how Gen.G wins this game, Wolf?
I think so, if they can actually continue to proc these Elder buffs, but they're going to back away. And the wave's now being cleared in the main base. The top wave is coming over very shortly, so KT staying alive here by the skin of those inhibitors. As the defense, like you said, Swain actually is successfully able to back here, and that's why they can defend the base. And then when we look at this fight here, once again, no critical Kindred ult, just tons of damage coming through from Carfe, and then they're able to secure this better smite coming through.
Yundo's losing his mind, by the way.
The Vi is dead, and yeah.
Imagine being an observer in this game, though. Like, actually, like, in this game, that is the hardest job. Sometimes it's really easy, you know, you just follow the teams and they're going to 5v5 and you like just cruise around, you zoom in a little bit, zoom out a little bit, have fun with the cannon minions. This game, there's like a Gnar running the wrong direction. There's somebody else over in like the middle of nowhere trying to stop a back of somebody else. Meanwhile, there are other people killing inhibitors. It's a disaster.
The top outer turret is still alive, by the way, throughout all of this game. And
what is a top lane, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But we're starting to get to the point in the game where everybody is like full build, and everybody's getting closer to level 18. Tons of damage here on Carfe and this Ophelios, but like the Kindred damage is unreal. They still have Elder buff for 20 seconds, so this is at least going to be a second inhibitor down, and KT just need to somehow buy time here.
And it should be that with the fact that they'll have two inhibitors, when the Baron comes back, okay, we've got an engaged Philosopher, finds the backline, he's a god! Look at that Moonlight Vigil as well as Humbug, not going to be able to get that re-engage.
No minions, they need another wave. It's going to take a few more seconds here. KT, though,
They used the last 3 seconds of Elder.
I mean,
incredible.
Someone has to defend this. Someone has to
yeah.
defend this. Okay, they are going to get the Swain back. The Swain is going to back. Will he be able to save the turret? I don't think so.
Look at the value of the Swain. That's what happens. They certified him. He's so good. Feisty caught as they dive in. That is actually a fantastic. Oh, and he gets not out of it. The Aphelios is denied, but Humbug's still going to go down. Damage. They have a backup 80 carry. Not out of the woods just yet. Is now hype. Oh, no. That is not where you want it to be, as now Winner is just dancing around Lospa. We'll try and keep him alive. Winner is just focusing on the base, but it's not going to work.
It's not enough damage. It's not enough.
Hey,
This game is a catastrophe!
TP coming through, and we're going to 3. We're going to 3.
My God!
Feisty's in the base. What a game! An insane back and forth 38-minute game that KT will somehow win against all odds. Nobody was smiling. I think everybody's gonna have a little sigh of relief here, as this was a wild and crazy second game.
Oh my goodness. I think Winner could have actually won the fight with Lospa against the members of KT
It was
there.
such a bad end attempt from Gen.G, to be totally frank. The cask was really weak. They weren't all together.
Oh, we need to give a POG for some reason. Oh no.
I mean, I feel like this is the one time I'd ask to abstain. I actually think it's going to be top for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Perfect pulling the Aphelios out of this Lamb's respite is probably what won them the game, but he also side laned incredibly well. I don't want to POG anybody. But
I mean, it might
think
be.
I have
It's
to
either
top.
Nautilus or Gnar, isn't it? But I think it's Gnar. It's probably Gnar.
And this was so disjointed from Gen.G at the end. Like, some nice kiting attempted here by Winner, but
like, if they CC hype and like Winner gets a few autos, then like they kill the Xayah, then Winner can win the game. But leaving him alive, like that was, I don't know, hindsighting, I guess. But still, there are a lot of other things that we could nitpick.
Well, look, at the end of the day, Swain, they lost. The draft, it was trash. I was right. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact
Not
that,
sure about
that they had the lead that they had and the game was like dunzo, and then they kept over pushing their leads and not setting up for objectives correctly. I mean, KT deserved the win, you know?
I mean, they did. I mean, I think that, yeah, Feisty and Perfect deserved the win, 100%. I think that they played excellently. I think outside of that, like, the rest of the game was kind of won by Gen.G, and then Winner was a genius and an idiot simultaneously in that game.
Yeah.
Where he played extraordinarily well 1 minute and then forgot to press R in the other one and was so incredibly strong, but then just never really, like, the consistency just wasn't there. And,
We
just
need the draft highlights on Swain.
emotional roller coaster.
Let's actually bring the desk to challengers next season.
Draft highlights on Swain. I think the Swain was fantastic, and I think that you guys need to stop hating, as I just don't think that it's I don't think it's fair.
I liked the build, especially if you consider how fed the Kindred was. The Imperial Mandate was really quite
was fun.
smart,
Yeah.
but it didn't work in the
No.
end.
I think he needed Zhonya's a little bit earlier, but Perfect is going to get it here on the Gnar. As we expected, somehow. I don't know.
I thought he had the cleanest game out of anyone on KT, honestly.
I would agree. I think the Gnar worked out in this game.
Great substitution.
And also, finding the ultimate onto Cafe, I think, won them the game. To pull him out of the Lamb's respite, to give them that victory. That was really beautifully done.
During the break between games 2 and 3, we will hear from Twitch chat, aka the analyst desk of
Yes,
challengers.
that's
so
true.
Be sure to share all of your thoughts, guys, and break down what happened in this very decisive game 2 from KT Rolster.
Yeah, we'll do a countdown, and then we'll cue you, and then you guys can run the desk for us. We'll be watching along, and making sure that we keep up with all of your breakdowns of how this game went, because I'm going to need some help. Because I personally could not really find heads or tails.
I think I just need
of it.
help in general. I think I'm going to have to call my old therapist after this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm sleeping tonight.
I might need to call my old therapist and call a new one, because I'll feel bad about taking up the amount of time that I'm going to need.
Somebody call me and check on me before the LCK tomorrow to make sure I'm still coming. Somebody call and make sure.
Oh, no.
Because right now I'm just not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to be here when the break is over, when we go to game 3. I don't know if I could witness another game like that.
And I definitely know I can't solo cast it, so there's a conundrum for you if ever I've seen one. But it is now time to throw it over to the analyst desk. Take it away, Twitch chat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Summer. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here as we prepare for game number 3.
They said I had to cast game 3. They came and found me. I was huddled in the corner. I was in the fetal position, rocking back and forth. And Atlas and the producer said, "Wolf, like there is a third game, and like you need to do your job and be a professional." And
that's why you can only see one of his arms, because the other one is actually handcuffed to the chair.
Yeah,
we needed to.
I tried to Kindred ult, but the PD pulled me out of it. And
and we had to give him POG. That's how it sort of goes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Thank you so much, by the way. Absolutely amazing desk work. Really glad that we broke it down. Gator in there as well, coming through with the final thoughts. Absolutely fantastic. And I'm really hoping that we do get some of those as far as the answers to the questions that were raised during game number 2, which there were many.
Yep.
Many.
And now that the chat has broken it down completely, we can completely move on and focus on game 3, the exciting conclusion to who will win this series and who will lose it. Alice is about to kill someone. I'm watching it happen in real time.
No, I'm not. I'm actually just like making sure that I can give some shout outs to some of the great analytical prowess that has been
I thought you saw somebody who needed to be banned and you were like about to swing
no, not at all. In fact,
you guys have been good
opposite.
kids.
The exact opposite.
No substitutions, by the way. Perfect will be staying in after picking POG, and Gen.G will also select red side, so it will be our third red side selection for the night.
Yeah.
Actually,
Seems like on this
fourth, I
patch,
believe.
people have really enjoyed red side.
Yeah, I think it's fourth actually because Gen.G also started on red side when they had side selection. So
Really cool. Anyway, some great points. Ringo to Kinkle, how
Wrinkle
you
the
doing?
Kinkle, been a while.
It has been a while. And he knows. He knows that I do, in fact, like him in his name.
It's the best
Just too
name.
much. Plus, he is a resident Valdez chatter and that Atlas guy chatter, so we ain't banning. This T1 Chronicler guy, though, he knows too much. We might need to ban him. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's just Chronicler, but it was a confirmed bias.
Yeah. Which is just Chronicler, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw on the internet. That's what they said about him and me and you and people who don't even cast the LCK.
Yep.
So they
do
said
you know
about
what
T1 fans, I'm like, well.
Do you know what I realized, by the way? I'm not working tomorrow.
Oh.
Tomorrow is my day off of the week for the LCK, which is just a joyous, absolutely joyous feeling that I have washing over my body right now. Because now I get to really lean in to this one. I can lose my voice. I can recover tomorrow. So
I am working tomorrow.
Yeah, no, you are. So, but thankfully, you are not the play-by-play, and so I can give it all that I've got.
I'm a desker tomorrow.
Absolutely everything. Everything that I have. Not even a little bit will be left on the table. And I've left most of the bands on the table. So, Maokai and Vi and the Cassante all taken away.
This looks very familiar, so we don't really have to
Zeri
talk too
gets
much
through
about
for
it.
the first time.
Oh, and Yumi.
Oh my gosh.
His first big Zeri.
Aphelios Yumi to answer.
Lulu to follow up.
I'd like Rakan, because Rakan has been the main character of this series. That's what I felt.
Ah, the Annie first pick. So, Zeri Yumi, question mark?
Annie first pick so that Gen.G can get Zeri Yumi is an interesting choice, and one that you could make, Wolf. Break it down.
It's not one that I would make, but they have made it. Yumi makes Zeri, who's already very difficult to lock down by Annie, the hardest champion to lock down that Annie can fight into. So, not really a big fan of this. And now, because they locked in the Lulu Aphelios, they will not get their jungle of choice, which would probably be the Wukong in this case, to try to lock down Zeri. That should be banned away.
I would expect like a Wukong Viego here, perhaps.
Yeah.
For Gen.G, or you just don't because you get to pick one of those champions. I prefer Wukong without Gragas. I think Gragas Wukong, even though we've seen it a whole lot of times, there is some anti-synergy there. And we've seen synergy has been something that neither of these teams have quite perfected yet, at least in today's games. So the Viego going to be banned away first. I would expect the Wukong to take a bit of a break as well.
Unless Annie is the jungle.
Oh my goodness. W-Max Annie jungle, or is it E-Max Annie jungle? I imagine E-Max would be the way to go.
E-Max run fast.
Yeah, and then like do damage to they just kill themselves on you? Is that how it works? Kind of into it. All about that
How
life.
quick can you clear the Raptors max your E?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Just
man.
press W one time and you're like, got Leandri's, I'll clear it.
Heck yeah! And you just have to make sure that you take first item Leandri's as you're coming out of base level 1. And then you're absolutely fine.
Just borrow gold from Boris.
Annie,
Annie's
static
got
shiv.
good credit.
Static shiv.
Static shiv.
I'm into it. Wait, before she had her attack range nerfed, I'd believe it. As Nar is actually going to be the second ban here on Gen.G's side.
It makes it look like they want to play Gragas top, and that's fine. Wukong actually going to be banned by KT here. As Gen.G now have a few options in terms of what they want to do for their jungle. I hope we don't see Lee Sin here.
I think Swain is probably what you want to pick up.
No, I think it's not. I'm going to say no.
It's probably Swain. Probably a Swain angle that I'm looking at here.
I'm going to say...
Just a bit of Swain.
See, this is what I was worried about. I felt like we were probably going to see Lee Sin.
Swain?
Nah, if you're going to play Swain, you just play Swain Kindred.
Nah.
Just do it again. Just do it again.
Nah, the Kindred didn't work because he didn't press his buttons good. So we're going to need Swain to...
So why didn't the Swain work?
Swain
Please
with no
explain.
synergy.
Please explain.
No synergy at all. I mean, it's just what happens when your Kindred isn't very good. You know, you're giving everything
so
to him.
Swain didn't work because the Kindred didn't push the buttons. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I'm passing the buck, as it were. As that is Sejuani Jax. My goodness. All of a sudden, Zest is like, whoa! You didn't need to come at me that hard.
Is the Sejuani in the jungle or in the top lane? Is it jungle Jax, Sejuani top?
Ooh, true. I like this cannon.
Because now, actually, this is really smart because now you're like, oh, well, you thought you were going to get a favorable matchup with Jax, but not going to happen anymore. We're putting Kennen in the top lane.
By the way, what happened? Like, actually, it's a maths equation. It's Zeri plus Yuumi equals Kennen.
I could see that, yeah.
You know, like,
I mean, look at the fur. It's
he's
like almost the same
basically just a
color. Like,
lightning cat. Oh my goodness.
I think he's more like a lightning rat, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But I was calling Kennen Pikachu
Lightning
for a long
mammal.
time.
I mean, close enough. Like same,
Lightning
classification.
Antechinus, lightning possum, lightning raccoon. He might be a raccoon. He does have a skin of a guy that basically was referred to as a raccoon. So there's that. Wait, why did people stop playing Kennen again? Buckets and gloves. Oh, welcome back, Buckets, by the way, to Twitch chat. Oh my goodness, he came back from work. Hey, how you doing?
That's how long he's been watching Challengers today.
There it is.
What a passionate man.
Yeah, Kennen evolves into Volibear. I think that's true.
We don't know if it's mammal, but not trying to assume, but the lightning mammal. I'm looking at this going, Gen.G got a good comp and Lee Sin.
Well,
KT,
we've seen Lee Sin do well.
KT have a composition that's got some pretty strong early game, and they've got some mid-game spikes, and they have good side laning. I kind of like KT's draft more for what it does in all aspects of the game. I think Gen.G have a Zeri comp that has a front line and some types of like very conditional engage tools, whereas KT have long-range engage Sejuani, Annie, follow up with the Jags. They have wild growth to follow up as well to save the Aphelios. It's just more well-rounded, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Gen.G has Zeri Yuumi and they'll win. Because that's just how life goes, unfortunately.
Not always, though.
Yeah,
not in Challengers.
There's no Lee Sin center on the other side to be the hard counter wolf. That's what we've seen. That's the way you do it. And maybe the real issue is not having Korea, but they do have Korea, so I guess that's fine. Let's hop onto the rift. Oh, hell yeah.
Every time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ooh, Blood Moon Cannon as well. Oldie but a goodie. You know, I think there are better ones. Surgeon Cannon is obviously the best by like a country mile. It's so good. Like the Trust Me, I'm a Doctor. Oh, just amazing.
Perfectly timed stopwatch for Annie.
Ooh, okay.
And what else we got? Anything interesting?
Not
really. Fleet Footwork Aphelios, as expected. Comet Gragas to lose lane less.
Mm-hmm.
Scorch to
do a bit more damage sometimes.
Yeah, Scorch like feels a little bit weird here, but I guess Gathering is not that great for Gragas anyways. Can be nice, but eh.
I mean, late game he is irrelevant because late game the whole team is Zeri. So
yep.
Just Scorch when you are not going to be playing around your Zeri.
Double cull start, you know, that's that kind of game. Okay, Yuumi with a Relic Shield. That is, I didn't quite see that one right away. That is a bit of an interesting one because you can push the lane really hard with that, but it means you're more vulnerable because you are attached.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of this.
Or not attached, rather.
We saw a little bit of this a little while ago. And yeah, not going to be relying on you and me quite as much. But kind of like it. Anyway, Feisty throwing abilities. Cafe taking a bit of damage there. High value on the Glitter Lance from Wei. As already shoving in that lane. So nicely done. Hype and Wei winning against the Zeri Yuumi.
I like how, oh man, that's the kind of trade you want as the cannon. I like how Chad is like telling Buckets that he needs like an exorcism because he came back from YouTube, like, needs to be like cleansed and stuff. Like, you need to be like
Oh,
purified.
You don't need therapy, you need an exorcism. Oh my god, Fireship, just stop it. He's back, it's fine. Oh no. Why is he typing backwards and why is he coming for his soul? I'm so confused. I like buckets. I like our chat. Thank you guys for saving us, because honestly, this series would not have been an enjoyable experience without you.
I need an exorcism after game 2.
Yeah,
so.
I need that exercised out of. I'm going to gym. I'm gonna need as much exercise as possible after this.
I'm gonna have to go and see if in the WDG kitchen there's like salt I can throw over my shoulder. Like,
Oh no. Well, Humbug prowling around his jungle, or Winner's jungle, as Winner did lose out on his big chicken. And Perfect just getting harassed. As you'd expect, it is the Airy Cannon up here just wailing on the Jax. It's always been a pretty good matchup for the Cannon, especially early on, until the Jax can reliably all in. Speaking of all in, Ophelia has lost all of his health, or at least the majority of it.
yeah, he's not scorching real well at the moment.
No.
He's getting scorched, actually, by Feisty, who I don't think actually took Scorch, but he's getting some first strike gold, as you'd expect. He's pushing the lane. It's hard for Gragas early. This is the trade-off from picking the Cannon, is you have to play Gragas into Annie, and she's just going to farm you.
Apparently, Astro Nautilus can do transfusions, which is pretty cool.
What kind of transfusions?
Blood transfusions, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So either he's Vladimir, or a doctor. Not entirely sure. Trying to pick up a few things here and there.
Call me when
glancing
you
at
could do
chat.
transmutations.
Transmutations?
Yeah.
Like he's Nicholas Flamel?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Call me when you could turn game 2 into gold.
His purr effect, a bit similar to Bin. Well, we'll just have to see, as Humbug is standing on top of a ward. Okay. Well, Cafe going in. Winner is here, and Wei could be the target that they're looking for. Infernum grabbed him. There's the flash from Hype, but the flash to follow as well. Winner trying to guarantee the kill onto Wei as they want the Zeri moment, but I don't think it's going to happen. Really good sidestep from the Extendo Beam. And Gen.G, they will take every single summoner spell from the bottom lane, but
it's a 3 for 4.
Yeah. Well, actually, 4 for 4, because Winner flashed as well.
Oh, true. I was just thinking of the bot 2v2, but yeah, you're right. So it actually is just a 4 for 4. Arguably losing the Lee Sin flash. Not feeling good about that one.
Not the
Especially when he
greatest.
hits 6, not going to have the same playmaking ability. But, you know, near play there on the bottom side. Near success, rather. And Lospa is detaching, trying to get that extra damage done.
And it's a couple of camps ahead for Humbug as well, so that's sort of what you risk by going for these sort of early ganks.
And the first
behind.
time, by the way, in the series where that has been the case, where he's actually normally been struggling. And Winner has been out early jungling him.
Okay. Well, Feisty going to not get cast towards the Lee Sin. It's kind of the opposite. I do like... So Gragas and Lee Sin together, synergy or anti-synergy. You don't necessarily know based on how these two are going to be able to coordinate, but you can really make someone travel a long way.
It really can.
If you organize your Lee Sin Gragas effectively.
Yeah. Traveling by Gragas, Cask, Lee Sin, Kick is pretty expensive these days with inflation, so it's not my preferred method of travel.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
I usually just walk, but...
Yeah. Sometimes I like to take a barrel, but that's when I'm feeling fancy. Like
Right.
if I'm going on date night or something like that, I take barrel.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure his score is available so he can send you.
Yeah. Then you get, that's also the hillbilly strat, so like that's kind of like going to work if you're working on a farm.
But you don't take score home with the date. you only take him to go meet her.
Oh, so you travel by yourself. So it's not like date night with the wife, you know, when you're coming
no,
together.
no,
this
no,
is
no.
like meeting someone for the first
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah.
And he gives you like the Southern drawl pep talk
Yeah.
as you're going for it. That's actually, I'm kind of
Comments
into
on
it.
your, compliments your outfit is
Whoa!
a brief look at the observing PC.
Yeah, that is like a peek behind the curtain.
Somebody accidentally Windows D'd.
Yeah.
XD.
It's like the alt tab, like falling asleep observer alt tabs. If someone paused the screen, let us know what your favorite icon was on the desktop. Let me know whether they have Diablo 4 installed, because you're probably not supposed to be playing that at work.
They have the like the Riot MOBA, like it's actually there. They have the test version.
Yep. That's all right. Perfect is one away from being stunned, but not going to be. And there is a ninja making his way towards the top side who doesn't see very well to join the ninja who is a mammal.
Is Lee Sin a ninja though? Really?
He's a bit ninja-y. He's got a ninja-y vibe. No, it's actually, he's not very ninja. He's not, and actually officially, he's not a ninja.
Yeah, I mean, Kennen is, but...
Kennen is a ninja. And Shen is a ninja as well.
Yeah.
And who's a better ninja, Shen or Lee Sin? I'll leave that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, honestly...
Lee Sin is a
real,
monk.
too real.
So, like,
too real.
Isn't like a ninja just a monk that that went off the rails a little bit? Is it sort of like I don't really understand the difference. And Akali is another one of the ninjas.
I think like
Zed is also a ninja.
Yeah, I don't know if being a ninja is a like state of mind so much as it is like being part of a society of.
Do you have to be an assassin to be a ninja?
I don't think necessarily, but like they have a set of special skills, right? That they all train to possess.
So like Liam Neeson is a
ninja?
No,
he's definitely a ninja for sure.
Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Somehow Kayn isn't a ninja, but isn't Kayn a weapon? I mean, I know that's Rust, but like most of what Kayn is the weapon, right? Because Kayn was just a dude, and then like the weapon possessed him and like told him to do stuff.
Yeah, he wasn't really a ninja. He was just a...
Wrong place, wrong time.
I think he was like a... What's the word for this?
Oh, he's a disciple of Zed? What? Oh, then never mind. He should be a ninja.
Well, I mean, he would have become a ninja, but he was like a trainee. He was like a trainee.
So he
didn't...
apprentice. So like
yeah,
not like Ophelia getting his certification to play Swain. He didn't get his certification to be a ninja.
Yeah, he was a student, so to speak. He was almost a ninja, but not quite.
Right.
But also, is Zed really a ninja?
Yeah, he is, 100%. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the TFT ninja category. So.
See, I don't know that much about TFT, but... perfect. This is actually, Zest could like maybe try to all in him here. That was very scary. It's a lot of minions.
It used to be really important, by the way, Wolf, to know who all the ninjas were, because if you played a ninja on the same team as another ninja, you lost 1 health. Because ninjas work alone. So you can't have more than 1 ninja on a team. That was true. Wow. Yep, just like Leona did one less damage to champions with sunglasses, yep. That's how it goes.
So ninjas were basically a hull breaker.
Yeah, there we go. Except just one health. So it didn't really do anything, but
I feel like when we started, like, this has been the slowest game of the 3, just because we've been talking about ninjas the whole time. Like, we've somehow just calmed the game down. We've pacified it. We haven't even talked about the Drake take or anything that's occurred. The next Drake is spawning in 60 seconds here, so Flash is down, as you say. Like, things are happening, sort of.
I didn't even notice. Oh, the Scythe and Kayn are different entities fighting to control one another. If Kayn wins, he goes blue. The Scythe wins, he goes red.
Yeah.
Canonically, neither one has won. Yeah, no, we need
it's a path you walk down in your game.
Yeah. You get to decide the end of the story.
So AKA, if the red wins, you have a chance to win the game. If you go blue, like, well, go next.
Hey, that's not the case. No. Blue Swain jungle, absurd. Oh man,
Blue Swain jungle now.
It was really nutty. I don't know whether it's the same now.
Yeah,
but it was.
It was crazy. Cool for like 2 seconds.
Swain? Oh, did I say Swain?
Yeah, but I'm just teasing you.
Swakain.
I knew what you meant. Papa Smithy was talking about Blue Swain, or now I'm saying it.
Blue Swain?
Kayn a little while. Okay, hold on. Is Hype vulnerable? Is he okay? Is he gonna die?
No, he's gonna get flashed on and destroyed! Sonic Wave to the noggin.
Him using Ghost there was like the cutest thing I've ever seen. He's like, maybe this will help even slightly.
That's how fast you go to the death chamber. Look at this, the actual just headbutt. Not even a charge, just a headbutt.
This is actually pretty huge for Gen.G though. That's a lot of gold they've picked up now. The Aphelios is down. They're gonna get Dragon. They're gonna tie up the Drakes. We're gonna find out what that soul's gonna be.
Yep.
Annie not, you know, relevant in any of these little skirmishes. Still ahead in CS, trying to get a plate in mid, but not really that valuable in the grand scheme of things. At least she'll get something back here, plus 175.
Oh, Cloud Soul, baby!
Oh, wow, just the way to end the night.
And we
hold on.
thought that it
Whoa,
was
whoa,
just...
whoa.
Oh, okay.
Wait. We missed the... Something was happening topside. I hope nobody dies. Yeah. Really nice ward hop here to flash, kick. Ghost wasn't going to help him. Nobody died top, right?
No.
Okay.
Just,
Looks
I think
scary.
the Perfect took a damage or 3, but then he was K. He's
Hugo's just showing us, he's like, it's
yeah.
all fine.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. And, like, do you ever sometimes feel like you're just talking and trying to say things, but really it doesn't matter because there's a Zeri in your game?
Yeah.
Have you ever felt that way?
Well, I think that's kind of how you and I both felt. That's why we didn't say things about the gameplay.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
inevitability is there.
So ninjas. Who do you think would be the next ninja? If you were going to say somebody else was a disciple,
Okay.
like
which
Is it-
champion in
and
the game right
yeah,
now
yeah,
could
like-
become a ninja?
yeah, like, and why is it Gragas?
I was going to say Lux, but Gragas, yeah. I mean, he is quite nimble, isn't he?
Yeah, I know, and you don't
He's-
expect him to be nimble, and it's all about deception as a ninja,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Flashes, okay. There's a bear, and it's a mouse, and there's a stun,
Turret.
and the Annie is not going to die, but almost does die, and there's a turret that goes down on the bottom side of the map. We're panning out as Ophelia's making his way over.
Okay, and the
we
ninja,
mentioned
the
nimble.
ninja.
Yeah, can he find the angle? He senses. There's the barrel, and Ophelia is running. Tibbers is in the brush. It gets ever frosted. Ophelia, don't get distracted by the 50 Gs. As there's a cask, but it's actually stopwatched.
God, the cast in this
And now
series have been so
everyone's
bad.
here. Oh, God.
The cast in this series have just not led to anything, man.
Did you say Cassidon?
Casks.
Cassidon would make a great ninja.
He would. He certainly would. Do you think Baron would make a good ninja?
Oh,
Baron,
100%.
sure.
Yeah, I think because like you could always look over your shoulder. You'd never be surprised.
You just never
and you
know-
can't sneak up on another ninja.
No.
Tim taught me that in his song called Prejudice, which I think was it was like a biopic about ninjas.
Not about redheads or
Yeah,
anything like
only a ninja can sneak up on another ninja.
that. You know.
That's the rule. You guys can have a look at that one. I think it's his most viewed video on YouTube.
The thing about Barons is you just never know where or when they'll show up. There's no specific guidelines to that. It's
Yeah.
not like they spawn at the same time at the same space every game.
Oh, winner. They wait out the Sonic Wave. I like that. Good heads-up play is Zest. He can dive forward. It is going to be secured here by Humbug, but the battle is on as Safeguard does come out. Ooh, KT losing out on a lot here is now
Zeri.
Carpe. Could be his moment as Humbug going to be his first target. There's the body slam. Ophelia coming alive in this game as the Zeri moment will continue. The party cast comes down. As I'm not really too sure about diving the turret here, Carpe, but he does get his health back and he should be
Zest,
A-okay.
though. He has ult.
Looking for that angle. Still has Slicing Maelstrom. Oh my goodness.
But he doesn't have flash.
Well, there's the Lightning Rush. Wow, that is such a dead Aphelios, and he finds the Q. That's the double. The game was already over, but it's even more over now.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be also a turret going down here. And hey, you got the Herald, though, KT Rolster, so worth? I don't think so. This fight was very messy. TP comes through here, but Carfe actually just has the opportunity to ult and then run at them. You see a good body slam come through here from Ophelia, and that's when you know, like, okay, Ambach is dead. The chains are coming through here with this ultimate from Zeri. And then the cask is not great, honestly. Not really at all. Wei has to flash. And then Hype, for some reason, in a moment here.
what's
like,
this
why did he
flash?
flash on top of Zest? The world may never know. Like, his summoning usage has been a little suspect this game.
I mean,
I want to watch it from, like, all vision here. Yeah, really, you just don't wanted to guarantee a Gravitum that isn't going to help him. I don't
I don't
know about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the ha 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 in chat. Feel bad for the Nightbot. Gotcha.
Yeah. Cannon ult is weakest at the center wall. That's a patch note I missed. Oh my god. Tried to save Lulu by what? Exploding. He's hoping to distract the cannon. Like the cannon's just like Zest is like taking a timeout. He's like, why did he flash on top of me? Oh wait, by the way, there's a Lulu to kill. Oh. It's the Eye of the Storm. Oh god.
Eye of the Storm. Oh my god.
I mean, it's just a mouse to block the Q. Yeah, but he flashed like kind of behind him.
It's just the best day ever of challengers.
To be honest, I feel like every day is the best day of challenges.
I know, but this is the most recent one.
That's true. That's true. This is the best day. You are 100.
It's the one that's happening in the present time.
Until next Monday, this is the best day of challenges.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, Zest.
Or actually, until Hojin's co-stream.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna happen like tomorrow. But
Yep.
but I won't watch that one, so I won't because I'll be working on the LCK, so it won't happen.
Wasn't Hojin the last one to play Jungle Scion as well? And he's now co-streamer here for Challenger. Oh, relevance? Absolutely amazing. Really cool.
It wasn't Hojin, it was Lee.
Ah, yes. Sorry, but he's Hojin, so
He is.
yeah. And he was playing against Tom from SKT, and I'd forgotten any games that Tom played because he didn't play that many games. Unfortunately, Tom actually was, I thought, mechanically very strong. But just didn't really play very well. 2,500 gold's the lead here. Gen.G, you know, couple of Drakes, a Herald, and a couple of turrets, a Herald, and a Dragon away from a perfect game. Nicely done here, Gen.G.
So I've noticed that there are 2 items in Zeri's inventory, plus like a crystal or something.
Yeah.
But there's only 1 item and like some like swords that are about to like
it's
cut
not
some
very
steak or
mystical.
something. Yeah. Yeah, I see like one has a little fancy outline, the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling good about what that means. I couldn't tell you guys why, I'm just telling you, it seems like Zeri can shoot like lots of people at once.
Yeah.
And the Aphelios, he shoots a little bit slowly for that Kraken Slayer to really make a huge difference in these team fights, especially when he's getting chunked out by Yuumi.
And also, like, this Zeri also understands what's the most strategically sound shape used to reinforce things.
Yeah, a triangle.
Yeah, which I think is really daunting, that she knows all of those things and shoots you a lot at the same time. Because brains and brawn together are not supposed to be a thing, right?
Feels like Hambach is just right now like he's not in this game. Now he's coming over here to try to do things, but for a second there I was like, okay, Zeri is about to just 2v2 kill the turret and Perfect is about to get dove. Where is the Sejuani? Finally he shows back up here and will stave some of that pressure. Is Parfait?
Okay, not going to get extendoed. Hype got some decent guns to... Okay, that is a kick onto a Sejuani. They just want to take him down. The Wild Growth is going to come forward and Zest gets exhausted, but they deal with the turret. And the final chapter comes down. Wei is going to die, and there goes the Piggy as well. And if it wasn't certified before, I probably would have certified it in Champion Select Wolf, but it's certainly certified now.
The moments just keep coming these days. You know it's coming. You know you're going to see it, and we're seeing it again. And this is not the support Lee Sin game. This is not a huge gap of these 2 teams. We thought it was before this series, but we learned as it progressed that these teams are pretty evenly matched. And Ophelia is trying to make it a closer one, that's for sure.
Yeah, Moonlight Vigil would have hit, like it hit the corpse of the Gragas, as now they're in the back of the pit. The Yagadi Sack's going to get queued. It's Carpe coming around. He's ganking his own fight that he was just in moments before. As now Hype going to get prowled on by that projectile. Zest is basically dead. The Baron getting very aggressive. Jet Set Radio Future Carpe getting that cooldown back over and over again. And KT, they stop the Baron, but they don't stop themselves from probably losing this game just yet.
Yeah, I wish we got to see how much damage the Baron did in that team fight while he's stacking up to like 6k, just sitting there hitting Gen.G over and over and over again while KT are trying to close the gap, and Gen.G really wanted to hold on to it, but they were unable to ultimately in the end. As Ophelia here he's really far forward here. He has Flash, who doesn't actually get to be that far forward. He's taken out here by Feisty. And then Carpe, because he's Zeri and has a Lee Sin shield, is able to survive for a very long time, but ultimately isn't able to, now that he doesn't have his ultimate anymore, do enough damage here to secure this Baron. Zest is going to have to flash over the wall. He's just stuck in the back, but barely survives.
Baron did more damage than the whole of KT. You know what, France? I reckon you're onto something there.
Yeah. So I'm saying I wish we got to see the Baron team fight damage. It's like Baron showed that he has a tail, or she has a tail, and she's gonna whip out from the back there and almost killed Zest.
Yeah,
So
standing
Baron
behind Baron is like actually Darren. Who's Darren? Standing behind Baron actually is very dangerous. That's
Baron
why I
the
was saying
ninja.
Darren. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he is a ninja. Because he can always turn
Wait, isn't
one
it
of the
he or
heads.
she though?
Sorry, it's she, isn't it?
Yeah, I made the same mistake a moment ago, and then I'm like, wait, it is a she, right? We think.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, them. They are Baron.
Ninja.
Yeah.
Never know when it's gonna show up.
Yep.
And when it vanishes, you have absolutely no idea when it will return.
Yeah, except for the timer. But if
No,
you can't see
I
the
have
timer,
no clue,
Yeah.
Atlas.
true.
You have to type that in chat when you think it's gonna come back. That's how it worked in the old days.
Same as the dragon. Dragons also ninjas because they are mystical beasts and they can be whatever they want to be as long as they believe. That's how that works. Oh, it's them because it's multiple heads.
Yeah, but it's still one entity.
Ooh, is it multiple personalities if it's multiple heads? And if it's multiple personalities, does that make it multiple entities even though it's one being?
Wiki says it's a dude. Okay.
Oh man, I've just added more questions. Because it's kind of it is a bit of a philosophical question, isn't it? Like, what about those ogres in World of Warcraft that have two heads? Is that two people or is that one ogre with two heads?
Yeah, or like the three-headed ogre from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah,
that
right.
argues with itself.
And that does argue with itself, right? And so like that goes towards the theory of
That had
it's
multiple personalities.
people.
It had multiple personalities, that's for sure.
But is it multiple people
Yeah, that's a good question.
stuck inside one body?
Well, how do you define a person?
That is true. 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, generally.
So.
Oh, but that makes amputees not people, and so that not very nice,
yeah,
is
that
it?
wouldn't be very polite of you
So
to say, would it?
that was actually I'm gonna get cancelled. I think it's over. So I take it all back. It's not about what kind of appendages you have. It must be about something else.
Yeah. Where are my people?
Who are my people?
How did I get here? It's a 1-7 kill score game here, 25 minutes. Gen.G have a massive lead. KT trying to do something
Ooh,
tricky.
feisty. A bear could come down as there is a flash from winner. The final chapter is fantastic. His body slam comes through, but Ophelia has other things on his mind. Throws a bear. That's not what I needed him to have on his mind, Wolf. He's like, I hate Krugs!
I like how the observers were just like, oh, so Zeri's over here. She wasn't even there. She was actually considering pushing top because it's that kind of game. She has a Titanic Hydra already, 3rd item complete.
Ophelia, there are more camps to Cask, my friend. You can get there. He's backing on top of a ward, but he knows.
He doesn't have it
He knows.
yet. I don't know if he knows.
Okay.
All right, so we couldn't have known that Baron would still be here because he could leave or appear at any time. But Gen.G have now identified the Baron Ninja is here, and they're kind of moving towards it. And so I think that perhaps we will see a Baron Slay attempt.
Hang
Zest
on.
has teleport.
Just to bring us back on topic.
Yeah.
If Baron was a lady, wouldn't she be called Baroness?
Well, that's what I thought. But I mean, but Baron is the name and not the title. Yeah. So
Do we know that though?
I don't. I mean, people may know. It may be known, but not to me.
Yeah. I think we need to go on a journey. I think we need to go to Los Angeles and we need to go and have a talk with whoever writes the stories and knows the things so that we can come back with a wealth of information to share with LCK Challenger fans.
There was.
I think we need that.
There was a time when Twitch chat would really be teaching me lore every single Challengers Day, and usually it was when I was casting the Valdez, but it has slowed a little bit. But we're exploring it in other ways. We've gone down.
We've transcended in a bad way, I think.
Could
Baron
the
de
Gromp
Fleur.
also? Could the Gromp also be a ninja?
Oh, 100%. Because if you notice, like when the Gromp comes out, it's just a little frog and it like jumps on the frog. Like, you don't sneak up on frogs, man. Have you tried to catch a frog before? That's so hard. Unless it's
Yeah.
like frog season, there's like massive amounts of them in your drain.
It could spit the mushroom out that it eats to transform to be small again, and then you would never be able to know where it is. You notice that before it eats the mushroom, it's untargetable.
Yeah, right?
Very ninja-like, if you ask me.
And I think ninjas are the ones that can like transform and like change and like be cool and blend and things like that. So, I don't know, man. Scuttle is the ultimate ninja, though, because it dodges projectiles better than anything else in the universe.
Some of my favorite League of Legends highlights I've seen on the Scuttle main subreddit.
Scuttle mains?
Yeah. I've actually seen some great gameplay there.
I haven't actually, haven't been to that one personally.
It's actually very good.
Is it disabled today?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, no.
It might
Scuttle
be,
mains is on strike.
it might be worth a look.
Yeah. Typical Aussie trying to catch frogs, shake my head. It's toads that are the biggest problem, aren't they? The good old cane toads. You don't need to catch those, though. They're golf balls, basically. Isn't that the thing? I don't live in Queensland, but apparently they play golf with
So
them.
how did it happen, actually? I mean, I know how it happened, but like the fact that Gen.G just kind of perma-prioed mid and KT have just kind of watched it happen, haven't set up any plays here. And now, because they've been so slow to start this Baron, Gen.G are going to get both objectives Cloud Sold and rush in here to stop this Baron. They don't have enough, and like Feisty's on a flank angle here with Flash Tibbers. I think that's their only hope.
Red-White has been set up here by Hype, though. He managed to get there. That's a lot of crescendo damage.
Give me that
to
Flash
this Baron.
Tibbers. Where's that Flash Tibbers, Feisty?
Oh, he might be able to find Pikachu with it, or one of the Pikachus with it. It's, oh no! The Tibbers is a little bit too late. The cast comes down in perfect time as the Gragas, he's done his job! And now it's Pikachu's turn, both of them, just destroying KT. We knew it was a matter of time, and they do it in the end. Gen.G will now take the Baron, whichever gender or whatever it is, and they will wander down the lane. They will kill a Nexus, and we will wonder what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, we still don't know. We still don't know. Well, I thought perhaps we were going to say Feisty, actually, as we were suggesting, like Annie could but with how he was set up here. But the timing of the Tibbers and how it all came down was not great. Ophelia also has the Banshee fail, so he just eats a bunch of damage. He's doing Gragas things. Wild Growth comes out, and then the fight is over when the re-engage comes through from the very quick and shocky Pikachu boy in the cannon, who's also a ninja, by the way, officially. And I think that's the game. I think that's it.
Well, Callan has a question for you, Wolf.
Yeah.
What's Game 2, Wolf? Is this question. Can you just explain Game 2 to us?
Swing.
And
We need to know.
don't think that's very fair, because I think Ophelia had a great game. Let's talk about the Kindred.
The Kindred didn't press R.
Yeah. Well, it pressed R once.
He did press R like once at a time.
10 seconds
That was
before
not
he really
opportune.
needed to press
it
it.
was not opportune. It's not the right moment. But in this game, he pressed R like really good.
Yeah,
He was a good R presser.
he was. Because he went back to what every Korean jungler can play, and that is Lee Sin to an extraordinarily high level. If you play League in Silver, the Lee Sins that you will play against, you're like, what the hell? How? It's like they all spend 600 years in the training tool just so that they can be allowed to select Lee Sin. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not actually allowed to select Lee Sin in Korea, because I haven't had 7,000 hours to play the champion.
No, it's not allowed.
Yeah, 2 million mastery points, Silver 2. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, in Bronze, that might be low for Lee Sin players.
Yeah. Perfect he's over here.
He's dead.
He is over here.
The
and
might
now
of the
he's not.
Grandmaster may save me here. It may not, actually.
Wait, so Jax is not a ninja, right?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Alright.
He does have Hullbreaker and Anathema's Chains and Counter-Strike, so it took a really long time to kill him. So he had some ninja-like characteristics for a
Yeah,
moment
and also,
there.
like, has, like, his cool hat that has, like, all of them holes cut out of it, like, kind of like ninjas do.
Yeah.
Especially if you compare it to, like, the ninjas that you see in, like, The Last Samurai.
Yeah.
You know, which I know may not necessarily be the greatest historical movie, but if you go back and listen to the soundtrack, Hans Zimmer did an incredible job, okay? I will say that.
I mean, he always does.
Yeah.
It's never. He's never the problem.
Yeah. Tom Cruise as a samurai was
Occasionally
weird
the problem.
situation. As there's a kick, and that is a dead Annie, really dead. As Zest pressed R, I think in celebration, create a circle around himself so that we knew exactly where he was. Congratulations, Zest. We do know exactly where you are. The energy users backing away here
They're gonna
together.
leave. They're gonna leave and let the inhibitors do the work. Baron's gone. Get those empowered recalls right before it fades away. Today I learned that if Baron fades away while you're already in the Baron empowered recall, it doesn't matter. You still get the Baron empowered recall. It doesn't slow it down. Never thought about it before. Never noticed it before. But wow, TIL.
Yeah.
Learning a lot about Baron today.
Today I learned that a lot of people actually also like The Last Samurai, so I don't feel as bad. Because I remember like I was in like talking to a group of friends and they made me feel silly for really liking The Last Samurai. I've watched that movie so many times.
I mean, it's like the Speed Racer movie. You know it's a
Oh.
classic and it's amazing, but like you're a little bit embarrassed to talk about it sometimes. But
Yeah.
you really know that like real
How many
ones
times
know.
did you and Achilles watch that movie?
I think when we lived in LA together, we probably watched about 6 or 7 times,
Oh god, it is actually a great
and
movie.
never before 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, after you guys told me about it, by the way, Humbug's dead, but after you guys told me about it, I went back and watched it, I'm like, this movie has so many phenomenal actors in it.
I feel like it. Okay, here we go. How long does he live?
I don't know very much more of the song. It's not supposed to go on this long. As he gets stunned, and there's another Counter-Strike. Tries to turn it here. Onto Cafe. His perfect is very dead. There we go.
He
Bought
went
a fair
about
bit of
20
time.
seconds. He went pretty far.
Oh, I should have sung the Speed Racer song. Oh, no. Opportunity missed.
It's a hard song to sing.
Here he
Or
comes.
hum even.
Here comes Speed Racer. Anyway, this turret, not long for the world, inhibitor going to follow. That is going to be the third and final inhibitor that KT had available to them.
You know, this was a series.
It was. This is one for the ages, to be perfectly honest. This Cafe is going to ult and then potentially die, but no, never mind. That doesn't happen. Not with the Zeri and the Yuumi as... Oh my goodness, be careful of the fountain. I mean, I know you're overpowered, but maybe not that overpowered, but I guess maybe he is, because he did just kill everyone.
Gets POG.
Oh, God. Winner. Just give it to Winner.
It's like Winner, Carfe, or Zest.
Yeah.
I mean, Winner gapped Humbug all 3 games, except like the second half of game 2, but we'll just pretend like that didn't happen. He had a pretty good series.
Yeah. I think it's
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll join you.
Maybe
we
vote for
we can
Yuumi.
either both be right or wrong. It's fine.
Okay. Maybe it was Lospa.
I don't think it was Lospa.
Because he had the least responsibility for this series in that game.
Yeah.
You know?
I liked it when we talked about ninjas.
Yeah, I like the ninjas part
Okay,
as
so
well.
this game was insanely one-sided.
This was very Pikachu
It was very
favored.
long, but it was very one-sided, and there were really 2 critical Zeri fights. One that happened very early, and one that happened, you know, right before late game, and that was the end.
You're going to have to move your cup.
Yep.
There we go.
Wow, look at you.
Haha!
You tried to send it to me in a secret way, but you were able to decipher it.
I should have tried to tell you to move it in Korean, but unfortunately, cup in Korean is cup, so
Yeah.
we would have been screwed. Yeah, this was KT not having it in them to win this game, and unfortunately, double lightning is too strong, as it turns out. Like if you're thinking of making types in your video games, 2 lightning.
Yeah, type 1, type 2 lightning.
Yeah, would suggest double lightning.
You know the only thing the lightning is weak against oftentimes as well is also lightning.
It's a lot of cannon damage.
Yeah.
He didn't do a lot of work.
I actually wonder if he's just going to get it. I thought some of his play in the mid-game was a little bit suspect, but like his landing was good, his team fights were always good, his re-engages were good, like his turns were fantastic. I kind of like feel like I wish I voted for him now looking at the numbers, but...
I mean, I do too, but he also just kind of like pressed R and existed.
But
That's
he's
canon.
Kennen, so like...
That's cool. That is true. I feel like
He's
Winner
a
did
ninja
just...
officially as
Yeah,
well.
he is actually officially. That is very true. He's not a vision-impaired monk. He is instead a ninja who is officially a ninja and actually a ninja.
Gragas is like still not a ninja technically. Zeri has some ninja-like properties, but
Yeah. Ninja, like, if Zeri can continue, like, avoiding this ban hammer, though, then I'm definitely, like, she's a ninja. 100% a ninja. Because you have to be a ninja to be this overpowered and not get nerfed. And it's already one patch, right?
yeah.
So if she's playable in the next one, then my goodness. Misposition agrees. Zeri is 100% a ninja.
Yeah. We'll beat Carfe who picks it up. Just proving that none of our Korean broadcast talent actually has any dignity.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I love all of them, especially the Marina. We've worked together a lot today.
Yeah.
And we were hanging out before the show.
They are good friends of ours. However, they are no longer friends of ours. He did go 9-0-9 on the Zeri, but this game was not about him whatsoever. It was about everybody else feeding him kills, which is what happens when you're Zeri. But maybe I don't know whether we're getting too far into the weeds, right? With like, because also like we have to pick like player of the week last week, and there's some Zeri players there that played well, but also played Zeri, and I'm like, does that omit you from being able to get player of the week?
I feel like everybody is actually secretly on a crusade against the Riot Balance team. Like, they just keep picking Zeri no matter what, just to make it seem like even more crazy.
Maybe that is actually the way to do it, is to like
Yeah.
say like, look at this in every single region. Zeri's the only one that's getting
Player
any
of the game,
accolades.
player of the week, player of the month,
Okay.
champion of the week, champion of the week, champion of the game.
So we're actually not doing any favors to getting Zeri destroyed by not voting. So every
Yeah.
time Zeri's in the game, we just instantly put in
Right,
the
so
vote.
Yundo, let's break how many votes, let's break, give me the vote breakdown. You don't have to say who voted for whom. We already admitted ours, obviously, but let me know, Yundo, because I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know if any.
Was it
if there
actually
were-
close, or were we just the only ones? Maybe we were just the only
Because
ones.
in that Gen.G series against T1, I was the only one who voted for Chovy, and it was like everyone else voted for Zeri. I was like, well,
Yeah, there was the that was the Pay Zeri, and then there was the Deft Zeri as well. And I wanted that one though. So there are times where the Zeri vote feels right, but that's when it feels like only Zeri exists in the game. You know, they're the games where it like has to be the Zeri vote. This didn't feel like that. This felt like the rest of the team was there setting up, and then Carfe like gave himself carpal tunnel. You know.
this is a really long pog screen, so maybe the interview
got
is
to the
ongoing, but we're
recycle.
just chilling.
We got the recycle of the song as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so maybe the interview is happening and they're just saving us, so we don't have to sit on camera, sit up straight. Although I never do it, challengers.
Why do you don't have to sit up
No, I
straight.
usually don't actually.
No, no.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the interview will happen eventually. It's not going to happen on an English stream, but we're just, like I said, we're really just reminding everyone it was Zeri. Like, we're really just pushing the
yeah.
crusade. We're like, yep, let's just keep this up here.
721 DPM is pretty high. But the cannon would have been a larger number. It would have been like 800 or something like that. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the caster desk. As
KR
we
Caster is still debating if Zeri is a ninja.
yeah, that's probably what's happening. They're trying to work out whether that is actually the way. The world implodes. Oh my goodness. We're missing G-Sun here. Everyone's always missing G-Sun. I'm not going to get to see it tomorrow, as I feel like I've got a sneeze coming on.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay.
When it doesn't come
It's
out
not
is the
quite there.
worst, though.
Yeah.
Sneezing on broadcast is not great, but like almost sneezing and then not coming out is like
Honestly,
actually
yeah,
the
not
worst.
sneezing is probably the most universally bad feeling that there can be.
Yeah. Rather
think-
stub my toe.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, not hard, but like, you know,
I'd walk over Lego
a light stub.
if that allowed me to sneeze.
Yeah.
If I was about
yeah,
to lose
no,
a sneeze.
Lego walk.
Yeah.
Rather bump my shin on the stairs. You know, do one of those little slippy
Yeah.
stair things where you like grab yourself and then somebody, whoever you're with at the time is like, "Are you okay?" And you're like, "Yeah, I'm just really embarrassed." Rather have that.
Yeah. What about like shin on the bed when you're getting into bed?
Oh, yeah. Actually, still better than not sneezing, though.
Shin on the bed frame is probably my least favorite because you're also preparing yourself to relax and then you scare yourself. I think that's worse than losing a sneeze. I think that's slightly worse. If you guys have like other things.
What about lightly bumping your head because there's no head careful sign? In Korea, we have the head careful sign, which means like watch your head.
And then you bump your head on it?
Because of the way it's written in Korean, it's just literally like mori choshim, like head and be careful. So the sign in English is often translated to head careful. It's like a universal thing for some reason.
Yeah.
But like if there's no head careful sign and you're walking down those stairs, it's a bit of a lower ceiling, bumping your head on that. That's like one thing that's worse than not
That
sneezing.
does have the combination of being really embarrassing as well, because it's
Yeah.
like, oh, he can't read in either language.
And everyone's just like, well, I mean, it only happens if there's no head careful sign. If there's a head careful sign, my head's gonna be careful. But if there's none, then. But
That's
yeah,
true.
you're embarrassed. It hurts when people laugh at you when you bump your head, but it really hurts. It's really infuriating. But you like can't let it show. You're like, yeah,
true.
I'm so silly. This is really painful. I'm gonna have a
Oh.
giant lump here tomorrow.
Okay, no. Do you know what's actually worse than all of those things? Having a knee cramp in a sleeping bag.
Ooh.
Knee cramp in a sleeping bag is 100% the worst.
Okay, what about
especially
having-
really cold weather?
What about having a foot cramp when you have flippers on? That happened to me yesterday. It was
I've
not
had
fun.
that happen to me
Ooh,
before.
you're in the middle of the water.
Because and also you're
you can't
using,
take it off. You can't put your foot on the
Yep,
ground.
yep. And you're using muscles you don't often use, so it
Ooh.
actually is relatively likely. Oh man, no, that's not it.
Yeah, foot
That's
cramp on
not
the
it.
flippers is not it.
Foot cramp while in any shoes though. Also, I've had like really difficult to take on and off rollerblades on and got foot cramps, and that's not great either. I would I've learned to like relax my foot when I can feel them coming on, because I know that it's just not going to be worth taking them off again, and it'll be too much pain.
What about when you have when you
I
step
love
on
leg cramps, bro. Pretty enjoyable. Okay.
Nah. What about when you like step on the right side of or left side of your ankle, like the outer part of your foot, and twist your ankle, like roll it, and then like also fall down while tripping over a cable after you just had a really good show day and you're really excited, and then like everyone in the entire broadcast team sees you do it. That's really oddly specific because this happened to me recently.
Wait. When did this happen?
This happened when I was doing that event with the name of the company I won't mention, but that I did with G-Clef. And it was very fun. And then I just completely embarrassed myself. And then everyone was like, I was kind of, are you okay? Like, but then I was like, I can't walk up the stairs now. I need some time.
Oh, no.
That one was not it. I'd prefer like just not sneezing to that.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, there's a lot of things that are worse than almost sneezing, but then not. But
Now that the sneeze is gone, I agree.
you know,
Because now it's just completely gone. So I don't even have like the lingering thought of, oh no, I missed my sneezing opportunity and now it is gone forever. Immortalizing embarrassing moments on stream, exactly, lolling around 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we do.
the
The
Gragas
Stranger
end up
TTV,
winning.
yes, we are. Did the Gragas end up winning?
well,
Which
it
one?
depends on your perspective. Depends on your perspective.
And your definition of a winner. Because a winner is the jungler of Gen.G and us. And also, congratulations. You guys did your first analyst desk, and I think you did a fantastic job
yeah,
as
I
well.
thought it was
Twitch
pretty
chat.
solid. I'm glad we added that to the global
Yeah,
stream.
I
And
think,
maybe we'll bring it back next week too.
And I wish that we could save the VOD as well so that we could have the chat, but I don't know whether we can do that. The winners are the friends we made along the way. Absolutely, it is. Carlin, I call you one of them. One of them. Misposition, saying that chat did a great job, and you guys did. Quillvest.
Is anyone in the chat familiar with the southern fast food restaurant Mrs. Winners? It's very good.
Is it?
I mean, I don't know if it still exists, but when I was a kid, it was very good.
Do they sell chicken?
Yeah,
Of the
and
fried
mashed
variety?
potatoes, and
Oh,
I think like macaroni and cheese, coleslaw. You know,
dude, I would be at least 500 kilos heavier if I lived where you grew up, I reckon. Because it's like
yeah.
all of my favorite food as well. So it's not, I'm not saying that like, oh, you're from a place where there's only bad food. It's just I love it
There's a
so
lot
much,
of-
and I can't get it here, and that's probably why I'm not morbidly obese.
there's a lot of food that is very tasty, but is not good for you.
Yeah.
Where I'm from.
It's like potato and chicken, like, and all of it fried and things.
I
Oh.
turned out okay because my family like cooked at home and made healthy food.
Yeah.
Luckily, but I can't say
too.
the same for everybody who grew up in my area.
Oh no, Bigu Bosu Bobaros is back, preaching the Gragas while we're talking about Southern American food.
Is Gragas Australian? I don't think so.
No, he is not. I mean, it depends which skin you select, I guess. But
Mexican
I'm pretty
food is
sure
the
he's
best.
not.
Austronautilus. It is.
And Mexican food's pretty good. But
I mean,
don't-
Korean food is the best actually, but like
Yeah.
Mexican food's like number 2.
I honestly think that like you can get the best food in the world in Seoul. I was talking to my fiance about this, and I was just saying, like, it must be annoying traveling to other countries and knowing that the food's going to be worse wherever you go.
Yeah,
because it's just better.
Yep. And it's also sometimes like, you know, I'm not dissing any place in particular, but like going to other cities in Korea as well, where you're like, well, the options are just not as wide, you know.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because I love traveling to both Gwangju and Busan because they specialize, right?
Yeah,
Seoul does pretty much everything.
Seoul is good for living. The other ones are good for visiting for me, you know?
Yeah. Gwangju like does their duck soup is just extraordinary. It's amazing. Oritang. If you ever come to Korea, make sure you eat it. Oh my god, it is just incredible.
And it's like it's just not the same when you eat it in Seoul, because there are oritang places in Seoul, but it's just not the same.
Doesn't have the same thickness of broth or something like that. It's like ratios or something. I don't know, but it's
Filipino
incredible.
food was actually quite good. Someone in the chat asked, like, but what was really interesting about where I was, because I went to Bohol and Panglao, there was a wide variety of different types of food. So, like Seoul, like I felt like I could get almost anything. I had some of the best pizza and Mexican food I've had in like the last 6 months there. I had a lot of great Thai food there, so it was pretty rad.
I need to actually get over there.
I recommend it, seriously. It was one of the best places I've been in a while. I go to Japan all the time, but Philippines, my first time, was great.
Deadman Knight saying, come to South Africa. We barbecue a lot of meat all the time. I'm actually honeymooning very close to South Africa. Maybe I'll need to scoot down there.
Pop by.
Let's have a look at the results for today. It was a 2-0 by OK Savings Bank Breon. And, oh man, if we go back a few hours, the cleanliness of gameplay was quite high. And then we had Gen.G 2-1 over KT in a series of League of Legends.
If you look at the standings of these 4 teams now, like, Bro actually is significantly higher based on game score than these teams. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
But I think, like, well-deserved. They actually played the best League of Legends out of our 4 teams today.
It's crazy. And now Bro equal third alongside Nongshim, as Gen.G now in 5th place and KT falling to 6th, which is pretty surprising. They were vying for the top position here in the LCK for Challenger in the end of last season, and now the mighty have indeed fallen. However, D+ Kia and DRX still looking clean as ever. 1 game ahead is DK. DRX still a force to be reckoned with over there. Man, it's been a fun start to Challenger, I reckon.
It has.
It's like a lot of things are where they should be, and then other things are completely not, you know?
Yeah, one thing we know for sure is that D+ Kia and DRX are very strong teams. Breon seem to be pretty good. And then you know that, like, right now T1, Kwangdong, and Live Sandbox seem to be our weakest teams at this moment in time. Everything in the middle, though, like, who knows? We might have a world where Breon stays in 3rd, but I could also see a world where, like, Hanwha moves up to 3rd or KT turns it back around and goes up to 3rd. So I think we have an exciting Challenger season on our hands here.
I agree. I think that the top 2 are definitely demonstrating that they are the top 2 right now, but we'll just have to see what happens next. KT versus Bro, oh my god.
Hojin, man.
Oh my god.
I hope he was watching tonight. I hope he knows what he's getting himself into.
Exactly, because right now, like, the smart money's on Bro all the way. And then T1 going to pick up their first win, and DRX going to smack down Hanwha Life Esports. That is, it's an interesting day of games tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. That is some fun League of Legends. As DK will then stomp Nongshim, and Kwangdong Freaks versus Gen.G. A thing will happen.
I think a thing will happen well for Gen.G based on what we saw today, for the most part.
Yeah, that's true.
Knock on something solid.
Yeah. That is not a desk.
Yeah, and these are what will be happening without us. And we will, of course, be back on the English stream on Monday.
Yep. The Hojin co-streams, though, are the ones that you want to watch, to be perfectly honest. As far as, like, games of these 2 days, they would be the ones to pick out because they are the most contentious, the most interesting. As
Speaking
Monday
of
next week. Yeah, exactly. Gen.G versus Pro. That'll be a day.
That's my. I'm doing that one. That's my day. I'm doing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Then HLE KT.
Oh, whoa.
That's a crazy one. T1 D+ sounds good on paper, but based on the performances of T1 so far,
no, that's good.
not.
That's good. That's like really fast, like epically fast.
Yeah, it won't be for very long.
And then I'll be with Chronicler, I think, bringing you DRX and Kwangdong Freaks.
You got.
Oh, Nongshim might act.
It's a
I
good
think
Tuesday.
that's a series. The second one's a series. I feel like DRX should be able to take down Live Sandbox.
I love watching DRX dismantle teams, so
Yeah.
my boy Frog's over there. It's going to be good.
I want to see creators more stuff. That's what I want. I just want to. I want to. Yeah, and Frog. Oh man, the Frog Rock. What a time to be alive. We've
I
got
think it's-
Frog as a rock.
I think it's an 8-gamer. And LCK this week, not going to lie to you guys, not too many crazy ones, but I think the most highly contested one in terms of what we think is going to happen is definitely the ones you see highlighted here. Match 17 with HLE and Kwangdong Freaks. HLE versus DRX as well, our opening match of the week tomorrow, is also going to be pretty interesting if DRX can maintain the form we saw against T plus Kia.
Yep, some fun ones as well with Teddy coming back and now finally facing off against his former team of T1 as well. Of course, when he was on the Kwangdong Freaks, he did that as well, but, you know, first time that we've seen it since he's made his re-debut for this year. And Live Sandbox might be able to try and pounce on a T1 that have just received a new wound from Gen.G, perhaps. That could be a story that you could try to wrangle, but I'm not sure whether it's really a good one. But that is going to be it. That is going to be it for today's games. Man, they really brought us to the distance.
They did.
In the end.
It didn't really feel like it was going to be a long day today. And then it felt like actually it was a 6-game day, but it wasn't, because the 3 games we had in our second series were long and crazy, and we yelled a lot.
And it was an emotional journey as well. It was. And I feel like we discussed a lot of things. It was heavy.
It was a
heavy
fun day. It was heavy, but it was fun.
Yeah,
I really
it was.
enjoyed Challengers today, guys.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I know most of you have probably gone because we have just been prattling about. But if you are still here,
Some people
we
are here to
appreciate
listen
you.
to us prattle, so, you know.
Janae gladplane.jpgpog. Heck yeah. I agree. But now it is time for us to go. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for more Challenger. Good night.